unless you attended all of yesterday's hearing, all 9.5 hours. You couldn't ask any questions today, but my staff told me that would not be fair. It's okay. Sometime I'll read stories from yesterday. I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. The time is 9:18 in the morning, and this hearing is being conducted virtually. And it is available live via the chairman's website, www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. Again, that's www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. We are on what I'm told is the C track, because that means that other committees are having hearings today. This hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the council's website and through the, I believe, the legislation information management system, or LIMS. So it will be available for posterity. The subject of this hearing today is agency performance oversight. All education agencies, government witnesses. Yesterday we had a hearing with non-government witnesses, which is why there are no non-government witnesses today. We will hear testimony in this order. Actually, we will hear regarding the State Board of Education, the Ombudsman, in the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, the Chief Student Advocate in the Office of the Student Advocate, and the Executive Director of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. We will hear from the four of them together. That will be followed by Dr. Christina Grant, who's the State Superintendent of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. She will be followed by Paul Kine, the Deputy Mayor for Education, and Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board. We will hear the two of them together. And they will be followed by Dr. Louis Farabee, who's the Chancellor of the DC Public Schools. And I may not be clear, but we will, with each of these agencies or panels, we will have a round or two of questions from council members and then move on to the next. This is, I believe, the 5th of 6 performance oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. I mentioned yesterday was the public witnesses or non-government witnesses regarding all education agencies. Tomorrow will be our 6th hearing. We will hear testimony regarding the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. That's tomorrow. The mayor submits her budget on March 16th. And the Committee of the Whole will have its hearing with non-government witnesses regarding public education agencies on March 28th. All day is set aside for that. And then on March 30th, which is a Wednesday, we will hear from government agencies to government witnesses regarding education. So that's March 28th and March 30th. I don't have more of an opening statement than that. I will turn to colleagues in the order in which I believe they arrived. And that would be Councilmember Nadeau, and then Louis George, and then Alan. Councilmember Nadeau, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. And I appreciate you convening this hearing today, as well as the one yesterday. Education agencies have been at the forefront of the pandemic response, and I'm so grateful to the teachers, staff, administrators, and everyone working at our schools during this difficult time. I especially want to thank the many witnesses that testified yesterday. As a parent of 2 small children, I know very well what parents are going through right now, and I hear from them all the time on these issues. I think it's fair to say that for the past 2 years, I've been contacted mostly about COVID, from vaccinations to mask mandates to outdoor learning. But I've also received communication about other important issues that we will be addressing today. These issues were concerns before March 2020, and they continue to be just as important today. I'm looking forward to having a thoughtful discussion about out-of-school time programs, safety for our students, coming and going from school and while they're in school, childcare and preschool guidelines in coordination with DCPS schools, outdoor learning for students, and our school's curriculum and the revised STAR rating system. So I hope to have time to get to all my questions today, but I know that my colleagues will be focused in on some of the same issues, so we'll be able to tag team. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hearing from our government witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Lewis George.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for making time to speak with us today, and of course to our public witnesses for taking time to speak with us yesterday. I'll be brief because I know we have a lot of issues to cover today. Today I'll be focusing on some continued issues, the continued concern with governance of our public education system. We keep having things announced with no discussion or real engagement with the community with things like the new budget model, which continues to create frustration amongst constituents. DCPS has held town halls and forums, but does not share the analysis for how the new model would affect individual schools before initial budgets were announced. This lack of engagement builds distrust in our traditional public school system, and we need more checks and balances, and it's something I'll continue to work on with my colleagues. I also wish more hearing time was dedicated to council oversight of our schools, and to only provide 3 minutes per community witness to cover all of our education agencies yesterday, and to only have one hearing for all government witnesses today is not enough time to cover agencies that command 1/5 of the DC's budget and are responsible for the education of DC children. As for questions today, I've got questions planned for nearly every agency. For the Ombudsman, I'm going to be asking about the 2021 annual report recommendations. For the student advocate, I'm going to ask about safe passage and safe routes to school. For OSSI, I'm going to ask about OSSI's DDOT transportation, OSSI Department of Transportation, transparency and relief funding, the build out of our upgraded longitudinal system, preparations for this fall's vaccine mandate for all students, and the stand up of our early childhood educators pay parity. For the Public Charter School Board, I'll ask about their new accountability framework and a recent op-ed by a former board member critical of the charter sector. For DME, I'll be asking about planning for our overcrowded schools, specifically Roosevelt High School and Lafayette Elementary School. I will also be asking about safe passage, out of school time, for an update on the work of the Office of Students in the Care of DC. And finally, I'll ask DCPS about ways they're countering staff burnout, school-based mental health, the new security contract, and a number of building-related issues, and also the current resistance to provide swing space to support Ward 4 elementary schools, Truesdale, Whittier, and LaSalle Bacchus. And so I want to, with that, as you can tell, I have a lot of questions. So I want to thank you, Chairman. We have a lot to cover today, and I'm looking forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I do want to note that since the middle of January, which means in the last 6 weeks, the Committee of the Whole has already had a hearing singularly focused on special education. We had a separate hearing singularly focused on DCPS budgeting. We had a separate hearing singularly focused on safe passages to schools. And next week, we have a hearing singularly focused on attendance. Councilmember Allen, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the hearing today. I want to also appreciate all the witnesses that came yesterday for a very long hearing. I mean, obviously, the last 2 years has been hard for everyone. I think in particular, of course, for our students, our teachers, and for our parents, especially our working parents, it's just been very hard. Today and throughout the budget process, I want to be sure that we're putting our schools and our students and our teachers in a position to be successful. Some of the questions and concerns I've got. We've seen the mayor and the chancellor attempt to keep schools at the same budget level they were at last year, but what I'm hearing from schools in Ward 6, that means ignoring some of the changes that are coming to the school, and they're not seeing a hold harmless effect or goal actually be coming out in reality. For example, at Amadon Bowen Elementary School in Southwest, schools getting new special education inclusion classrooms, but without the necessary resources to ensure the school is ready to support those students. And I'm concerned about that. At Maury Elementary School, the school is projected to reach its enrollment capacity next year, adding almost 40 more students, but there are no more resources to add an additional classroom with teachers. So while I appreciate this idea of holding schools harmless, I don't see that playing out in the individual school budgets. And I think that's just got to be the starting point, not the actual goal of where we're trying to go. I am concerned as well about how DCPS is realigning special education classrooms in some of our Ward 6 schools. I've talked to the chancellor specifically about this already. I think that OSSE's reporting shows assessments for special education students were almost non-existent during the pandemic. So we know that means that students who have IEPs were probably among the least well-served during the pandemic. DCPS special ed realignment plans might make sense on paper, but from what I'm hearing from schools and families, they are really disruptive for a lot of those students, especially when they have just gone through 2 years of disruption, and it's very destabilizing. I'm concerned about the timing of how to make this take effect. Also, I'm going to talk about this during the hearing today. Last year, we had to take pretty dramatic steps to ensure that all schools had a librarian. I'm glad at the end of the day, we passed legislation, and I appreciate my colleagues who helped work on that. But the damage was already done because the destabilizing effect in the spring and early summer of the lack of clarity whether a school would have a librarian meant that those individuals, because there's actual people behind the positions on paper, made decisions. And a lot of schools lost their librarians as they had to go seek employment because they weren't sure. So I'm really concerned about how that librarians are a baseline of our budgets. They have to be there. Every student deserves a full-time librarian, period. And lastly, I've been concerned about effective reductions in our out-of-school funding for some schools. In particular, several Ward 6 schools have tipped out of the Title I status when just under 40% of students are eligible for free and reduced lunches. When that happens, the school can lose subsidized out-of-school timing. That might be fine for 60% of those families, but there are often still a large number of families who cannot afford private out-of-school programming that schools bring in to replace the subsidized programming. So I'd like to discuss how we can address those students and families and the parents who rely on out-of-school and after-school programming that they need for full-time work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hearing from our government witnesses and appreciate the discussion today.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, very much. I want to start by giving a sincere thanks to all of our educators, those who work in the school buildings and outside. This has been an incredibly difficult couple of years, and people have really given everything they have to get us and our young people through it. And I want to recognize their hard work and sacrifice and just say thank you. Want to mention one other thing, somewhat related to this, but because it's related to schools. We had our oversight hearing on the Department of General Services yesterday. One of the main issues is the facility conditions and transparency, understanding when things are going to get fixed, why things are broken, getting a better handle on timeline and certain out of control HVAC issues across the system. We have worked with the Department of General Services to get a transparent HVAC database or a dashboard set up. But what I want to see is a fully transparent system that includes all work orders so that parents and teachers and faculty have an understanding of when things are going to get fixed and what those timelines and processes are. A few other things I'm going to focus on today. First, one really important is the mental health of our young people. This is something we have heard from a lot of our young people, including from the Black Youth Agenda and from Black Swan Academy, among many, many others, who have talked about their struggles to manage school and stress during this time of COVID. And it is something that we have to invest a significant amount of resources in, or all of us will really bear the impacts of that later. Education retention, educator retention is something else that I'm going to focus on today. I, like many others, continue to be frustrated that DC has one of the highest teacher turnover rates in the country, between 20 and 25% of our teachers leaving every year. This is even before COVID, and frustration with the impact evaluation system and the STAR rating system. But I understand that OSSE is taking a fresh look at the STAR rating system, and I intend to dig into that today. But we can't have a stable school system if teachers don't stay. I am glad that there is increased attention across government on special education. This is a place that all of us have really needed to step up for years. And Chairman, thank you for holding a hearing on this issue just, I think, a week or two ago. We have heard from many, many parents on the importance of out of school time programs. As a parent of young children, I know how vital these programs are and how difficult they are to find, and we need a significant expansion of that. To piggyback on what many of my colleagues have said, school budgets, we still lack transparency. We're hearing from schools like Maury and others about how they are being asked to do more with less, despite a promise that schools would be held harmless. We have to address sort of COVID-19 protections. What we are trying to do in this budget cycle is uplift the voices of parents, teachers, and organizations that are doing this work and be a support for them in our communities. Thank you, Chairman, and I look forward to engaging with our government witnesses today.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Pinto.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding this performance oversight hearing today on our education agencies. And I also want to first start off by thanking everyone at DCPS, DCPCS, OSSI, and DME, all of the teachers and leadership and staff for everyone's hard work to get our kids back in person in school this year. I know it's been extremely challenging and a lot of work has gone into keeping our kids and teachers and staff safe every day, especially after extended breaks. I'm looking forward today to having discussions about how we're helping our students recover from the pandemic, particularly interested in OSSI and DCPS's literacy strategies to boost literacy rates and address learning loss that has occurred over the last 2 years. That's why I asked the mayor to fund letters training for all DC K-5 teachers and school leaders so that teachers understand how best to teach reading and can best support all of our students. I also want to thank our amazing Ward 2 State Board of Education rep, Alistair Chang, for leading us in this space around literacy and ensuring that we're collaborating with all of our stakeholders to improve literacy across our city. I'm also looking forward to discussing today how the 20% increase we put in the budget for out of school time funding has been utilized this year. Out of school time support is critical as we are providing additional opportunities for educational supports to students who have fallen behind, exposing students to new hobbies and skills, and keeping them safe by additional supervision. I'm also hearing reports from parents and student leaders that proposed budgets for next school years do not, in fact, hold all teacher positions harmless. At Thompson Elementary, for example, they are set to lose 1 full classroom teacher and 1.5 ELL teachers. This is extremely concerning, and I look forward to hearing how Chancellor Farabee is planning to address these staffing issues. I also have a number of school-specific issues I want to discuss today, including around Duke Ellington, McKinley Tech, Hardy Middle School, Hyde Addison, Thompson, among many others. So looking forward to the hearing today, and thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson and all of our witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Let me just double check, make sure there are no other council members. I do not see any. Let's proceed with witnesses. Dr. Jessica Sutter, who's the president of the DC State Board of Education. Serena Hayes, who's the Ombudsman for Public Education. Dan Davis, who's the Chief Student Advocate. And Kenneth Owens, who is the Executive Director of the District of Columbia State Athletic Association. I'll give a moment for everybody to arrive. Why don't we begin with you, Dr. Sutter? You're looking very serious. This is not that serious a hearing, or maybe it is, but please begin. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and staff. My name is Dr. Jessica Sutter, and I'm the Ward 6 representative and president of the DC State Board of Education. I'm pleased to be here today to provide the council with a report of the actions of the State Board over the past year to make education in the district more equitable, to extend opportunities for students, to enhance our teacher workforce, and to modernize education standards. The State Board is a small agency with limited direct authority over statewide education issues. Our 9 elected members and 4 appointed student representatives focus our efforts through a committee structure that enables the board to identify and recommend policy and regulatory changes to continuously seek to improve access to quality educational opportunities for all DC students. Our current committees, Accountability and Assessment, Advocacy and Outreach, Education Standards, Educator Practice and School Support, Education Governance, Student Advisory, and Administration, were designed to provide the public with access to our work and to provide space for elevation, evaluation, and examination of research on these topics. The State Board is ably served by a small but dedicated staff who work very hard to provide support and expertise to our agency's work. Our responses to the performance oversight questions provide details for the accomplishments of the agency, but I'd like to take a minute to review some of our highlights. First, we've been working in partnership with the Office of the State Superintendent to revise social studies standards in the district for nearly 2 years. Our current social studies standards in DC are very out of date. The State Board and our Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee have called for revised DC social studies standards, which recognize that the world our students are growing up in is, more than ever before, globally interconnected and culturally diverse. District students need knowledge, skills, experiences, and mindsets that will prepare them for informed and engaged citizenship and careers in an increasingly globalized world. New draft standards that will be publicly released by OSSI later this month will provide for a culturally inclusive and anti-racist approach to social studies, will impart rigorous content in the early grades, and strengthen student knowledge of democratic principles and values, and promote civic engagement. The State Board has also marked a significant milestone in its work to reshape school accountability with the passage of a resolution, SR 22-1, recommendations related to the STAR framework and DC school report card, in January of this year. That resolution contains recommendations related to our statewide accountability system. These recommendations came after many engagements with the public, researchers, and other stakeholders. We're encouraged by the response from State Superintendent Grant that OSSI is committed to working with the State Board to develop a proposal for changes to the system by July of 2022. One of the reasons that the State Board exists is to ensure that residents of the district have a direct line into statewide policy development and approval. In order to keep that relationship between the agency and the public strong throughout the many challenges presented by the pandemic, the State Board has extended its virtual posture for our public meetings and committee meetings. The State Board has also begun to develop meeting summary videos that will pair with updated newsletters, and we've planned parallel in-person and virtual engagement opportunities to allow for maximum public participation throughout the pandemic. Through the State Board's current engagement and meeting structure, we've heard directly from constituents about bullying, COVID recovery efforts and mitigation, safe passage, building maintenance, and other issues important to our residents. Many of the same I know the council hears of often. The State Board also has one of the most dynamic student engagement processes in district government. To our knowledge, we're the only government agency that requires student input and comment on all policy matters. Further, I'm excited to announce that the State Board has doubled our number of student representatives, and on the recommendation of our Student Advisory Committee, evaluates applicants for student representative positions individually as well as jointly. This evaluation, recommended by our student representatives, ensures that student representatives as a group provide a diversity of experience and representation of student voice. The State Board also recently updated our bylaws to equalize student representative votes in our committees. For years, the State Board has treated our student representatives as equals in all things except their vote. While district law prevents us from equalizing their votes at the full board level, we're confident that this new ability to vote in committees will further expand student voice in our work. The State Board has also continued its work to call attentions to issues within the teacher workforce. As the committee is aware, the State Board has annually produced a report detailing teacher turnover. This report has shown some improvement over time in overall retention of teachers, but the data clearly shows much more should be done to examine reasons teachers are leaving their classrooms. Anecdotal evidence from around the country seems to indicate that we may face a crisis next school year as teachers burnt out by the pandemic leave the profession entirely. I want to take just a moment to speak about our sister offices, who you'll hear from next, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education and the Office of the Student Advocate. I'm deeply grateful to Ms. Hayes, Mr. Davis, and their staffs for their tireless work on behalf of district residents. The State Board is proud to provide administrative and budget support to these independent and neutral resources. We urge the Council to continue to ensure these offices have the resources they need to continue and expand their vital work. I thank the committee for this chance to share the work of the State Board, and I look forward to any questions you may have for me. But before I close, I want to speak about a concerning trend related to bills approved by the Council and introduced by the Executive that circumvent the jurisdiction of the State Board on issues like graduation requirements and attendance regulations. We do not question that the Council has the power to approve these bills, but we would ask that in the future, the Council require that the Executive consult with the State Board prior to considering these measures. The State Board appreciates the support for our independence and authority that the Council has demonstrated for many years. We are confident that together we can work to expand opportunities and better the educational experience of all district students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter, Dr. Sutter. Serena Hayes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Serena Hayes, Ombudsman for Public Education. The Office of the Ombudsman is an independent, impartial office housed within the State Board of Education that helps parents and students to resolve school complaints individually and collectively, transforming problems into solutions that compel systemic progress for all public education in DC. Virtual learning was painstakingly difficult for schools and families alike. During last year's budget oversight, the office testified about the expected resurgence in call volume. The office anticipated two issues once students returned to in-person learning: the need to address school safety and an influx of special education concerns. Our predictions were largely correct. Now that students have returned to in-person learning, the office's case volume has exceeded average pre-pandemic volume. The primary concerns that families have contacted our office about involve communication, special education, as well as safety. The special education concerns families raise include failure to provide related service hours, failure to modify general education curriculum as required by a student's IEP, disagreements about whether a student needs a dedicated aide, challenges with OSSI transportation services, and school staff shortages. For example, we worked with a family, a parent, Ms. Green, who contacted our office with concerns about staffing at her son's school. John is nonverbal and in accordance with his IEP was placed in a self-contained classroom. However, John is placed in general education settings whenever with his non-disabled peers whenever his teacher is absent from school. According to his mother, is frequent. On student safety, last year we reported a decline in safety concerns as a result of students being home for distance learning. However, since in-person learning resumed, we have observed safety arise in our safety cases again, and they've returned to pre-pandemic volume. Roughly half of all of our cases this year involved student safety. Of those cases, around 53% of the families reported concerns specifically regarding school-based violence. Other safety concerns related more so to COVID-19. Through our casework, the office gleans pieces of families' experiences in DC public school systems. In all of these cases, families really just want an equitable access to education for their students. As a result of listening to families and developing partnerships with agencies across the district, our office is proud to announce an expansion that will allow us to help address one of families' most common concerns: navigating the complex special education system. The Ombudsman recently partnered with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education to develop the DC Special Education Hub, which will serve as a subsidiary office within the Office of the Ombudsman. The DC Special Education Hub will serve as a resource and information center for families of students with disabilities. The goal is to ensure that students with disabilities and their families have access to information and resources that support their right to a free and appropriate education. The hub should serve as the family's first stop when they're seeking information about special education in DC. We're currently building the infrastructure for the hub, and we look forward to serving more families once it opens this summer. As we build the infrastructure for the DC hub, we also continue to make policy recommendations to affect systemic improvements to the public education systems. In our annual report released in October of 2021, we offered 3 recommendations. The first was to develop a permanent, high-quality virtual school as an option for students who need an alternative to the traditional school model. The second was to improve truancy referral process and address systemic barriers to school attendance, such as transportation and childcare. And lastly, to create school choice options for students with disabilities that are placed in self-contained classrooms. I hope that the information I provided here helps the council to see the work of the Ombudsman's office, our dedication to improving public education in areas where we believe that with collaboration, we can address some common concerns. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today, and I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Chairman Middleton, council members and staff. My name is Dan Davis and I serve as Chief Student Advocate and lead the work of the Office of the Student Advocate. Our office supports and guides families with concerns to our public education system in the district. We're tasked together with ensuring students and families have the tools and resources to advocate for the outcomes and changes they want in their public education. Today, I'm excited to share our work with you and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Last school year, most students and families accessed public education virtually. As conditions with COVID improved towards the end of the year, some students returned to school buildings, but families' access to teachers, student supports, and campus decision makers remained remote. The system of public education in the district functions when effective communication exists between school staff and families. We know that families are the experts on the needs of their children. Our office exists to support families whose communication with their children's school has hit a snag. We assist families and schools through parent and family education, one-on-one coaching, resource supports, and trainings. As COVID continues to shift where and how families connect with education in the district, office has shifted to utilizing various methods to reach families where they are. First, we continue to operate our request for assistance hotline Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Through our request for assistance process, we can individually assist families addressing education-related questions, provide resources, make referrals, and coach families on all public education issues. Last school year, we received 507 total unduplicated requests for assistance. Slightly over 25% of those requests came from residents seeking clarity about emergency health policies affecting school operations that included but was not limited to accessing transcripts and social distance practices within school buildings. Parents of students with disabilities accounted for nearly 23% of all RFAs last year as well. While virtual, they sought clarity about the quality of services provided for in IEPs and how 504 plans would transition. Schools resumed in-person instructions. Parents sought remedies for delays with initiating, completing the evaluation process, as well as their rights related to change of placement. To date, in quarter 1 and quarter 2 of school year 21-22, office has served more than 350 families through our RFA line and is currently on pace to exceed last year's total. As recurring themes emerge from RFAs, our office works to develop resources based on those needs so families can be their own advocates. Second, we adopted a hybrid community outreach model, utilizing virtual and in-person strategies to further meet the needs of our families. As we continue to host meetings with families utilizing virtual platforms, we restarted our in-person engagement following the safety guidance outlined by the Center for Disease and Controls. Returning to in-person engagement when safe to do so was essential because so many families in the district do not have access to high-quality internet. Furthermore, there are families that are uncomfortable accessing online workshops due to a lack of familiarity with a virtual platform. As an office, we never want to create additional barriers for families to access information they need to improve the education of their children. Our office continues to provide direct support to families beyond our RFA hotline. Last school year, we hosted virtual learning support workshops that aided families with creating virtual structured learning environments at home. This current school year, we facilitated in-person discussions related to student safety. School year 2020-21, we engaged with over 1,500 stakeholders, mainly students and families, as well as school staff, community-based organizations, and government agencies. So far in school year 21-22, we have engaged with nearly 1,100 students, families, and educational stakeholders, with about 35% of those meetings being in person. Third, we developed resources for families based on the needs expressed through our RFA line and outreach efforts. We hosted bilingual workshops with families regarding their rights under special education laws and how procedural safeguards work while school was virtual. We developed learning at home support guides with companion virtual tutorials and workshops for families who struggled with virtual learning during school year 2021. We advocated for increased access to school-based behavioral health supports for students and developed our Navigating Behavioral Health Toolkit to help families better access in-building supports. We also continue to work with partner organizations and agencies to address safety of our children traveling to and from school. We led workshops on how virtual school attendance works in the district for community members at Family Success Centers and created supports and resources for families that needed more clarity about how public education shifted to virtual space, what it looks like now, and how families can be successful managers. As we all continue to navigate these unprecedented times in the district and offer new solutions, we will continue to develop resources and supports that make these solutions more accessible for students and families. Fourth, we continue to make our information and resources more accessible for all families by leveraging virtual platforms to bolster our engagement efforts. Our office virtually engaged with more than 3,200 students and families and stakeholders utilizing our webpage and social media platforms. As we sought out ways to ensure the resources we produce for students and families are utilized, it became clear that information hosted on our website needed more accessible pathways. We shifted what and how we posted on social media. Our social media pages no longer just reflect announcements or where to go information posts. We began to redesign toolkits and supports that families could easily navigate and access on social media. As of January 31st, more than 2,500 unique users were able to access our online information and advocacy tools. With the partnerships we built to continue to strengthen the schools, government agencies, and community-based organizations, allow us to produce resources, distribute them to residents in need, and facilitate discussions directly with those families. School years 2021, our partnerships led to tangible resources and supports for families. We collaborated with Decoding Dyslexia DC to develop a dyslexia resource guides for families seeking guidance on how to get help for their students. Office worked with the Department of Behavioral Health to develop our Navigating Behavioral Health Guide for families with input from LEAs, CBO clinicians, students and parents, and partnered with DCPS, PCS teachers to facilitate workshops and virtual learning support. We continue to work with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education on student safety, focusing on new and existing safe passage initiatives. Office will continue to seek out parent leaders, LEAs, district agencies, and CBOs to improve district students and families navigation of public education. Our goals for school year 2021 and 22 are to ensure students and families remain at the center of the district's return to classroom learning plans, and that communication between our school buildings and families is effective. We know that challenges challenges for students and families existed before the pivot to virtual learning, that returning to campus would lead to needs. As we have engaged with students and families this year, several experiences seem to be shared. One, the safety of students in school buildings and while traveling communities does not feel predictable. Two, there's a need to increase student access to social and emotional sports. Three, there's a need to increase access to social and emotional sports for teachers and school staff. Finally, if there's any person interested in contacting our office, they can do so by calling us at 202-741-4692 or emailing us at student.advocate@dc.gov. Again, thank you all for this opportunity to testify. Welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Do you want to repeat that contact information?
Again, we can be reached at 202-741-4692, or you can email us directly at student.advocate@dc.gov.
Kenneth Owens. Kenneth Owens, you're up. Executive Director, District of Columbia State Athletic Association. I don't see video and I don't, oh, there you are. I see you now. But you're muted.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee of the Whole. For the record, my name is Kenneth Owens and I'm the Executive Director of the DC State Athletic Association, the sanctioning body for interscholastic activities in the District of Columbia. On behalf of all stakeholders in DC, I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the state of school-based athletics in the district. Today, I want to begin by telling you about one of the most electrifying championships in DCSAA history. One of the impetus for the creation of the DCSAA was to bring together our public charter, and private schools to compete on a level playing field. This past fall, the DCSAA enjoyed a shining moment of this, a reminder of why the games are played. In the semifinals, Georgetown Day School defeated the only team to have previously won the DCSAA volleyball championship, the St. John's Cadets. That set up a championship match against Wilson with a standing room only crowd and an absolutely electric atmosphere. Wilson prevailed in the fifth set, taking home in their first ever DCSAA championship. That was just one memorable moment in a year full of them for kids who participate in the DC State Athletic Association programs. Last fall, DCSAA crowned 7 state champions, including the following. St. John's swept the boys and girls cross country. Sidwell Friends won the girls soccer title, and St. Albans won the boys soccer championship before a spirited crowd at Catholic University. Murray and Archbishop Carroll won football championships in thrilling games at Georgetown University. As we know, due to COVID-19, the past 2 years have been extremely difficult for everyone in high school sports. But working with its Sports Medicine Advisory Committee and DC Health, DCSAA played a leading role to ensure that student athletes remain safe while trying to return to the field. Whether it was reminding administrators and coaches of best practices, mask safety, vaccination requirements, or other COVID-19 protocols, we ensured that the mayor's directives were communicated to the public charter, and private schools. And when necessary, we had to get resourceful. For example, with the traditional venue for the DCSAA Indoor Track Championship unavailable due to safety protocols, we pivoted and held the state championship meet in the Collegiate Fieldhouse at George Mason University. For many competitors, it was the only indoor meet of their season, and we were pleased to provide a first-class venue and surface for them to compete. The pandemic shut down interscholastic athletics in March 2020, and only recently have we begun to return to what was considered normalcy before the pandemic. But we remain optimistic as we look ahead and are excited about our plans for 2022. This winter, DCSAA expanded its programming, providing opportunities for student athletes to contest new state championships in wrestling and in boys and girls swimming and diving. And this spring, in addition to traditional baseball, softball, and boys and girls outdoor track championships, DCSAA will hold its first ever state championship in golf and boys and girls lacrosse. DCSAA will also resume its ultimate frisbee, chess, and cheerleading state championships. For 10 years, our principal goal has remained the same: to create a strong and vibrant athletic association, one dedicated to creating quality competition for student athletes, while also expanding opportunities for students to participate in interscholastic athletics and activities. That includes our commitment to the principle of leveling the playing field and providing the best opportunities for all students. In addition to conducting 6 new state championships, DCSAA continues working with coaches, administrators to find solutions to help student athletes hone their craft, and for those who are interested in working toward collegiate scholarships. In June, we will again host our live showcase where student athletes get the chance to perform in front of hundreds of college coaches and recruiters. We continue sponsoring an all-state designation program for our student athletes, allowing them to be honored just like high-performing student athletes in other states. And this spring, we will induct another class of honorees into the DC High School Hall of Fame to honor the men and women who were great coaches, players, administrators, and contributors to DC athletics. But we are also committed to educational development of our students. In addition to our sport offerings, the DCSAA has created an academic scholarship program that is fully funded by our partner, United Bank. We are also committed to developing our administrators, coaches, and officials. We have created an essential coaches certification program that requires coaches to pass a background check and to be certified in CPR, first aid, and defibrillator training. We also certify all of our interscholastic officials. One thing that has been repeatedly demonstrated: high school athletics are essential for our student athletes' welfare and play an integral role in their well-roundedness. And it is your continued support of DCSAA program that is helping shape positive futures for hundreds of young people in the District of Columbia. So I'm going to conclude by extending an invitation to each of you. I want you to have the opportunity to be inspired and see the example of what DC State Athletic Association means to the student athletes, their parents, and the community. This weekend, we are hosting our basketball boys and girls Class A and Class AA championships at GW University. You can see firsthand the faces of just some of these terrific student athletes that are benefiting from our DCS sports program. So I invite you all to attend. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to testify today about the status of interscholastic athletics in the District of Columbia. I'm available to answer any questions you or other committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. We will have one 10-minute round of questions with council members. And I will start. I'm going to begin with a question to the state board. Concerning your offices, you have space over at the Judiciary Square building,
That's right.
correct? And is it adequate? Do you have any issues with the space?
So I'm going to let Mr. Hayworth take most of this question, but I do want to share that one space we do not currently have access to is the old council chambers, which is where we typically hold our public meetings. So that is a real problem for us now, that we don't have access to a space where we can hold our public meetings, broadcast them, and have opportunities to simulcast and have witnesses participate virtually. I'm going to turn to Mr. Hayworth for any other comments and concerns about our space.
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. For the record, I'm John Paul Hayworth, the Executive Director of the State Board of Education. Yes, the State Board, Ombudsman, and Student Advocate all have space within the Marion Berry building at 441 4th Street. The Ombudsman and Student Advocate suite on the 7th floor is woefully inadequate to what their needs are. And so we're hopeful that in this budget cycle, we will be able to secure additional funding for those offices. The State Board space on the 5th floor is currently adequate for our staffing, because most of the staff is teleworking some days, in the office occasionally when needed. And once we move back to a full in-person posture, we will be at capacity for that office space. And we don't have access to offices for state board members to have meetings in that space, other than the citywide conference center on the 11th floor.
So what I heard you say is the Ombudsman Advocate on the 7th floor, that space is not adequate. 5th floor is adequate for the moment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what about, well, so have you been working with DGS?
We have. The council was able to secure funding in the, I believe it was the FY20 budget for DGS to do renovations in the old council chambers, to upgrade the technology so that we would be able to do more virtual meetings or hybrid meetings with in-person and virtual status. But with the advent of the pandemic, the mayor has been using that space to do her COVID briefings, and so we've been unable to be in that space. And so in the state board suite, we are, like I said, we are currently at a point where we will be fine for the near future. However, if some of the enhancement requests that we've requested in the FY23 budget are approved for additional staff members, then we will be over capacity, and we'll have to probably have desk sharing and office sharing to be able to accommodate those new employees.
Okay, but my question had to do with DGS. So you are working with DGS?
We are doing our best to work with DGS, yes.
All right, are they more responsive to you than they are in making school repairs? That was shade, but you can answer it anyway.
DGS is not as responsive as I would like them to be. However, I recognize that their portfolios are much larger than our agency, so we do our best to be patient, but we have been waiting for a number of years to get some of this work done.
I'll add to that for Mr. Hayworth, that the time horizon offered for when space would be made available is also much longer, farther in the future than I think is appropriate for agencies doing the kind of work that the Ombudsman and Student Advocates Office do every day.
What about with Octo? Is the relationship there? You mentioned you wanted to work with Octo on the old council chamber. I have a note here about increasing their fees. Can you speak for a moment about that relationship?
Yes, I can. So as the agency has expanded, including additional staff people for the Ombudsman and for the Office of the Student Advocate, the overall total of FTEs for the agency has increased. And because of that, we are now moved into a different category of agency. So previously we were considered a very small agency, and now we are considered just a small agency. And that apparently means that our fees are increased by quite a bit. Previously, our OCTO fees for about a year of service were under $10,000, and the current request from OCTO is closer to $26,000 or $30,000 overall, with all of the licenses and things that we've needed. One of the challenges is that OCTO, because of the way that their statute is written and the way that the CFO works, is most of the fees that are taken are done through an interdistrict transfer, which doesn't require an agency to approve that transfer. So they will just take the money from our budget without notification to us. And then the other challenge is, because of the way that our statute is written, in the creation of a need for appropriations each year for the council and mayor to consider, we do that much earlier in the process. And so often our OCTO projection of how much we would need to spend for the next fiscal year doesn't even come in until much after we've already submitted our budget request to the mayor. So for a lot of these items, we're just guessing and assuming that it will be somewhere near what it was in the previous year.
So they take the amount they want, not the amount that we budget.
Correct.
My time is evaporating here. Dr. Sutter, could you say a little bit more about replacing the star rating system?
Sure, I'm happy to, Chairman Mendelson. So the board has been engaged in an ongoing process to listen to the members of the public about their concerns about the state accountability system, to hear from researchers about best practices of accountability systems around the country. And we culminated that in this resolution that made a series of recommendations to OSSI, both about changes to the ESSA accountability system, that which is governed by federal law, and the state report card, which DC has more flexibility in how to present information and data that goes beyond what the federal government requires of us in the ESSA framework. Last night, OSSI came and presented to the state board about their response to our recommendations. We're pleased that there are some of our recommendations that OSSI said they are willing to work with us on between now and July. The reason for that timing being that if the vote is taken by the state board in July and submitted to the U.S. Department of Ed for approval, it can be then socialized with all of the LEAs in the district, DCPS and the charter LEAs, so that schools enter the 2022-2023 school year understanding what they will be held accountable for and how, what the metrics will look like. One of the key things our board committed to is removing the 5-star rating from the framework. OSSI said last night that they were open to moving away from the 5-star rating, that they wanted to engage the public more themselves on that. They wanted to have task forces with LEAs, parents, student, and other community groups, but that they were committed to moving away from that 5-star rating, which is a thing I know our board members value immensely, as that's something we heard repeatedly from the public.
So you have to act by June, or you have a whole nother year? In July, you have to act by July, or you have a whole nother year?
Right. The goal is to act by July to submit anything that changes the ESSA framework, that which has to be approved by the federal government, by the U.S. Department of Ed, so that we don't sort of change the rules of the game mid-year on our LEAs. So it's in order to give our LEAs fair notice for what they will be held accountable.
And what is July? By July 1st or by the end of July?
It'll be at our July public meeting. So OSSI will present a proposal for what they call an amendment to the state ESSA framework. They'll propose that amendment designed to us in June at our working session. We'll be able to have public comment at our June public meeting. We'll hear from OSSI about the final proposal at our July working session, and we'll take our vote at the July public meeting. It's July 20th, 2022.
I'm almost out of time. Let me just touch on your comment about the council acting without good coordination with you. That's not something that is a goal of mine. We had been approached with regard to the community service as a graduation requirement. And I'll take responsibility that we didn't reach out to you. I'm hopeful, though, that DCPS folks, because they were behind this, are listening to this, and that they will also be, how do I want to say this, admonished and recognized that they should have reached out as well.
Thank you for that, Chairman Mendelson. I appreciate it. And understand that the pandemic brings all sorts of changes. Just want to make sure that our work is able to be honored and recognized by all of our colleagues in the agencies within the executive as well.
Thank you. My time is up. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much. Sticking with the star rating, appreciate the response from Dr. Sutter. I do want to hear from our superintendent as well. Is she here?
Are you talking about the state superintendent, Dr. Grant?
Yep, it's Dr. Grant.
Well, she's not admitted, she'll be testifying next.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, so I'll hold off on that for now. And I'm sorry for that. And I will move to our DME here with some OST questions. I'm sorry, I'm totally.
Yeah. So
okay, got it. I've got the wrong. I've got the. Okay, I see. We're doing these in twos. Okay, well then, Dr. Sutter, thanks again for your comments on the star rating. I mean, are you concerned about this going out for public comment? It seems like what you did on the state board was pretty straightforward. There were some very specific asks.
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Nadeau. I don't think I would describe it as concerned about it going back out. What OSSI presented to us last night is a clear expectation that the board has done our work in making these recommendations informed by public opinion. What I think comes next is that the state education agency has its responsibility before presenting anything to the U.S. Department of Ed to gather information and to be able to document their own efforts at engagement on any statewide changes to the accountability system. What I was heartened by last night in our working session is that Donna Johnson, the accountability manager at OSSI, noted that in these task forces, et cetera, that would be convened, one, the state board would be invited to all of those focus groups and events. And two, that OSSI is welcoming the state board's input on groups that OSSI should conduct outreach with. So I like to see it as an ongoing collaboration and in making sure that we've done our due diligence as a board and the state education agency does their due diligence as the SEA before this goes out to the public for a vote. Before this goes out to the public and then comes before us for a vote.
Are you concerned that there doesn't seem to yet be a public commitment about moving away from the summative rating?
It's a good question. I will say that last night what we heard is a commitment that OSSI heard clearly that the state board opposes a summative rating.
Okay.
What they want to do is make sure that they have heard firsthand the same thing. And I think the way they described it resonates with me, and I think would resonate with council as well. What we do not want to do is eliminate a way for the public to be able to understand whether our schools are providing the level of education we believe all of our students deserve. So the star rating has been described by lots of members of the public as harmful. It causes bias in the way families make school choices. It demoralizes folks who work inside schools. Having heard that, there seems very good reason to move away from it. But how do we still communicate very wonky data and information to the general public in a way that it can be easily understood? That question, I think, is still open. So I heard a clear commitment to moving away from STAR. I heard a desire to make sure that we can still communicate information clearly. And I am 100% certain that our board will not vote for anything that we do not believe honors that commitment to moving away from a harmful summative rating.
Great, thank you. I know, Dr. Sutter, you also have been involved in OSSI's work on updating the social studies curriculum. Thank you for that. Can't believe it's been since 2006. Seems
know,
like that was a big year around here.
I was teaching 8th grade social studies the year those standards came out, and to think that they're still the same standards. I'm really delighted that we've been able to do this work, and I'm hopeful that we'll have great new standards for our students and teachers.
One of the things that I hope to talk to Asi about today, that I hope you'll keep in mind as well, is the introduction of Holocaust education earlier in the curriculum. The standard now is to do it at age 12 in middle school, especially with anti-Semitism on the rise in the country, across the world. And we know that it is present here in the District of Columbia. Working with our partners in the education community and the nonprofit education community who can provide that curriculum is a really big opportunity for us. So I'm hoping that we can all work together on that.
I agree 100%. And I will say we've heard from a number of different community organizations, both educational and faith-based, with outreach about what do the standards say about the Holocaust? What do the standards say about religious tolerance? What do the standards say about various different world religions? And how do we make sure that we do begin that part of the education in the early grades? Something that the board felt very strongly about and got strong support from our Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee on is that our youngest students can handle a lot more content knowledge than I think our current standards give them credit for. It need not just be me, myself, and my community in sort of a light and fluffy fashion, but me, myself, and my community is what is my faith story? Who are the people in my community? What does it mean to love and accept our neighbors? How do we talk about that with rich content behind it and not just in a oversimplified fashion? So I think that we're going to see that in the new draft standards, and we're excited to make sure that we're incorporating feedback from various historical and community groups on that.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your work. Congratulations on your appointment as chair, president. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I will start with President Sutter. President Sutter, just wanted to ask you some questions to get an understanding. I know you all have sort of standing committees on the State Board of Education. And so I wanted to get a sense of any updates on the work of any of the current committees. I know there's education governance, maybe social studies. Can you give us an update on sort of what committees are sort of right now you all are standing up in the State Board of Education, and then what kind of reports or particular findings you guys are planning to share in the coming year?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you for the question. The first thing I'll say is I'll go through the committees and share a little bit about them, but I'll also note that each of our committees has been asked to update their work plan and present any need for budget funds to do their work by March 30th to our internal staff and leadership team so that we can discuss it at our April working session. So I would invite members of council and the public to listen in on our April working session, which will be our first back in-person working session, but still broadcast on YouTube, where we'll be discussing the work of all the committees.
Awesome.
So our Assessment and Accountability Committee has been really deeply focused on presenting the recommendations that showed up in our SR 22-1 resolution. Now they're going to be working on researching some of the specifics of what are the examples of how we would want to see some of our recommendations actually implemented, and making sure that we have that information ready to present to OSSI, ready to respond to things we hear from the task force groups that OSSI is standing up, and ready to have on hand as we continue our discussions with OSSI about the proposal. There's also an interest that was included in that resolution about alternate assessments. Right now, DC is one of a few places still working with the PARCC exam. There have been questions raised as to whether there are possibilities of any other assessments. That was a recommendation made in the resolution, and that committee will also hopefully be looking into that. Our Advocacy and Outreach Committee has an ongoing commitment to working on matters that come before the board on which we pass resolutions to follow up and make sure that that work is being carried out. One key piece of that is work on a family engagement or family inquiry group. Representative Gassoy spoke about that at our working session last night, and that's a key piece of the committee's work right now. Education Standards Committee had been working deeply on the social studies and will continue to see that work through. I think most of the council knows that this is heart work for me. I was a middle school social studies teacher, and this is deeply important work for me. So I'm excited to continue to support the committee's work on that until we get those standards through and voted on. But the Education Standards Committee is now chaired by Representative Chang and will begin to focus heavily on literacy. We're very excited for his leadership on that committee and leadership on that work throughout the spectrum, from early literacy to adult literacy in communities and in our schools.
Great.
Educator practice is now educator practice and school support for two reasons. One, making sure we continue the important work on teacher retention that the board has been committed to for a while now. And two, adding in this question of how do we provide adequate supports to our schools, both to improve outcomes for students, but to improve what our teachers are experiencing in their workplaces every day, because that kind of structures of school supports, we think, absolutely plays into teacher retention and teacher workforce experience. So that's what that committee is working on. Governance, the goal of the governance committee, which is still chaired by now Vice President Thompson, who represents Ward 7, is going to be to come up with a proposal that can actually be shared publicly, voted on by the board, and shared publicly, including with council, before the next legislative session, with what the committee has learned about education governance in the district, opportunities to improve education governance, and any recommendations the committee may come up with. Student Advisory Committee, I got to tell you, the 4 women who run that committee are just tremendous. They inspire me every day and make me very hopeful. They are currently working on a citywide survey of students. They're also working on efforts on vaccination education, making sure students have their questions answered about vaccination. And they meet twice a month. So if you have not tuned in for one of those meetings, I tell you, we could all take some lessons from those young women on how to run a meeting. And then our admin committee works with our staff and our sister offices, the Ombudsman and Office of the Student Advocate, on all matters relating to the budget, staffing, administrative efforts of the agency. Mr. Hayworth, did I miss any of our fabulous committees? Fantastic.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that report out on the committees, and I know you all are doing important work. And please do send us reminders. Say, hey, this committee is meeting today. I think it would be great for the council to listen in or engage in. I would love to do that, and I think it's a great opportunity. And thank you again for your work on social studies standards and your leadership on that. I want to take a moment and go over to our Ombudsman's office, Ms. Hayes, if you're here. Thank you. Great. My question focuses on your office's 2021 annual report and recommendations to improve our public school education system. I saw that your first recommendation was to develop comprehensive virtual schools as an alternative to traditional school models. And I wanted to see if you could say more about that recommendation. You also had a second recommendation that was related to training for attendance counselors and ways to reduce gaps in truancy referrals. And I wanted to see if you could elaborate on that more. And you had a third recommendation, which was about DCPS's self-contained classrooms and making sure those families have equitable opportunities to participate in the lottery. So just looking at that report, your first 3 recommendations felt really strong, and I wanted to see if you could elaborate on those for those to be, so that we can follow up with leadership regarding your recommendations.
So the first recommendation around virtual schools, and specifically high quality virtual schools as a permanent option for some students who would prefer that and actually would do better in that setting, is really to consider some of the cases that we had before distance learning, where virtual learning would have been useful had we contemplated that more largely and holistically as a city. I identified sort of 3 populations that I thought could benefit from it, one being students who were the target of bullying. I will say, like, this year we have actually had families request virtual learning for that purpose. And we've also had schools actually want that option for their students as well. So I would say we've heard it from parents as well as some school leadership teams. One of the other subgroups that we mention it for students who have severe medical impairments, but don't feel that the classroom settings and the self-contained classroom settings within some of the LEAs will fully meet their students' medical needs. And the last group were students who are in care of the district, who we know sometimes are placed outside of the district for their educational experience. And then when they do come back to the district, have difficulties transferring all of their school records and the work that they've done. And really contemplating a virtual program would potentially allow some of those students to get credit for the work that they're doing because they're still potentially staying connected to DC schools. The second recommendation around enhanced training for attendance coordinators, we've definitely seen gaps in some of the systems and the protocols when it comes to attendance and truancy.
Yeah.
And we would like to see this improved communication between CFSA and once a report has been filed by a school, that notification is going not just to the reporter who may be the school attendance counselor, but also to higher leadership within that school, so that that communication line flows and we're not just relying on one person having this information. Also, very important with attendance is some of the systemic concerns that come up with aftercare and out of school time, before and after care, as well as transportation, particularly for our babies, our elementary school age kids. And finally, on the self-contained classrooms and the realignment plan, I mean, we've heard this year after year where families, they want choice. They want to know, they want to have an option in when their kids go to school. And the way the system is structured currently, they don't have it. Like, they have it on paper, but not in reality. It has not been actualized. I will say on the first recommendation, it does look like there may be some efforts that are putting in place to explore the possibility of virtual learning. And then on the last recommendation, I think there's interest and there's knowledge that this is a problem, and thinking through like how this would potentially fit with the realignment, I think would be sort of that next step.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I appreciate that, and your office's work. And I thought this report was a great report out, and I thought you all gave us great recommendations. Mr. Dan Davis from the Student Advocate, I wanted to come to you and thank you all for your work and leadership on Safe Passage. Can you say more about your office's work to make sure students get to and from school safely? What else is needed to make sure our students are safe around school? I know you've also been a leader and collaborator with our office efforts to improve safe routes to school. And so I want to know if you can speak to sort of the transportation barriers our students are experiencing, and what we should be doing more to make sure our students can feel confident walking or biking to school. Is that a realistic goal for everyone?
Right. I think you kind of described it on the head, is making sure our students feel that sense of confidence and predictability around safety. That our students and our LEAs know exactly what their responsibilities are to make sure students are getting to from safely, and making sure our transportation providers, be it WMATA, DDOT, or anyone that's involved in making sure students are navigating our communities or navigating our spaces in our communities, are doing it in a safe manner, making sure they're all interconnected.
Thank you, Council Member. For questions?
Oh, wait, I was up? That was all my time?
Yeah, there is a clock.
Okay, well, I just want to say sorry to Mr. Owens. I didn't get to him, but I wanted to thank him for the work that the athletics department has been doing. And I did have questions about how our student athletes are recovering from not being recruited for 2 years because of the pandemic. So maybe one of my colleagues will get to Mr. Owens and our student athletes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Councilor Lewis George joins me for my committee meetings frequently, and she is very skilled at that last 15 seconds, knowing how to maximize it. So thank you, Councilmember. President Sutter, great to see you. I don't think we've had in this venue, I don't think we've been able to connect yet. So let me just make sure I say my congratulations to your election as president. Because obviously you get to wear two hats, both as my Ward 6 State Board of Education member and as president. So it's good to see you. I had a couple of quick questions. One of the dangers of having several excellent colleagues go in front of you is that they ask many of the questions that you were going to be asking. So one of the things I might just kind of touch on briefly is a couple of quick things. One is on the use of 441. I don't know if has DGS or has the executive indicated at all as it appears, we're no longer getting daily data reports, for example. We are seeing a shift in, I guess, where we are and in which we expect the reporting out. Have they indicated at all handing the space back in any time or a time frame for that?
I'm going to turn that to Mr. Hayworth.
Okay.
Councilmember Allen, no.
Okay. The convenience factor can't be ignored in terms of having that space right there. I guess we do have other public facilities that could be used. Have they made other public facilities available?
Well, Councilmember, that's a great question. And that's honestly one of the biggest challenges for us. Because of the size of the state board and how many people we need to have on a dais, it makes it really complicated to try to find the right spaces for us. We have to put at least 15 or 16 people on the dais. So really the only rooms that are available would be the old council chambers and potentially room 500, which is not available. And so the other part of that is the technology. Because of the need to broadcast our meetings through the Office of Cable Television, Film, Movie, and Entertainment, we need to have that access as well. And so there are very limited spaces that we can have that are already set up for that broadcast. And the fact of the matter is this, the agency doesn't have the budget to be able to pay cable television to be able to go to other locations. In fact, one of the enhancement requests that we've made for the FY23 budget is for a consultant to design we're calling it a roadshow. So everything in one pack that we can take to wherever we can go across the district to be able to do these things. For many years, the state board has been very interested in having its public meetings in schools or in libraries or going out to the communities. But because we don't have that ability to do so through technology yet, we've been really limited in the ability to meet where our communities are.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, obviously the council has held remote hearings out in the field. We have mayor council breakfasts where the cameras, they move around. So the technology exists. We just need to make sure you have the resources to be able to take advantage of that technology, because I completely take your point. Being able to have that, that session in the community would be immensely valuable, as well as just become much more accessible to the community. So I look forward to trying to find ways to help support you in that. President Sutter, I feel like the star rating system has been discussed, but of course I need to get at least just a little bit in there. I am glad that the state board has taken this step. I am someone who is very critical of using the star rating system at the very beginning. My concerns were that while there is a breadth and depth of data that is being collected, which is wonderful, and I fully support that, the use of just a single star rating in the world in which we live in means that if that school gets a 1 or 2 star, I'm moving on. And it doesn't matter how great the data may be behind it. And as well as it's incredibly demoralizing to a school community to say, well, you're just a 1-star school, you're just a 2-star school. So I'm glad that's moving away. Well, I guess I shouldn't say moving away yet, but I'm glad the state board has taken a step to help express that. And so I just want to make sure I note that. I certainly will continue to press OSSI on this. We are not required to use that star system. And so I think that we can find better ways that we help share the important data that is collected. I guess I'll give you a second if there's anything else you wanted to add to that, but I think we've already talked about it, and I'm glad to see the board take these steps.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Councilmember Allen. And I think that is, you've reiterated that which the board is committed to. I think the key thing for all of us who care about making sure that our schools feel like they understand what they're being held accountable for is also that they have the support that they need to make improvements that are identified by the data. And we also note that in our recommendations that we think that's a place the state has to improve, that we have to say, once we tell a school this needs to be improved, what are we offering them in the means of support to do that? Are they getting additional funding? Are they getting additional resources, additional supports to make sure that they're able to improve those things for students? So I stand with you on this, and I'm looking forward to the path forward with the board and OSSI.
Great, thank you. And with my remaining time, I guess I'm going to ask you a question with both hats on, both as the Ward 6 representative and as president. Now, I am a little concerned around the way in which the special ed realignment is going to take effect. I've heard from several school communities that are concerned. I'll note two in particular. Amadon Bowen in Southwest is excited to have the new classrooms, but is very concerned that there hasn't been good communication. The resources haven't been put in place to make sure that they can be successful. And I have yet to hear, and I'll certainly ask the Chancellor later this afternoon, what those specific plans are. I've also heard from Ludlow Taylor, and just full disclosure, that's where my kids are. But I have heard from Ludlow Taylor school community concern around the disruption. So coming 2 years out of a pandemic that has been really hard, especially for our students with IEPs and in our special ed classrooms, to then go through a disruption to move around. And the Chancellor and I have talked directly about this, and I know that they're, I think, coming back to propose some alternatives to a few schools. But just want to get your thoughts. What are you hearing from school communities and your stakeholders as well about a plan that may make a lot of sense on paper and may have a lot of things that we aspire to and want to see ultimately made, but from a timing perspective, might be highly disruptive to a special student population that is more vulnerable than anybody else?
Yeah, I so appreciate that, Councilmember Allen. So as you know, we've got some schools in Ward 6 that are experiencing this firsthand, but my colleagues on the board raised last night at our working session that this is not just limited to Ward 6, that schools across the city where these realignments of classrooms are happening are experiencing this. So a couple thoughts come to mind. One is this question of why is it happening? And I think some of the things that we've heard from the Chancellor's office are, you have students with IEPs, and as they move through the grade levels in school, you have to move them up through different school communities. Figuring out how to do that while still maximizing the use of resources, grouping students together with common disabilities who require common services and can share personnel, certainly seems like a complicated puzzle for anyone to take on. That said, one of the things we expressed last night, the board had a conversation about budget priorities, not just our own budget, but the board members' budget priorities for the education budget of the district. And one of the things that came up was what resources are being provided to schools and to LEAs around this need to both deal with this specific question of realignment, but two, to better serve all of our students with disabilities who have had their educational lives disrupted, perhaps even more than the average student over the past 2 years, meaning that a lot of students who require various interventions or related services weren't able to get those services delivered in the way they typically are, in person, one-on-one, in close contact because of the pandemic. So the board has expressed strong commitment to making sure that schools and LEAs have the adequate resources that they need. And we'll be putting that in our, I suspect that will show up in our budget priorities letter. The second thing is we always try as a board to come back to what's the core of any issue. And in this case, the core of this issue is the children. What is best and right and most continuous for the children? And I think that all of our systems want to have that at their core when they make decisions. But as you try to put these puzzles together, I think it's incumbent on all of us to remind them to, as you put the puzzle together, come back to the children. What is happening for children who are being separated from a sibling? We heard that clearly from the Ludlow Taylor community, that you've got neighborhood students who attend school with their sibling who are now being told because of their disability, they can't be at school with their sibling anymore. That's not the message we want to send to children. Is there a way to solve this puzzle that acknowledges that children are complex beings and we can't just deal with the needs of their disability, but we have to deal with all the things that go with it? So the board is certainly supportive of making sure that we're keeping our children first in this and that we support efforts for families to get the most continuous educational setup for their students.
Yep, excellent. I'm really glad to hear that. Grateful that the board is making that such a big priority as well. And I will as well when we get to the Chancellor in our portion of the hearing today. So thank you, President Sutter, and to everyone else on this panel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much, President Sutter and other witnesses from this panel. The issue of the STAR framework has been discussed. I'm not going to belabor, but I'm very glad to hear this update that Superintendent Grant and her team are open to moving away from the summative system. One of the things that folks argued at the public meetings I went to when we were putting this into place was that it may hurt schools that are, frankly growing. And, there's a practical aspect that I've dealt with as a parent. When it's time to enroll your kid in school and you can look at schools across the city, you got to have a way to eliminate some. We have over 100 schools, and so what do? You look at the STAR system, and that's not fair, nor is it accurate, but it's also probably not healthy for growing schools. So I've been so encouraged by the work the state board has done on this and your engagement with the superintendent. So thank you so much on that. I did just want to mention, I'm frustrated to hear about difficulties with responsiveness from the Department of General Services. Certainly count on us to assist with that. I'm also not happy to hear about the state board being locked out of the council chamber. There was the state board made a request for $150,000 in fiscal year 20 to rehab the council chamber so that you all could use it. We put that in the budget. The work had actually been going well, and now I hear that you all are locked out. Is the mayor using it at the same time that you normally hold your meetings? Is there generally overlap?
Mr.
No.
Hayward?
Generally, no. However, the mayor has a setup for her briefings, which include draperies, technology, screens, a specific organization for the tables. And the understanding is that to remove those and add them back would be cost prohibitive for the executive. But I don't really know exactly what all goes into that. So I can't speak to the cost or what that would be, but I think it's also just easier to leave it up if she's going to have regular meetings in there.
Yeah, well, the mayor does have a briefing room. It's a pretty large room in the Wilson building. So there may be a reason why they're not using that, but maybe they can. So we'll work with you to look into that a bit.
Thank you for that, Councilmember White.
Absolutely. Well, those are all the questions I have for this round. My colleagues have mentioned most of these issues. So thank you all again. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe Councilmember Pinto is not here. So I'm going to excuse you all. Thank you very much for your testimony as well. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Chairman.
You all are excused, and we'll see you in roughly a month concerning the budget. And I'm going to turn now to Dr. Christina Grant.
Yeah, they're not. Where are they?
All right, we are waiting for Asi, who's up. Dr. Grant, you're muted, I'm muted. I'm having a side conversation. We're trying to see if we can work out some issues, solve all education problems, and then.
Will I be fully excused if you're able to achieve that objective?
Well, that was the goal. I don't think it's going to happen. So.
We'll be ready when you are, Chair.
Okay, give me just 10 seconds. All right, I think my 10 seconds are up. So why don't you proceed? Let me just see who else here. Okay, why don't you proceed, Dr. Grant? Good morning. After your testimony, there will be at least one round of questions from council members.
Good morning, Chairman and other members of council. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. It is a great day in March. Happy Women's History Month, everyone. My name is Dr. Christina Grant, and I'm excited and proud to be the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser in today's hearing to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education in fiscal year 21. As the state education agency, OSSI works with child development providers, local education agencies, including public charter and DC public schools, community-based organizations, and education partners to ensure success for all district residents from birth to adulthood. OSSI works urgently and purposely in partnership with our education and community partners to sustain, accelerate, and deepen progress for DC students. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2021 budget, DC Hope, responded to the coronavirus global pandemic while continuing significant investments in our public health infrastructure, affordable housing, and public schools. OSSI played a critical role over the past fiscal year to ensure that our schools reopened, remained open, and did that for in-person learning. This agency's work over the past fiscal year ensured all learners, from our youngest Washingtonians in our childcare facilities to our adult learners, were able to access educational services safely during the pandemic. I understand the considerable fatigue that this pandemic has placed on all of us, especially our parents, children, educators, and other frontline staff. I appreciate the flexibility, the grace, and the confidence extended to all of us as we continue to battle a microscopic enemy that has had an enormous impact on our children, our teachers, our schools, our society as a whole. We've followed the best available science and instituted important mitigation strategies. As we navigate the known and unknown aspects of this virus, we will continue to rely on public health expertise to determine the strategies that will keep our school communities and children and childcare facilities safe, healthy, and open. And even while rates are lower, we must continue to encourage all DC residents to receive their shot against COVID-19 and get vaccinated or boosted. Today, I would like to remind you of some of the crucial work that OSSI undertook over the past fiscal year. Further, as we work to move from recovery to restoration, I will frame the most pressing challenges impacting our agency's mission and vision and outline the steps we took to respond to them, both in fiscal year 21 and beyond. The coronavirus has been a persistent and unpredictable enemy that has significantly challenged our society, especially public education. After a year of nearly all distance learning for our students, we are excited to reopen schools for in-person learning in August of 2021. OSSI played a critical role in keeping our schools open. We required extensive planning for continuous education and health and safety. We adjusted many of our policies, like attendance, to accommodate distance learning. We answered thousands of questions from stakeholders and provided hours of webinars for school leaders to respond to changing health guidance and instructional practices. We stood up a robust asymptomatic and symptomatic testing program, and provided nearly 250,000 COVID-19 tests. Further, to keep our schools open for in-person learning as much as possible, we oversaw testing distribution through the mail and right off of our agency's loading docks. When other jurisdictions fought bitterly over simple public health steps, we were setting up and executing one of the most robust school-based testing systems in the country. When some jurisdictions closed schools entirely during the Omicron surge, we provided flexibility where needed and kept the school doors open while supplying schools with tests to keep children safe and prevent virus transmission. This agency, along with our schools and the broader community, have fought a hard-fought battle to keep as many children as possible learning. And I'm proud of the work that we have accomplished. Once again, I want to thank everyone involved in this daunting effort. We took a similar approach to a safe reopening for childcare facilities and programs because we know that families depend on access to early childcare. We distributed approximately 1 million pieces of personal protective equipment to support childcare providers and provide support to help them implement health guidance as well. We also preserved and expanded our childcare seats. We are proud that licensed childcare capacity increased from the start of the public health emergency through December of 2021. 90% of child development facilities are open for business. These outcomes were supported by a significant influx of funds to support the sustainability of the childcare sector. Through federal recovery funds, we are distributing $38 million to licensed child development facilities in the district. This past fall, OSSI distributed over $8.6 million through a second distribution of DC child care provider relief funds. We increased fiscal year 22 subsidy payment rates, with a typical child development center receiving $3,000 more per infant and toddler, and a home provider receiving more than $3,900. We also implemented a public emergency rate to increase payment rates to support recovery. Under the leadership of Mayor Bowser, the District of Columbia led the nation on early childcare investments and support before the pandemic, and we will continue to do so in the future. Yet the after effects of this pandemic are significant. We must turn the page from recovery to restoration. I'd like to address 4 challenges: learning loss, OSSI DOT transportation services, post-secondary enrollment, and special education services as I round out my remarks. As you know, OSSI suspended the administration of the statewide assessment in 2020 and 2021. And this has limited our ability to quantify the pandemic's impact on student achievement. Yet, we required schools to administer and report their data on their local assessments. And we reported that only 42% of tested students achieved their goals in math, and 37% achieved their goals in reading. Resuming the administration of the statewide assessment this spring will be essential in ensuring that we have comparable and consistent data on student achievement to help guide our policy efforts in the future. Because we know that the pandemic has had an adverse impact on student achievement, it is imperative that we act now to address learning loss. This past year, the United States Department of Education approved the district's American Rescue State Plan, which outlined a robust approach for using the state set-aside funds to support our recovery priorities of safe reentry, student and staff well-being, and accelerated learning. Ahead of the 2021-22 school year, OSSI provided extensive support to LEAs in developing their continuous education plans and implementing strategies to accelerate learning. LEAs implemented summer programs, hired additional staff, and deployed new professional development and intervention programs. Further, we know that additional learning time and instructional support will help our students catch up on what they've missed during the pandemic. That's why OSSI kickstarted its high-impact tutoring investments in the district. In fiscal year 21, we finalized our plans, hired staff, created data collection infrastructure, and launched several internal working groups across government to build out this critical effort. OSSI has worked with the out-of-school time and youth outcomes to award over $3 million in grants to 8 community-based organizations to provide high-impact tutoring. We awarded these funds in December, and tutoring services have already begun. These investments will not stop there. We plan to award approximately $20 million in grants in May of 2022. These funds will be used to scale successful programs and create new ones. We will also be transparent with our stakeholders and community regarding academic achievement in the district after this pandemic. We will release results from our statewide assessments in the summer, and we have begun discussions with the State Board of Education on updating the statewide accountability system. With most students attending school through distance learning in fiscal year 21, OCDOT transported fewer students at the beginning of the fiscal year, but found the buses rolling at full force at the end of the fiscal year. Though regional and national demand for bus drivers is significant, like all frontline workers, OCDOT bus drivers and attendants have felt the impact of the coronavirus firsthand. The beginning of the school year saw declines in on-time performance for our transportation system, yet as the Omicron surge wanes, drivers and attendants are back at work more consistently and performance has steadily improved. We will continue to aggressively train, recruit, and onboard drivers and attendants to address our vacancies and improve customer service in response to feedback. Thank you once again to all who have provided feedback, grace, and support as we have worked to transform our transportation system. All students with disabilities deserve the services for which they are legally entitled, and we are very concerned about the impact that the pandemic has had on them. OSSI was pleased to participate in this council's roundtable on special education last month. Out of that roundtable, we were able to share many of the efforts we are taking to meaningfully address longstanding achievement gaps among students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers. Improving special education was a priority for the agency prior to the pandemic, and it is just as important now. We are making investments to strengthen the skills and knowledge of our educators and improve the connections between our oversight functions and the supports we offer. We are excited about our partnership with the Office of the Ombudsman to launch the new citywide Special Education Resource Center for families this summer. As shared with you, there are significant delays in the completion of initial evaluations for students suspected of having a disability. In fact, timely initial evaluation for this current school year is lower than each of the last 3 years at 60%. More concerning is that 10% of the evaluations are significantly delayed. Untimeliness is due to shortages for evaluators and COVID-related delays. We are taking steps to address this. Moving forward, we will work with DC Health to consider license reciprocity with other jurisdictions that will help fill personnel gaps. We believe that engaging teacher education programs in graduate schools may help the effort as well. We are also working with our LEAs to make sure that they are setting up processes that are efficient and comply with applicable laws. I'd also like to thank you, Chairman, for holding a hearing specifically focused on special education in the district. We appreciate your partnership on this very critical issue. Finally, data shared with the committee in our oversight narrative responses showed declines in post-secondary education enrollment for the past several graduating classes. We know that pathways to the middle class require education past high school, and we must make sure that the pandemic and economic factors do not stand in the way of our residents. Our new DC Futures program, which offers up to $8,000 for tuition at 3 local universities and institutions, along with access to emergency funding and coaching, is underway with over 300 participants already signed up for our piloting cohort. As residents cannot forget legacy programs like Mayor's Scholars and DC Tag. We also know that the path to post-secondary education begins well before that, and our vision for an advanced technical center is becoming a reality at the beginning of next school year. In addition, we are expanding internship and dual enrollment opportunities for high school students. It's clear that the past fiscal year was full of unprecedented challenges, and OSSI responded to them in unprecedented ways. I want to take this opportunity to thank the team at OSSI. You have served admirably in service to our children and our community in response to this pandemic. You've served 3 superintendents over the course of this pandemic. You've served them and me well. Your commitment to children in this city has not and will not waver. And 8 months later, I will not waver in my support of you. Remember, despite it all, we are one Aussie, and we are thankful to serve our children. I want to thank our LEA leaders, our teachers, our staff, the entire childcare workforce for their tireless work on behalf of district students, from our littlest Washingtonians to our adult learners. We believe that the work I have highlighted today will support our schools and their students in moving from recovery to restoration, truly turning a page to write the next chapter in Washington, D.C.'s educational history. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to testify before you today. I, along with members of my team, are prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. We'll have at least one round of questions from members on a 10-minute clock. I guess I'll begin with some questions about OSSI transportation. You've received 144 new school buses with internal cameras to monitor staff and student safety. What has come from this surveillance, and when will all buses have internal cameras?
Thank you for the question. We are able to monitor, I would say the biggest things that have come from the monitoring is being able to accurately see and at times hear transportation routes. I don't have a high level response on what has come of it, but I would say that as we are ordering new vehicles, they will continue to be outfitted with this equipment. It's been very helpful and significant for us to have the technology on all of our fleet. And so you are correct that all of our new purchased buses have these investments.
And when will all have internal cameras, or is it just as you acquire buses, you'll be getting cameras?
We are placing the next order for this year for an additional 140 more buses, which you will be happy to know that 10 of which will be electric. And that will be a part of our next purchase order to make sure that the buses continue to be outfitted with internal cameras.
The next order is 140, and how many will be electric?
10.
And that's so that you can see what it's like.
That's correct, sir. I know that we will continue to engage in this conversation this morning, but we are purchasing our first fleet of electric vehicles. They will be housed in our newest terminals that can support them. That will give us the practices of operating them, but also the data that we need to come back before you and others to additionally make investments in an electric fleet.
I think you'll find them superior. You deployed over 600 mobile phones, radios with push-to-talk capability to improve the communication with staff on the road. How is that working out?
It's working out. They're inside of their cell phones now, and so individuals are able to talk to each other throughout their routes. It is working. We've utilized those investments and moved away from two-way phones to making sure that that technology exists within your phones.
What's the schedule for the new W Street facility?
Well, first, thank you for the incredible investments in capital for us to be able to make that investment. We are currently at a stage in our process. We feel that we will still meet the timeline of delivering the terminal.
Which is July?
That's July. That is correct.
Hey, were you going to say more?
Give me 1 second and I will. Right now, we have been working with GGS and they are on track to delivering that terminal in the timeline that's been allotted, which on our end is July.
I've heard that there's been a lot of, I want to say, hazardous material found on this site. Is there anything extraordinary or exceptional?
I have not heard that, and so we should follow up
Okay.
to align on that.
There was a commitment to do a transportation study. Was DGS supposed to do that?
We should follow up with DGS on that study. I believe that they've conducted one round of it, but I can follow up with them directly and report back to you.
When you say that they've done one round, there was a study done well over a year ago, but then
Apologies. That's the most current information I have.
so there's been nothing new since then.
Not to my knowledge.
I'm looking at another question I have here. It's more on EV buses at W Street, but I think you sort of answered that. That facility is being equipped for electric.
That is correct.
At the moment, you only have 10 electric buses with your next order. And I'm assuming that will go well, and then you'll get more electric buses and they will be put at W Street. Do I sort of
That
have?
is correct. And Chairman, I just want to correct you. The demolition for W Street has concluded, but the completion for the new terminal is September of 2022, not July.
So that means August, the first month of school, you may not have the terminal.
But we are still utilizing all of our other facilities. While we do not expect to have any hindrances with start of school as it relates to services while we bring the new facility online.
Let me go to, your agency oversees the park test. Do you
That is correct.
Do you oversee the NAEP test?
We do. We are rounding out the conclusion of our NAEP assessments right now as we speak, and want to thank all of our schools who were slated to participate for their participation.
NAEP doesn't go to all the schools, it's just some of them, correct?
That is correct.
But you oversee that. Are there any other tests that OSSI asks for from the schools?
We oversee NAEP assessment, park assessment, and DC science. And then access assessment for L learners.
The reason why I ask is we've been increasing complaints about too much testing going on. You're not the one to ask?
I wouldn't say that we're not the ones to ask. I would say it's a conversation around how we define testing. At the state level, we are responsible for the statewide assessments that I've framed for you. It results in roughly 9 hours of student testing across the 180 days of their school year. I think what you hear feedback on is the framing of statewide assessments, which we hold dear as it allows us to have a comprehensive conversation about the education and performance of our students, as it also relates to testing that you may see at the individual LEA level. But we have worked very, very hard to have an assessment window that is broad and flexible so that LEAs can have their students sit for our exams, but it not overwhelm the student in the process of the exams that they have to take as a part of being a member of a school community.
Well, where I'm going in my thinking here is complaint that there's too much testing. I think that seems to be centered around DCPS. And so there would be tests that the school or that the LEA, meaning DCPS, would be requesting that wouldn't be a request from OSSI. But if there is too much testing going on, would you step in?
I think we should have a broader conversation around it. As you framed, OSSI is responsible for one set of testing, but we would have to have a broader understanding about the universe of the concern, and LEAs, including DCPS, should be allowed to weigh in on what assessment looks like in their learning community so that we could have a more comprehensive conversation. but the state would not quickly just weigh in on an assessment plan. We focus heavily on the assessments that we have as a part of our statewide accountability system.
So going back, so Park will be administered this year.
It will be.
When will the results be available?
The assessments began in the spring. The assessments we hope will be back to us in early June and July, and we plan to share the results this summer. And so for the first time in 2 years, we will be able to have a comprehensive conversation about academics through the usage of our statewide assessment system.
And you testified, you mentioned there's some other tests like DC Science. So the other tests that you do, which I guess are not as broad in their administration, all of those are back on track? Because some of those you held off on, but everything's back?
They are. We are just concluding our NAEP window. We are rolling into our Park window. Access assessments have already occurred, and DC Science is also up next. And so we are really grateful to be in this position and thankful to our LEAs and our school communities for getting us through this assessment season. It's critical to a lot of the conversations we want to have about teaching and learning and academics in the future.
I have one more question on this line, and then I will to colleagues. So in conjunction with the Park, if not the other tests, you do a test integrity investigation?
We do. We are actually in the process now of bringing together what we call OSSI auditors. Our OSSI auditors actually go to school sites during testing windows. They provide oversight for compliance and testing, test integrity. We will be able to conduct an investigation should they exist, if there are any concerns with test validity. But we have a robust process in place to ensure that the assessments are administered in ways that ensure test security. It's one of the reasons why we are really, really excited to have all of our schools open for in-person learning. And our schools all have points of contact directly with OSSI to ensure that they're able to administer their assessments with fidelity.
And then do you make the results of your test integrity work? Is that something that then is made public, what the results are?
Let me follow up with the team on that. I don't know that it's been a past practice that we've revealed any concerns that arise. If there were a significant concern, everyone would know because we would have to call out a school specifically, but I will follow up with you on that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll have a second round. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Dr. Grant. How are you?
Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau. How are you?
All right, thank you. Okay, so one of the things that has come up pretty regularly throughout the pandemic is that guidance for early childhood in community-based settings and pre-K 3 and 4 in school-based settings hasn't always aligned. How are we trying to sync that up for where we are at this point in the pandemic?
It's like you're living my day to day.
Yes, well, it's also mine, it turns out.
I know. We have a whole other conversation about your littlest learners, and we've worked really hard to keep them safe. And so,
yes,
in the spirit of your question, we do work really closely with DC Health. I think everyone is aware now that the CDC issues guidance, DC Health interprets that guidance as it relates to the District of Columbia. And then when necessary, OSSI will clarify guidance for our respective jurisdictions. And what I've just framed is why there sometimes is a gap between what is coming out of the federal government and what we will see in front of our learners. And in some instances, it has happened in lockstep, and others there have been delays. And I always want to frame for everyone, we've worked really, really hard to do two things: keep our schools and childcare facilities open, but also keep our littlest ones safe. And so that is the space, and that has what has caused consternation. We know we've heard all the feedback between the difference between 5 days and 7 days, and extensive conversations about runny noses. But we want to ensure that we are always aligning our thoughts and guidance to DC Health, and then stepping back with our childcare facilities and clarifying where needed, and should say thank you to you as a mom, and then also thank you to you as a council member, and thank you to our entire childcare community. we know that this has been an ongoing and challenging place to find ourselves in, and also keenly aware of all the individuals who are asking for more updated guidance. We hope to have it out shortly.
Okay. Which is great. And for sure, like we need time to interpret what the CDC is doing. And my question is really more about the application of it has sometimes been different for pre-K 3 and 4-year-olds, depending on which setting they're in. So do you feel like at this point we're able to implement the same policies in both settings, both childcare settings and school-based settings?
I think that we're hopeful in the next round there'll be greater alignment. The truth is that there is a difference between a setting that's inside of a DCPS school where we control for all of the mitigated strategies that exist, that would then exist in someone's home who is providing childcare guidance. And so that has been the space. There's also a difference between a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, which I know you're keenly aware. And that is why oftentimes you will have seen different guidance for pre-K 3-4 versus what we would see in a traditional early childcare setting. I would say that now we have turned a major corner in transmission rates. All of you know that the CDC has deemed us as low. And so I do hope that there will be a greater alignment in guidance moving forward, hopefully as we turn a major corner in battling the coronavirus.
Great. Thank you. You may have heard me talking with Dr. Sutter earlier about the star rating system. So I did want to get your take on whether you think there is a path to moving away from the summative score.
So thank you. The president of our state board, she stole all of my thunder. I don't have huge news. I would say that yesterday we had a very productive working session with the state board on this conversation. And I want to frame for everyone that the state board released their resolution in January. We worked to interpret it, and we've engaged in our first conversation on this issue last night. So we've only had about 45 days or so. What I will say is we also have heard the conversation around the STAR. What is true for OSSI and what remains important for OSSI is for us to be able to discuss our schools in ways that allow us to make investment decisions, accountability decisions on how those schools perform. And it's important for parents to understand what a rating means with respect to what is taking place in the school. You heard Representative Sutter share, and I will frame, we are interested in engaging in conversations around what it would mean to move from a STAR, but I do not have the new rating system to share with you all today. We have not engaged in our public engagement process on this topic. And as you heard today, we are doing that work in partnership where appropriate with the state board. And so follow us over the next couple of months. We will be very, very proactive in engaging in the conversation and shifting from STARS to a rating system that allows us to still deeply understand what is taking place in our schools and hold them accountable for their performance. And I'm sorry, I talked.
No, it's okay. You will have a great answer. I just want to make sure that I get all my time with you on multiple questions. And I guess just leave you with some thoughts on STAR. One is, from the study that Empower Ed did, parents were saying that test scores were kind of second to last in the things that they look at. And so just wanting to make sure that as we're reevaluating STAR or our metrics, that we keep that in mind and start thinking about all the other measures that the parents do care about. And I think, the summative, I think that the challenge, if I'm understanding correctly, the challenge with the summative rating is that it doesn't necessarily tell the parent what they want to know, right? Because every person it cares about a specific thing or a handful of things, right? And so if I care most about extracurriculars and my husband cares most about test scores, then we want to be able to sort by the thing that we care most about. Just for example, not like we're having that disagreement in our house, right? But that is so that I know you've got all that in your head.
You're
that's
speaking
sort of the spirit of my question.
You're speaking to the other side of the work, which is our report card system, which we are building a dashboard to make it more dynamic so that you and any other set of parents could say, I actually care about music. I care, my child has special needs. I want to know who's knocking it out the park. We're also going to give LEAs report cards on their special education services so they themselves can see how they're doing.
And that dashboard is key.
Yeah, but it's that type of work that is more than just a star.
Yes.
And so that's the conversation we're engaging in. Really thankful to be doing this work with our current leadership of the state board. She and I have endeavored on framework redesign before. And so I'm hopeful of what will occur over the next couple of months.
Beautiful. And we'll stay in touch on that.
Thank you.
So in Ward 1, 58% of students identify as Hispanic or Latino, but only 15% of educators are in the district. And I'm wondering, so Empower Ed had published a report on recruiting, supporting, and retaining Latinx educators with some recommendations for OSSE in particular. And one of those was OSSE conducting an audit of the systemic barriers to certification and credentialing for Latino educators, specifically for international educators. I'm wondering if that's something that you're considering or have in progress.
Yeah, I won't go deeper and not to steal the chancellor's thunder, but that is a deep conversation we're having. It's the grow your own conversation, but a bigger conversation that we're talking about is licensure as a whole. So how do you ensure that individuals who could either be Black, brown, or new to this country, but credentialed to teach our children, how do we make sure that they are recruited, selected, and trained and licensed so that they could serve in our schools to then control for the question that you're raising? We need to make sure that children have representation in all ways in the classroom and in their life. So that's top of mind for us over here, and hope to have some good updates for you all soon.
Thank you. That's exciting. Finally, you might have heard me talk to Dr. Sutter about the social studies curriculum and my interest in having Holocaust education begin as early as middle school. I know that that's in progress right now. Just curious your thoughts on it. And also if you could provide guidance to me and the public about the process in submitting comment once the recommendations are released.
Yes and yes. So it was interesting. I too was teaching social studies the last time that these standards were revised.
So great that we have all these experts.
Yeah. And to that end, we are stepping back. Things people should know, you should know. The standards are being revised by teachers and a standards committee. It's being led by the current president, one, because she's a social studies aficionado, as am I. And we are really trying to ground your specific question in the framing of how we actually teach children about themselves, their society, and their identity. I suspect that topics like slavery, the Holocaust, instances that help children understand how they arrived to the soil that they currently occupy will be rolled out later in their academic career, while we then also talk about the historical ramifications of what took place later in high school. And so it's the separation of me, myself, my identity versus let's walk through some pretty significant historical events that have shaped the way we live, think, and learn. To your last point, when we make the standards available, we will make sure we engage with your office so that all public can participate. This is an exciting opportunity for Washington, D.C. It's an exciting set of work for the state board to undertake, and never more has it been important in this country for us to have robust, meaningful social studies standards. And so I'm very excited that we're engaging in this work.
Thank you so much for your answers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. And good morning, Superintendent Grants. Good to see you.
Good morning, Councilwoman. How are you today?
I'm doing well, and happy Women's History Month. I know you started with that, so I will say it back to you. Want to first thank you for your partnership with the Child Care Task Force. You said you would do that and you would be engaged, and you have been. And so I wanted to just thank you for the work you're doing with the Child Care Task Force and the partnership there. And you also said you would be engaged more with the School Board of Education. And from what we've heard, that has been the case. So thank you for that. I want to start out with some DOT questions, OSSE DOT questions, because I think it's something that doesn't get a lot of attention, but our students with special needs often depend on this service. In pre-hearing questions, you identified the top 3 complaints you receive as 1, early or late bus, 2, unprofessional conduct, and 3, students not being picked up in the morning. And to be clear, most of the time, students arrive on time without complaints. That's what the information shows. But I want to ask, in the instances where there are issues, can you say more about what's causing them? Is it a staffing shortage the cause of buses being late or not missing a pickup? And sort of what can you say about any sort of the issue that comes out with professionalism and support? How do you work with staff to sort of redirect or correct those type of issues?
So first, want to thank you and members of your office. We've been engaging in this conversation literally since day one. And so I'm happy to report that we survived the Omicron surge and do want to engage with you now on a lot of the work that we're doing. In your framing, early and late arrival and pickup in a non-COVID world is usually connected to if we have driver shortages, if someone calls out in the morning. We try really, really hard to work with families and communicate that information back to them. One thing I know you're going to be delighted to hear is we'll be piloting our GPS program in the spring. We've identified the LEAs, and I want more of this, Councilwoman. We've identified 2 pilot LEAs and a set of families that will be a part of this pilot. And we hope to roll it out through our whole system in the fall. That will address the conversation around the bus is late, where is the bus, when is it coming? On professionalism, OCDOT functions like the rest of our agency, and that when those instances have occurred, we've put drivers on discipline, we've done training, and unfortunately, when having to make difficult decisions, we've terminated service with individuals. I think the last part, and really have been spending a lot of time getting ready to engage in this conversation with you, is the reality of a labor shortage that we faced. To address that, we are partnering with DOES to have a CDL training academy for OCDOT attendants so that they can be trained by us and then become OCDOT drivers. That's one way to address our driver shortage. The last thing I want to plug with you that is critically important is we are having an OCDOT specific hiring fair on March 16th. I want to share that information with your office. We'll be hiring drivers, attendants, and individuals to work across all of our terminals and individuals to staff at OC Maine. We had great success in our previous hiring fair. I'm super hopeful. We already have a 4% decrease in our vacancy rate in DOT. I hope to reduce that even further as we get through the end of this school year.
Wonderful. I'm happy to hear it. And the GPS technology, I'm really excited about this. I know there was something about including a student ridership tracking system and the GPS. Is that the same?
That is. It's the student ridership. It's called the student ridership tracking system. Okay. And it will cover all stops of a bus journey, arriving, departing, when it's at the school, when it's at the terminal. So much of what we have heard from families really will be resolved when a parent can literally look at their phone and see where the bus is.
Great. Do you know which 2 LEAs are in the pilot?
I am not going to share at this moment, okay. But I can follow up with you.
I thought I asked. It's okay.
I know.
My other question there, I know you know there's been a lot of conversation in the city around safe routes to school. And so wanted to ask you sort of how you train OC drivers to accommodate sort of safe routes to school for everyone. I'm talking about during pickup and drop off periods. Are drivers given any particular instruction about how to watch out for other kids as they're going to school themselves? Some of that work. And then the other work is, as you know, drivers work with students with disabilities, and some have, there's sort of a spectrum of special needs and disabilities. For your drivers who deal with students who may have a sort of higher need, special with disabilities. Do you also do a training for them? Are there special drivers who can really support students with a different subset of needs?
I mean, I want to welcome you over to OCDOT. You've framed out all of our work. So I'll answer your question with the latter and then address the former. What is unique about DOT is that we are transporting children with special needs. And for that, it does require all of our drivers and attendants to go through an additional level of professional development. So yes, to your former question, the the end of your question. The beginning of your question is also connected in that we provide door-to-door service. And so we pick children up from their home and we drop them back off to their home. And so drivers are trained on how to make sure that they are helping our learners get on and off the bus safely, but we don't just drop our students off at different points, which you might see in a different transportation system. Because we're only transporting special education students, the level of professional development is more robust for our drivers, and they're all trained in that before they start their process. And so that's even why you see a delay. I can tell you that I hired 12 drivers, but they don't actually get on the road until 30 to 45 days after we've hired them, because they actually have to go through additional training before they get on the roads with our learners. And that's why the cameras are important. That's why Chair Mendelson's question around walkie-talkies and phone service, we want to make sure that they are all ready to support our learners, because they can have needs that occur en route that would be different if we were only transporting general education students.
Great. I appreciate that. And I think your Aussie DOT team, I did previously work with the Aussie DOT team, so I can say the work they do is great, and want to see them do even more in the future as we work towards a more robust transportation system. I want to take some time to talk about the ESSER money. In pre-hearing responses, he reported that fiscal year 2021 ESSER expenditure reporting will be available in June 2022. Can you say more about what you're tracking in terms of the budgeted use of federal recovering funding in schools? What I'm trying to get a hold of is a dashboard or some way to clearly show to people how we're using these funds. All told, it's close to 600 million between LEA's and OSSI's portion. And so I just want to know, that's something you're able to help us with, something that can clearly show how we're using those funds and improve transparency around that?
So I'm going to attempt to have a really long answer in a short amount of time. So it's $540 million that have been directly allocated to schools. That money will be spent over 3 fiscal years. And so it's critically important for people to understand that they're not going to use all this money this fiscal year or even next fiscal year. What I can tell you now is wave 1 of funding, which was affectionately known as CARES, that wave of funding has been expended, and we have expended roughly 88% of that amount of money. And so we're going through the process of schools. The process is we, the state, schools, both submitted their plans to the federal government. Those plans were due in September of 21, and the state's role is to attest that that has been done. So we are currently monitoring the schools' usage of their funds, and we are the liaison between the federal government and the LEAs to ensure that we're in compliance. As we sit here today, we have not had any lapse in federal funding this fiscal year. The funds have different requirements for what we call step down. The step down for ESSER 1 is September 30th of 2022. And so we are on track to work with our schools to make sure that we aren't leaving any money on the table. Every LEA has a grant manager. I would tell folks to visit our website, but it's quite janky. And so if you do have a specific school that you are interested in, please follow up directly with me. But we are closely monitoring the funds. And I just want to frame for people that we are not spending $600 million in a calendar year. It's across 3 years. The use of funding is very flexible by design because it's supposed to support recovery. What you should see now in schools are masks and hand sanitizers and technology and smart boards. But over time, you're going to see investments in instruction, wellness, outdoor space, things that we know and we're learning that we need to keep our schools safe and open. And I'm sorry, the clock is flashing at me.
Thank you. No, I thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you.
I'm hoping the chair will give us a second round. I just have 3 more topics to cover. Thank you.
Yes, there will be a second round.
Thank you.
Clarify, Dr. Grant, so there were no federal funds that lapsed in FY21 or so far?
There were not, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Grant, good to see you.
Good to see you, my fellow council member.
I have a couple of questions for you. I'm going to do my best to keep it all in one round, though, so that we don't have to do the second round. All right. On the star rating update, I appreciate the conversation with President Sutter. So here's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. Will OSSI move away from a summative scoring framework?
So I am committing that we have entertained the conversation on moving away from a star. We will still be grouping schools, and we are not at a place where we are saying what the groupings will look like or what a rating system will be should it exist. We are at step one of hearing the feedback from the state board that they would like to move away from a single summative rating score. But a summative rating, it could be many ratings within the framework that roll up into a sum. And we've heard the feedback, the robust feedback about the actual stars. We're going to continue to engage in that.
But the feedback's not about the star. It's about the summative score. I mean, you just chose to use, not you, predecessors chose to use a star. Any summative framework would be the issue that's problematic.
And that's the conversation that we're engaging in. And so when we think we will continue to identify the lowest 5% of our schools, and we want to engage in the development of a framework that will have clarity on what is taking place inside of the school. I don't want to get ahead of conversations we're having with state board or conversations we're having with our stakeholders around what that rating will look like. But we are engaging in the conversation and want you and others to go on the journey with us.
Got it. I want to make sure it's clear. The feedback is not around saying, well, let's just replace one summative framework with another summative framework. You change a star to an apple, it's still the same thing, and it's not what is helpful. It actually, I think, does damage. There could be, I think we can look at places like New Hampshire or other places where OSSI collects really great data. So that report card is incredibly invaluable, but it is the summative scoring, whether it's a star or, since we're talking schools, an apple or a grade or whatever it is we want to do, that's what does the damage. And so the summative framework is what we have to move away from. And I hope that's what OSSI's hearing clearly is. It's not just about a star. You could replace that star with any pretty picture or symbol. It's still the summative framework that's the problem.
You and I have said literally the same words that I'm like, we could say happy face, sad face, if it actually isn't telling us what we need to know as we think about the vast amount of data that is collected from OSSI and reported out about schools, the flexibility and dynamism of our school report card. How does that then roll up to how we group schools and talk about those schools? And so I have heard you. Thank you for sharing the feedback. We are going on the journey. I'm inviting everyone to go on the journey with us, but I did not want to diminish your feedback. I want you to know that I hear exactly what you're saying and how it's being framed.
I appreciate it. I'm on the journey with you. To segue to my next question, we can take the journey on a bus. So on the buses, here's what I guess I'm trying to understand. For the next purchase order is for 10 buses. What's the lifespan of a bus? Like how long, when you get a new bus, how long does it usually last? Like usually like the data around driving for a private vehicle, for example, most people hang on to their cars for about 8 to 10 years, a new car. What's the life cycle for a bus?
That's a good question. I cannot tell you the lifetime of a bus. I can tell you that we have the newest fleet across the entire region. So we've made significant investments in the purchasing of all of our vehicles. We have purchased an entirely new fleet that doesn't rely on diesel fueling. Our buses are less than 7 years old, writ large. And as we are trying to shift into this electric fleet, we are starting with 10 buses. But our average fleet is younger than most certainly in the DMV. And we have resources that we are able to take buses offline and purchase new vehicles as needed. And so thank you and the executive for the investment in our fleet. I don't know the answer on how long they last because we've never had to get to that state. We really do have a young, vibrant fleet.
Well, I'm assuming the bus is going to last for, let's just ballpark it. It's at least a few years, right? Like we're going to a couple of years worth of it. So we're buying 140, 130 of them are burning gas. So 10 electric, that's great. I don't know why we'd consider piloting something that we know is proven and needed. Transportation Planning Board, for example, did a comprehensive review of how we've got to switch vehicle emissions across the whole region. And we've got to have half of our vehicles have to be electric in 8 years, in 2030. There is no way we're getting there if we're going to get 140 new buses and only 10 of them are electric. You're not on a path to get to 50% of the fleet in operations by 2030. How do you get there?
Well, I wouldn't say that we're not on the path to get there. It's 2022, and so we have 8 years ahead of us. I'd say things that I want everyone to be mindful of. The reason that we're starting with purchasing 10 buses is, one, they're quite expensive. Two, we have to ensure that we have trained individuals to operate them, that we've seen what occurs with the 10 buses on the road. We are now at a state where people see Teslas and everyone is like, yep, that's an electric car. We are excited to engage in that process with putting electric vehicles on the road. The other part to call out is infrastructure. And so as we are building out new terminals, those new terminals can house and support new electric vehicles. I hope that our slow but steady approach will allow us to make an investment of 10 buses this year and then accelerate dramatically as we learn what's needed to support the fleet. And so I hear you on the path forward, but we can't flip our fleet overnight. We wouldn't have the infrastructure to support them.
On the infrastructure, I think this is global, we all have to move a hell of a lot faster on infrastructure. But in terms of training someone to drive an electric vehicle, what's different?
Well, we have to step back with our CDL partners and our I think anyone who's driven an electric car, there is an actual difference in terms of how the car feels, how you respond to it. We want to make sure that we have provided the professional development to our attendants and our drivers as they're going through the process of taking on these new vehicles. We also have to ensure that we have mechanics that can support the vehicles should repairs exist, that we've priced out what is the cost structure around reporting. That's going to be an environment that we're going to learn about a lot in the upcoming year, and it will allow us to have a more robust response to this type of question around training. We just know that there's unknowns there. We're shifting dramatically from a type of vehicle. And I know.
I will respectfully push back. We're not learning. We know that we can shift. I mean, we don't ask people who transition from a gas vehicle to an electric vehicle, they got to go back to the DMV and learn something different. Like, maybe it sounds a little different when you're driving, but that's better. The chairman's got an electric vehicle now, so he can tell us all about that. But the infrastructure, I'm with you on that. That is the space where we've got to invest, but I don't see it yet. I will just go ahead and preview, since we'll be back here in a few weeks with an FY23 budget. We've got a supplemental budget and we have a FY23 budget coming. There should be a dramatic and significant increase in electric infrastructure investment, and not just for OSSI. This is across the board within that budget. It is urgent, it's necessary. That 2030 get to 50%, that's like the outer limit of the worst case scenario. And I don't think we're going to reach that. We've got to move faster and harder than that. My time's ticking, so let me try to move one other quick issue I want to talk about, and that is how does OSSI evaluate for the testing that takes place? So there was a conversation earlier about the NAEP testing. How does OSSI work with DCPS or other LEAs around the status of their technology? And I will give a real life example. My daughter's taking the NAEP today on a device that doesn't have a working keyboard. How does OSSI work with the LEAs to make sure that the devices or the technology allows for that assessment that you need to take?
That is surprising to hear, because across the assessments, there are different partners. We work directly with NAEP to ensure that we are ready to administer their testing. For the NAEP exam, the device is provided directly by NAEP. And so now in my head, that information should have been communicated back through DCPS to us around if there were any issues. This is the first I'm hearing it. I had not heard that. For the NAEP exam, that is how that takes place. For park exams, each LEA has an assessment coordinator that ensures that the school has the technology, infrastructure, and what is needed to administer the exam. But this is literally the only issue I've heard around devices with NAEP. We did have challenges because the NAEP exam started in the middle of the surge, but I was assured that everything had been resolved and we were.
Yeah. Well, if that is if I can, Mr. Chairman, just so I can finish up that thought. If the device then is a unique device being brought in by NAEP, then perhaps that won't impact this afternoon's test, because that non-working keyboard is on the device from DCPS. So perhaps that's not an issue. But the bigger issue, I guess I'm asking, is the ways in which OSSI coordinates with your LEA, make sure that technology and device is there, be it Park or any others.
Yeah, and the coordination is school by school directly with an assessment coordinator to ensure that before assessments take place, schools have the conditions and needs that they have to meet them. And so I will follow up specifically on this issue, but also assure as we move forward.
Yeah.
That,
well, then I will pull back my statement around the non-working keyboard on the NATE device, because she was talking about the device in her classroom at DCPS. But I appreciate that. I think making sure, obviously, if we're going to have an assessment and test, we got to make sure they have the tools to do it. Otherwise, the assessment's not going to be accurate.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Grant, good morning to you. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. So I won't sort of stay here too long, but because my colleagues covered it pretty well, and you covered it well. The issue of the sort of summative rating system. I've mentioned this before, just as a parent trying to figure out where I'm going to send my kid to school. I realize, there's a practical sort of user issue, and that can have such a negative impact on schools. Seems like you sort of understand the issues with these the STAR system, and are developing or have developed and working to implement a process to revise it with public input. Do you have a goal in mind for when you hope to sort of finish your process and have a recommendation?
You frame it in such a good way, council member. And I think the one thing that no one has said thus far is we can always be making amendments to our framework. It's a system that should evolve as we evolve. And that's how we found ourselves here today. I know that President Sutter addressed the timeline, but we are working to go through a public engagement process on changes to the framework that actually don't just involve the STARS. We are talking about high school readiness, post-secondary readiness. We're changing floors and targets and metrics for how we actually look at the data coming into the framework, which then produces the rating. We're doing this work in lockstep, hoping to present to the state board in June our formal response to recommendations, so that they would be in a position to vote in July, so that we would be in a position to engage with our LEAs on it in August, so that all of our schools, when they open the door in the fall, know how they're being held accountable for school year 23.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm very glad to hear that. I want to move to special education. Through observing the oversight hearing in February and speaking with school communities, it's become clear that schools haven't been able to legally comply with IEPs. Relatedly, last month, a federal judge held DC in contempt of court for violating the special education rights of adult students at DC jail. So what I'm wondering is what is OSSI doing, or what, particularly since the February special education oversight hearing, to act on community input on, ensuring that every student with an IEP has the services they need?
Thank you, council member. And again, thanks for, participating and engaging in the hearing. I want to frame for you, as others may know, the issue with special education in Washington, DC existed prior to the pandemic. It was significantly impacted during the pandemic. And as we roll out the next strategic plan for OSSI, it actually will be one of the things that we continue to engage on. I've had meetings with our advocacy organizations, LEAs, and schools, and can just tell you directly, it has to get better. The space between an initial evaluation, when a diagnosis is made, and a plan put in place, that actually has to occur much faster in service to our children. And so it was top of mind when I started. It's still top of mind. We are trying to look at it in a three-pronged approach. So the credentialing of individuals who are providing special education services. We've launched micro-credentialing. We're stepping back with university partners to talk about special education, carving out a space for teachers to learn in real time what they need. Then it's stepping back and making sure that schools have the technical assistance that they need to conduct an authentic evaluation process. The one thing that should be noted for this council and others is we do actually have a shortage of school psychologists, individuals who are critical in the part of the process. That is what we've heard most from LEAs in terms of what has caused the delay. The last part, the Ombudsman didn't speak about it in length, but we also are launching an on-the-ground special education parent resource center, because one of the things that was clear is that when a parent hits a wall, they actually need a place to go, a place where they can actually get real-time supports to bridge the gap. What I've seen outsider coming in is, by and large, when the processes are in place, they go well. But if there's ever a roadblock, that is where either a parent has to seek another option or a school has to get support. We, as a state agency, have to get very, very clear about where those supports are to improve the process. I've been collecting data around the space between initial to completion, and like that's the type of work that I'm engaging in actively. Fun fact, I led and cleaned up this work in Philadelphia and find myself right back in the same place of making sure that special education compliance is top of mind. And we are moving ahead, and I hope a year from now, I have some really strong metrics to share with you on how it's improved.
So the places where there are gaps in staffing shortages, do you have thoughts on how you're going to address that?
Yeah, one is really on licensure reciprocity. And so we are working with DC Health to make sure that psychologists can be licensed to serve children in schools. The other really is, it's this through line on workforce around getting individuals credentialed to serve in these capacities. One topic that I'm thinking through is like, how do we allow schools to have economies of scale so that we can make sure schools who need this specific support can leverage through other LEAs to get the support. But that's the type of question that we are now starting to think about. It isn't as quick to say, well, we just need to put more money here, because it is a human capital issue as well.
So on that point, this isn't where I was going to go next, but it fits. The Grow Your Own program, is this a program that we could use to help plug some of this gap? I mean,
that's
obviously
really
not tomorrow,
question.
it takes time, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's so Grow Your Own is focusing on our teachers, but it is that type of envisioning, right? So how do we get individuals who are majoring in these areas in undergrad to consider to do this work in service to education over time? It is that type of long-term visioning that we're going to have to think about, because we need more psychologists, we need more social workers, we need more counselors.
So there's a pipeline issue. Yeah. So are you developing or thinking about developing like specific pipelines? Obviously, these needs aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, we're thinking through it. Right now, what's front of mind is actually the cleaning up the compliance timelines and getting schools back, having schools closed for in-person learning for a year. Part of what we are seeing is getting the school doors reopened, getting the IEP meetings convened, getting all of the compliance back in place. And then getting and ensuring that services are being provided. But this longer term work, it's top of mind, and it's actually good to hear the concept of Grow Your Own. I'm going to think about that more.
Wonderful. Last year, the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, provided $40 million to DC for what we termed high impact tutoring programs over the course of 3 years. OSSI has a request for applications due March 10th to support existing successful evidence-based tutoring programs using $20 million of those funds. To date, how many students have received high impact tutoring?
That's a broader question, because high impact tutoring is occurring not just through the investments that we've made, but it's also featured in 47 of the LEA plans. And so I'd say tutoring is occurring. I could tell you solidly over 3,000 children are having access to it, but the number could be significantly higher. What I thought you were going to ask is how many people are interested in this next wave of funding. And we're excited that already we've received $60.
I'm sorry. I only have a minute and 20 seconds
left. Here you
go. So I understand that we have like tutoring across the system, but we put a significant amount of money into something called high impact tutoring. There was some concern in the council that we don't know what that means. And so what I'm trying to understand is how many students are participating or have participated in the high impact tutoring?
So right now, those resources rolled out to 8 organizations in December. That number is roughly 3,000. We are hoping to get to 10% of our entire infrastructure on these funds, but it's a 3-year initiative. And the reason I've said the goal is for us to say tutoring is occurring in school, out of school, after school, on the weekends, and it's the right investment. What you and I should know is that access to tutoring shouldn't be just for the privileged. It should be for any child with any need across any academic discipline. And this $40 million investment is ensuring that the learning loss that we talk about can be remedied one-to-one as a child needs it in their school, out of their school, but in Washington, D.C.
Wonderful. Dr. Grant, I'm about out of time for this round. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And hi, Dr. Grant. Thank you for all of your efforts and your work and your answers today. I want to start with a discussion of out of school time. Do you have a plan to track student supervision after school? It's my understanding that elementary schools already have a list of who students can be released to after school. And if that's right, can this information be used as data to ensure that all of our students are supervised after school and better connected to after school services?
So first, right at the start of good afternoon, and thanks for the question. Out of school is largely managed by the DME, and so I would defer a broader answer to that question. But what we have at LEAs, as you framed, all LEAs do have point of contact notices around where students can be sent or who can engage with students after school. And so that information is tracked at the LEA level. But I've heard the question and I'll follow up with you if there is a more robust role that OSSI plays in the monitoring of children after school.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I can certainly follow up with the deputy mayor when he arrives. Are you aware of any collaboration with OAG in drawing connections for students who may be most at risk in engaging in illegal activity and connecting them with services before that happens?
I am not. That's the first I've heard of that question.
Okay. All right. So as you may know, the council and the mayor signed the Expanding Student Access to Period Products Act of 2021, which requires OSSI to develop comprehensive menstrual education standards for all students beginning in grade 4. Has OSSI started this process yet? And what is the plan to work with national experts to develop standards based on the most up-to-date research?
So one, thank you. It's an important topic. We are aware, as you have framed, and we are beginning in the process of framing out the legislation, working with national partners. We're in the beginning stages of that work and hope to provide an update with you about it shortly, but we are ready to engage in the work and be in alliance with the legislation. If you have specific people in mind that you would want us to leverage in with this work, we'd love to continue to do so, but it is the right legislation, starting with students in the right grades to ensure that our learners are learning and growing as they literally learn and grow.
Well, thank you so much. That's great to hear. And we'd certainly be happy to connect you with some experts and researchers who are really at the cutting edge of this space in the country and in the world. What about in terms of placing period products in schools themselves? Has that been implemented yet?
All of our schools should have had resources available to ensure that students who need access to those products have access to them. So that part does rest at the LEA level, but they are aware of the legislation as we are. And so I know that schools have made efforts to make sure that products are available to students as needed.
Okay, so it's your understanding that those products are already in place?
It is my understanding that LEAs understand the legislation and its requirements. Our next step is to make sure that we are working with national experts, standing up requirements and specific language, but I'm also keenly aware that LEAs have taken steps to ensure that children who need access to products have them. I don't want to say unilaterally that schools are in compliance with the legislation, but this is a top of mind issue.
Got it. Okay, thanks so much. We'll definitely follow up on that to make sure that.
Yeah, and
that happens.
OSCE's role in this is to respond with the education and to have a posture and to frame out the standards for it. But we know that LEAs are required to actually provide the products. And so I will get a more robust update for you, but I know that the work is in play.
Right. No, I hear you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to speak about literacy for a moment. Is there a strategy in place to expand letters training?
There is. I know that that was top of mind for you. Right now, we've rolled it out to a subset of teachers, and I know there is an interest in expanding it. I've heard that, and we're going to look at some of the investments we've made using ESSER dollars to see if we can expand the training. But it is a top of mind issue for us, and the training that we had stood up to a small group of teachers was well received. And so it's an issue that I'm thinking about how we scale and provide it more broadly. And should thank our state representative focused on literacy because it has really transformed the work that we're doing on literacy in the district.
Great. Well, thank you. I know he's enjoyed working with you as well and your leadership in this space. And I would love to expand letters training to all K-5 teachers and elementary school administrators. And so hope we can stay in touch on that if there is funding put in the budget, if that's something you believe you could roll out, and how we can most effectively collaborate there.
Okay.
So I want to talk about DCPS and Duke Ellington. This has been a kind of a long year of various different updates with Duke Ellington and making sure that their teachers can be paid on par with DCPS teachers. About a month ago, some very troubling reports came out about multiple teachers engaged in inappropriate relationships with students. One teacher was engaged in multiple relationships with students even after reports had been made and he was placed on administrative leave and came back. And so I sent a letter with Alistair Chang, our Ward 2 State Board of Education rep, to you and to OSCE asking where we went wrong. Where's the status of the investigation with DCPS? Where were the systems breakdowns in the investigation for MPD to keep our students safe? How can we ensure that all personnel files, even from Duke Ellington teachers who are not yet licensed DCPS teachers, can be centrally maintained? And I received a response letter from Chancellor Farabee saying that DCPS plans to assume full operation of Duke Ellington, which in my understanding had not yet been determined from the negotiations that the Duke Ellington board was involved with. So I addressed the letter to you because I thought it was important to have it be from OSCE perspective, given the unique nature of partial public school funding, but also that it's not a DCPS school. So what is kind of your view of this issue as it stands now?
Thank you. And we did receive the letter. The reason that the response was from DCPS is because a lot of the questions were specific to things that are directly under their oversight. I'd say, my response is it's our collective responsibility to ensure that we are prioritizing the safety and wellness of our children in our schools. The LEAs are, the entity that is responsible for investigation and right sizing. At this point, I'm working with the chancellor on the specific Duke Ellington issue as it relates to licensure and bringing the school back and taking the work to ensure that safety of all of the students. Our update, I mean, we can continue to follow up outside of this conversation, but with respect to the letter and how it was shared in response, it's because we deferred those questions to DCPS. It's our collective work, and we are eager to continue to provide our oversight of DCPS and navigating this space.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I'll speak to Chancellor Farabee about this when he's on today, but I'll just put it here for the record and for your awareness. I would really appreciate if someone from our office was able to sit in on the negotiations that continue between DCPS and Duke Ellington School Board. I think it'll be really helpful as we go forward and make sure that things aren't lost in translation, because there are a lot of parents and board members and students and families that are impacted by these decisions, and would love to participate in those discussions.
So noted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Grant. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Henderson.
Good afternoon, Superintendent. How are you?
I'm well, Council Member. How are you?
Good, good. I'm going to try to do a thing where I don't ask you anything about COVID in both of my rounds. We're talking about some other work that you guys are doing. Okay, I want to actually start with childcare. So last May, OSSI finalized rulemaking to extend the deadline for assistant teachers, home caregivers, and associate caregivers to comply with the licensing requirements. We extended the deadline to December 2023. And I feel like we've been extending this deadline for years now, considering the original licensing requirements went into place in 2016. I think we've done 2 extensions since then. Is this the last time?
Hopefully, but we didn't have a global pandemic when I didn't mean to start with COVID, but part of the extensions were directly connected to that. Educator credentialing is important to us. We've made significant investments in it. And so I'm hopeful it's the last extension, but I'm also hopeful that I don't have another variant show up in my life.
Do you guys have any idea of what percentage of the workforce would be out of compliance if it went into effect today?
I will follow up with your office on that data point.
Okay, because I think it's not just about the assistant teachers and home caregivers. I know that we did an extension for center directors. We did an extension for lead teachers. I want to make sure that we are tracking to ensure that come December, we're not seeing some cliff happening of hundreds of thousands of workers who are now out of compliance, as it pertains to that.
So I mean, I could say overall, like I'm looking at the data in front of me, we are about 80% in compliance at the director level, and then it wavers between, for teacher level, we're at like 45% compliance, but there are different compliance rates given the metric. And so to your point, the extension date to December of 23 is going to allow us hopefully to get those compliance rates up while we navigate the final, what I hope are the months of the pandemic. But I don't want to address your question in jest. It is a top of mind concern. That's why we've made investments in credentialing to ensure that these numbers are in compliance when the clock runs out in December of 23.
Okay.
If you're going to follow up with Councilmember Henderson, be sure to send us a copy. Because we're
okay. Also around childcare facilities, OSSI didn't conduct any evaluation of programs, in terms of, I don't want to say ratings, but you didn't conduct any evaluations due to COVID. Are we doing those this year?
They have started and resumed. And want to say thank you again to our providers for being flexible with us, but they are in play, and we are in a position to conduct them, and we'll be doing so for the rest of this fiscal year into the start of next fiscal year.
Okay, but in that same vein, I noticed in the response documents, the average response time for complaints filed against early childcare facilities is 48 days. Do you think that's a little long? Like if I came to you all, if I went through the process of coming to OSSI to say, hey, I think there's something serious happening here, the fact that nobody's the average response time is 48 days, I feel like that's a long time.
It's not my understanding that it's 48 days for a response. It's my understanding that it's 48 hours, but I can get clarity on
hours.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get clarity on that. It's not my understanding that it's 48 days.
Okay.
But now I'm pulling out my disclosure.
Okay. Let's talk really quickly about licensure. So educator licensure processing, in the past, we've had some issues in terms of timeline. And I know that, or I noticed in your documentation, it went back up to about 32 days. And the reason it was sort of top of mind for me is because I noticed that DCPS had a bunch of terminations due to licensure last year. I'm going to assume it's unrelated here, right? Like if somebody had their application in process with OSSI, they wouldn't be terminated by DCPS necessarily. But from a process standpoint, have we completely moved all of the licensure application process online with OSSI?
We have.
Okay. And how many staff do we have working on licensure in terms of
I
process?
can get that answer for you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Have an idea of how many applications we currently have pending?
We have a lot of applications in play, primarily because of the pandemic. Teachers are back in their classrooms, they're filling their paperwork. We have initials, we're moving individuals. And so there are a significant amount of applications in play, but I can get you specifics on how many individuals are working on licensure and what's the current amount of applications that are in play.
Okay, so when you say significant, does that give you heartburn? Like we're going to have a problem at the end of the school year going into next year, or significant but manageable? We're going to make it happen for these folks.
I would frame the licensure question as more broader than the application status. I've had a lot of conversations with Dr. Farabee about this topic, and we'll potentially be engaging in more conversations around ensuring that we aren't just terminating teachers who are not licensed, but we are getting very clear about pathway to licensure, ensuring that we have reciprocity for teachers who are coming in from other states, that we're providing support for test prep for praxis exams so that individuals who are capable to teach our students can get through the praxis exam so that they can teach our students. It's a more robust conversation to get us out of the state that we're in. And I've engaged in that conversation with the chancellor and look forward to doing so with you. And the team has just let me know that we have 4 staff and 1 contractor that is working on licensure in its current state, and we'll be adding more individuals to our team as needed.
Okay, well, I look forward to talking to you more about where we're kind of going in that vein. I want to turn to talk about special education. So I think that OSSI's Strong Start program has done a really great job of keeping up with the evaluation and assessments and initial ISFP meetings in the required time period, especially during the pandemic, which I think is commendable for the folks who are working there. And I know that probably now there might be seeing more of families who are presenting saying, hey, I think that they're, pediatrician said we should check in with you guys, all of these different pieces. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for LEAs conducting their IEP evaluations and assessments in the time frame. Does OSSI, from an oversight capacity, have any idea what the universe of backlog looks like of IEP assessments that have not taken place in the time frame by law?
Thinking through the question on the Strong Start side, I was excited because I was like, yes, we're back in person. But the universe, the time frame, my first response, like an IEP even can be called at any time. I'm thinking through, I want to understand your question more.
I'm talking about initial assessments, right? So we've heard from
right now there's 30 days between an initial and, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. We know that this has been a struggle for LEAs, right? One of the things we've heard from some of them is like, oh, we can't even find the personnel in order to conduct the assessment. And so I'm just trying to get to the understanding of, as the state education agency, what type of oversight piece we're looking at to make sure that we're not about to have some massive class action lawsuit because our LEAs are not in compliance. Does that make sense now?
Got it. Totally makes sense. Now, if that's a different framing for me. So right now, when we looked at our current data for 21-22, we have about a 15% percentage of IEPs that had been held late. So they were outside of the 30-day window.
You
that we
said
would want.
15?
15%, yes.
Okay.
And so we are monitoring that and trying to provide support. But as you framed, it is some of those parts around shortages, conducting the meetings within the right timeline. I hear your question now, and we are monitoring the space between the 30-day and beyond of the initial reporting of the request for an IEP meeting.
Okay. Now, how does that happen though? In terms of like what access in terms of data does OSSI have around what's happening on the LEA level, right? So when a parent says consents to the evaluation, is that entered into a database that you all have access to somewhere?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's how you guys are tracking and doing
And
that.
that's how we can track the space between the initial and the, like, that's how we can track through to the delivery of services.
Okay, I'm running out of time. I have some
That's okay.
questions about data infrastructure in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning, Council Member.
First, Superintendent, I appreciate your focus on getting our students back to the classroom for in-person instruction. And I know your expertise is as an educator, not as a public health expert, but I do want to ask about masking in our public schools. So I'm going to go the opposite way of Councilmember Henderson and ask about COVID-related things. And let me say this to you, but to everyone listening, I know there are strong views on both sides about the indoor mask mandate in our schools. And I will say when I ask about this, and I've done it several times, I've gotten the ire, to say it politely, of both sides claiming I'm against them when I ask a question about it. And I just want to say to everyone, I think these are the type of issues, difficult issues, are precisely the kind of issues we need to talk about in public. So social media, you can attack me for asking about it, but I won't be intimidated. So I'm going to ask now. So what is OSSI's role and your role as superintendent in making decisions about masking in our public schools?
Great question. So we have always worked in partnership with DC Health. They interpret the guidance from the Center for Disease Control, and then we align ourselves to that guidance. And so that has been our posture. It will continue to be our posture.
Okay, so your answer is that the CDC has guidance, DC Health interprets that guidance for public schools, and then OSSI does what?
DC Health interprets that guidance for our community and subgroups, which include public schools.
Okay.
And then OSSI, as has been needed, will clarify that guidance if there are additional questions that exist from our schools. And so that's been how we've held ourselves together thus far and how we intend to do this work moving forward.
Okay, thank you for your precision. So there is new CDC guidance. So walk me through how OSSI is going to interpret that new CDC guidance.
DC Health is going to issue guidance, and we will align ourselves to the guidance that has been issued by DC Health.
Okay, so do you have a timeline on when DC Health is going to make that interpretation?
I do not.
So Superintendent Grant, this is one of the biggest issues, public issues right now. And I have to say that answer is unsatisfactory to me. You know, many school systems, I think Baltimore City, my alma mater, just lifted an indoor mask mandate yesterday. And what bothered parents is that there was no discussion. From what I could see from my friends who are parents in that school system, it just came down. And I don't want that to happen here. So when I deal with controversial issues, I ask, okay, where are we on this? Who says this? What's the timeline? How am I going to, when do I have to make a decision? So I have to say I'm flabbergasted that there's no timeline right now about when you're going to receive DC Health guidance on this.
I mean, I understand, let me not be very clear. I understand the framing of your concern, and I am sharing with you the process that we've undertaken as it relates to this guidance. This is the new topic of conversation, and that topic has evolved at every part of this pandemic. I entered this conversation talking about the difference between a saliva-based test and a nasal swab. Spring of last year, no one wanted nasal swabs. Now that's what everyone is doing. And so I understand your frustration, but it has not served us well to get ahead of DC Health's guidance. And we are going to continue in that process, even as it relates to masks. And I get that it is top of mind concern. I have half of parents having one position and the other half.
That's exactly right.
We are going to trust the CDC's framing, which they have just issued, which puts DC in a low posture as it relates to the coronavirus. We are going to trust that DC Health is going to issue us guidance as it relates to schools, as it relates to mask wearing. And we are going to trust that that guidance will be out as soon as possible. And we are going to say thank you to our families who have been with us through this 2-year journey. This is a significant next step in turning the corner, the removal of the mask or the keeping of the mask. And so I am confident that that guidance will be released as soon as possible. And again, you know, it has been a long journey. Feel like we're running a marathon. We're 1 mile to the end, and like, let's just get there together.
So I want to replay what you said for clarity. So you are awaiting guidance right now from DC Health. And then when you receive that guidance from DC Health, then OSSI will give guidance to the LEAs.
So what you have seen, what has usually occurred and what we have worked to occur is that DC Health will issue school-based guidance that LEAs can just use. We've moved away from having to re-clarify. If there is an instance where clarification is needed, we have provided that clarification. But as we await the new guidance will address school communities, and we will move forward as we have throughout this pandemic.
So with your statement that the reworking of the data puts us in the low category, it suggests to me that you believe the guidance will be for either making masks optional or removing the mask mandate indoors. Do you have any preference as to whether it will be mask optional? I assume it will be mask optional. Is that a fair statement?
I don't want to get ahead, only because if we saw what happened with the CDC before, they changed their guidance to 5 days. We kept ours at 7 days. And so I don't want to get ahead of where DC Health will be, but I will tell you that we will work to align our posture for schools to the guidance coming out of DC Health.
Okay, I want to get to a workforce issue. But let me ask clarification on outdoor masking. DCPS removed the outdoor mask mandate, but I'm hearing from parents at charters that it's still in place at their schools. So what is the guidance on outdoor masking?
That guidance, what has been issued by DCPS is specific to DCPS. And if charters and other LEAs are still requiring masks in their outdoor facilities, then they have the ability to do so.
So it's up to each LEA.
That is correct.
Every charter. I mean, I have to say the outdoor mask policy doesn't make sense to me since people are outdoors. But let me move to my workforce issue before my time is up. So let me say one more thing on masking. I hope that DC Health and OSSI would talk to Chairman Mendelson and the council before this controversial policy, if it's whatever decision is made on the policy, that it's discussed with the council. But let me move to workforce. So I'm labor chair, superintendent, and I want DC to build pipelines for our residents into high demand, high wage jobs in healthcare and IT. And the Labor Committee has done that. As you might know, with the healthcare sector partnership, putting money into your adult ed, career pathways, supporting the infrastructure and academy and UDC, Mr. Chairman, as you know. So I was surprised, Superintendent, to see a reprogramming request of $4 million in capital funds from the Infrastructure Academy to a new capital project at OSSI, the Advanced Technical Center. And I'll just speed up and say, Dr. Grant, this project sounds extremely duplicative of efforts that are now underway in healthcare and IT at UDC, at our state university. My understanding is that you have a dual enrollment agreement with Trinity College for this rather than UDC. So does OSSI have a contract or partnership with other institutions to operate this center? And given we're doing this at UDC, why are we creating a separate program?
I'll try to be brief because I know that we're at time. It's not a duplicative effort. There are two different efforts which we care about equally. The Advanced Technical Center is to ensure that we are providing a wide range of CT offerings, as noted by you, to current high school students that start as early as in 9th grade. The reprogramming is because in the original stages of planning for the ATC, we thought that it would be in one location, and we now have to reprogram resources over to DGS so that we can build out the permanent infrastructure of that place at the Penn branch location. And so it's not a duplicative effort. We actually have partnered with UDC on the opposite side of the work with our DC Future program, which will provide tuition cost and covering for individuals who want to study courses and achieve either their first associates or their bachelor's at UDC. But this specific program is targeted for high school students to explore career pathways at the CTE level, and they will get dual enrollment credit for it.
Okay, I might come back, Mr. Chairman, about this. And Superintendent, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll do a second round. This will be the final round of questions. I'm going to begin with this from yesterday's hearing. There was a recommendation, OSSI should urgently reform the dual enrollment opportunities in the district, expand access to all interested students, especially students of color, students from low-income backgrounds, and students with disabilities, make the application process more efficient, and ensure students receive maximum dual enrollment credit hours. Can you speak to that?
I heard the same response, and I heard the response, and we'll continue to act accordingly. We have a robust dual enrollment program now. We will continue to make investments in it. And I heard the feedback with respect to like application user viability, et cetera. Right now, the work is done through our LEAs, and heard the feedback, and we'll make improvements on making sure that individuals have access. We want every student who wants to participate in a dual enrollment program to have access to those programs. And so I heard the feedback yesterday, and we'll act accordingly.
Another suggestion yesterday was provide sufficient funding so that all K-3 DCPS and public charter school educators can receive free and easy structured literacy training in 3 years.
That was also just shared. We heard it as well. We stood up, piloted professional development, and we will be seeking to expand as resources allow us to make sure that individuals have that early literacy training.
Which reminds me, I believe at the special education hearing a couple of weeks ago, there was talk about fully implementing the dyslexia bill. You're on track to do that?
We are, sir.
Do you think there's any possibility you can accelerate the implementation?
We are moving as fast as possible. Smiles aside, in our hiring of bringing on new individuals at OSSI, we have also been able to bring on an individual who will lead that work at OSSI, and that is why I know we will continue to be on track with implementation. But can't accelerate it because I'm onboarding lots of individuals right now.
We also heard quite a bit of testimony yesterday. Along these lines, OSSI should provide greater transparency of federal investments by publishing a detailed online accounting of academic recovery interventions for students, families, and school communities. So it's tied to federal investments and academic recovery. Can you speak to that?
I mean, at this point, I would point individuals to the continuous education plans that all LEAs have submitted. That really does frame out how they're using their initial investments. I have stepped back with the team and asked for us to create, it will not be detailed school specific, but an overarching visual so that individuals could see where resources have gone and how they're being used. So you should stay tuned to see that. Last but not least, the actual plan for every single school is on the ED's website. I don't want to send people to websites, but I've heard the feedback, and we will focus on how we can be a bit more transparent about how the recovery dollars are being used. We know that it's being prioritized for reopening, student and staff well-being, and accelerated learning.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday's witnesses commented that they felt like there just was not adequate information. Let me move on to another issue about DC TAG. We asked UDC to tell us the percent of transfer students who've transferred to UDC who received DC TAG funds prior to coming to UDC. What we're sort of trying to get at is whether there's something in that data that suggests problems with the TAG funding, how it's used. If, for instance, students are, why would a student be using TAG money for a school elsewhere and then be transferring to UDC? Are they not complete? Why aren't they completing where they're going to? In any event, UDC doesn't have the data. And my guess is that because OSSI administers TAG, OSSI knows who gets TAG, UDC doesn't administer it, they don't know who gets TAG. What can you do to enable UDC to get that information?
I mean, I will touch base with President Mason to get clarity on that. I will follow up. I mean, to your point, we do know who has access to DC TAG, and so can follow up to get clarity on that.
Okay, so you'll follow up with UDC.
I will.
We had sent you a pre-hearing question about homeschooling. Like 300 more students homeschooling this year than in the past. Do you anticipate that number decreasing as we get out of COVID?
It is my hope. We currently have 1,096 students who are being homeschooled across the district. That is up 300, as you shared, from last year. And we had an opportunity to get a better understanding. For some families, it is their desire to homeschool their children. Some of it was aligned and connected to the pandemic. We hope that because we are in a better state with respect to children having access to vaccines, we hopefully are turning a corner with respect to the pandemic overall, that we will see a decline in that number at the start of next school year. And we'll keep you posted on what else we learn. But the way you have framed it and what we have heard is accurate.
So is this something, you don't do the enrollment estimates for next year? That's DME, correct?
I do not. He is up next.
But do you have a sense whether they're looking at homeschooling in their enrollment estimates?
I am unsure. I have not discussed that with the DME, but I'm able to report the state of enrollment, but I've not talked with the DME about enrollment projections with respect to the homeschooling.
With regard to early childhood education, so the council put aside something like $53 million for this year. Recently, a reprogram came to the council. I haven't actually looked at it, but I've had some conversations about it, some concern about why are we reprogramming that money? Can you speak to what's going on with that?
The resources for our
It was
distribution.
53 million. It's a reprogramming, I believe, from OSSI that came to the council. Maybe it didn't come from OSSI, but it has to do with the 53 million that we set aside for CE payment.
Oh, I was like, the only $53 million price tag that I'm aware of is the resources we're using in connection to the workforce. And so we had to reprogram the money to move it into the right place so that we could actually go through the process of distribution. I'm sorry, I collectively was like, there's only one set aside money, that amount. We did a reprogram so that it could be moved into the right funding source so that we could move forward with the process of distribution of funds. My apologies.
Is it being reprogrammed into a non-lapsing fund?
Let me touch base and follow up with you. It's my belief that it's not, because that would not be what you would like, but I will follow up on if it's a non-lapsing fund.
We want all the money, of course, to be paid out, but if you're
right, but the distinction that we've discussed is setting up a program, and there could be a place where the funds move over out of this fiscal year into next fiscal year, depending on how the funds are distributed. So let me get clarity on if it's in a non-lapsing fund, and the team is feverishly getting that answer right now.
Okay, so you understand though what I'm getting at?
I do understand what the question you're asking.
School nurses, that's not an OSSI issue?
That is not.
And school-based mental health, that's not an OSSI issue?
It is, in that we've made investments into the Department of Behavioral Health to ensure that they could continue to provide more robust supports, but not directly.
So if I want to ask you about the adequacy of either program, nurses or school-based mental health, you're not the one to ask.
I would not be.
Okay. Can you speak for a moment about what thinking OSSI has done to increase vaccination rates, COVID as well as non-COVID, so that when we get to next year and the vaccines are mandatory for enrollment, that we don't have a crisis?
Yeah, we've been working and thinking through, and hopefully we'll be rolling out shortly our comprehensive plan of not just for vaccines, but for all shots, making sure that families are aware of sites that they can go to, ways that they should work with their healthcare provider, getting the universal health certificate completed, and having a full court press on that work before the start of next school year. Just this week, I met with the DC chapter of the Academy of Pediatrics and walked our doctors through the partnership that we're going to have to engage in, specifically coming out of this year, to ensure that families are able to have access to their pediatricians. Pediatricians understand what is required, the timeline for requirements, why it's important for them to actively engage. And so we are engaging, and stay tuned for the comprehensive plan that's coming out across all of our schools to ensure that our children are going to be fully vaccinated, boosted as needed, and also receive all of their other shots as we re-engage in the start of next school year.
Well, thank you. We'll probably follow up with a hearing on that issue. That concludes my questions. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I want to start one of the great things is, after going through most of your colleagues, Councilmember Robert White and Christina and Henderson both covered some of the special education lawsuit and IEP issues. I do think we need to focus on the pipeline issues there. We're in a state of emergency regarding the pipeline. I said the same thing to DBH Director Bazron. There's just a huge gap here in our city with those type of supports. And so I think we're in a state of emergency for needing to fill that pipeline up. But I appreciate your responses to Councilmember White and Henderson on that. And then also, I think Councilmember Wright covered the high impact tutoring and participation. I think we're all sort of wanting to hear more about that. I heard the answer you gave, but if there's any more, data you can share with the committee of the whole on just the high impact tutoring and collection of that data, I think that would be greatly appreciated. I want to follow up on one thing Councilmember Silverman was on with the mask mandates and vaccine mandates. I just wanted to know about the compliance with submitting universal health certificates still remains low. In pre-hearing responses, question 107, OSSI reported nearly every school has less than 5% of students with forms submitted and uploaded. And so that seems to be an issue. To your knowledge, is DC Health's dosage tracking system on pace to be ready in time for school starting in the fall? And what is the backup plan if students don't submit their vaccine information? Will they be given access to virtual instruction or some other alternative?
So thank you for the framing of the question. The first part with respect to doses, it is my understanding that doses 2.0 will be available well in advance of the start of the school year so that schools can get access to that information. With respect to your second question, we are still stepping up and making decisions on guidance around our entire virtual posture for next year. And so I would say stay tuned and I'll follow up with your office when that guidance becomes available. As you framed, it is just critically important for all of us to be in lockstep around ensuring that children are vaccinated and that they are able to be ready for the start of school next year. And that includes the completion of the universal health certificate.
Yeah. Okay, great. I appreciate that. I think with those numbers so low, we have a long way to go, and a lot of time to sort of get those numbers up before the start of the school year. Is the immunization data task force responsible for any of that? Like, what's their role in getting these numbers up?
Their role is to align on immunizations and be aligned in the advocacy and strategy for it. It's our collective work together to get the numbers up. And so we will be moving forward to get all of these numbers up with respect to making sure our children are healthy and ready to come back to school.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Again, I want to ask some follow up on the early childhood education piece. What is the status of procuring a partner for administrating the early childhood educator pay equity grants? Have contracts been signed? And if not, when will they be signed and finalized?
We are in the final stages of identifying a vendor. We hope to have identified that individual by the end of this month and engaging in contract signing through the month of April to start distributions through the remaining months to the end of the fiscal year and as discussed. And so we are very, very close and should thank you and council for your movement and support in getting us permission to move forward in this way. So we are close to identifying a vendor.
Great. And then I know there's going to need to be some support there. And so where's the Division of Early Learning on sort of hiring up for administering a long-term pay equity grant program? You know, what specific type of jobs, duties, job titles are sort of being hired for and being promoted to sort of make sure we have enough support in this program?
One, I just want to clarify quickly that it's a grant, it's not a contract, but I will keep you updated on the granting of the resources. The words matter and folks here are giving me bad looks. With respect to your broader question, we do have an exceptional division of early learning. I made the commitment to you that we'd be fully staffed to do the work and we are moving forward with doing so. All of our current vacancies are listed on the website. Lucky that the Division of Early Learning actually is very well staffed. And so they are poising themselves and redesigning to engage in the work. So I'd say continue to stay tuned. We are moving things forward and have kept all of the commitments made to date.
I appreciate that. I know you have a great division of early learning over there. So just wanted to make sure instead of adding on their plate, we added more people to the pie to support and seeing if we were, make sure we're hiring some more roles to sort of take on some of the load that this important program is going to play there. Wanting to hear, can you just describe in a little bit of detail sort of OSSI's timeline for implementing early educator pay supplements and summarize the agency's outreach plan? I think that this is going to be an opt-in program for teachers is my understanding. And so that means our outreach game plan needs to be as aggressive as our vaccine outreach operations have been. So what's the plan here?
For early pay supplements?
For early educator pay supplements.
I will have to follow up with your office on that plan.
Okay, great. We can follow up. I know benefit concerns have been surfaced in a number of ways during the early childhood educator pay equity compensation task force discussions. How are those discussions influencing your plans for a long-term permanent pay equity program that I guess also achieves benefit equity parity as well?
Yeah, again, I would need to follow up with your office on that question. My apologies, Councilwoman.
That's totally fine. I'll just add some, I guess there's been frustrations with childcare workers essentially not having paid sick days or paid leave benefits in their jobs. I guess it's being specifically been raised during task force conversations.
Yeah, and I'm not being obtuse. The reason I was saying we need to follow up is because, as you are aware, the facilities are run through 3 different ways, and we don't run the facilities. And so I want to get clarity on the concerns that are raised and then provide you a directed answer on private facilities, subsidized facilities, and facilities that we directly run, because we play a role in some, but not all.
Right, I appreciate that. And then just want to follow up on Councilmember Henderson's line of questions. I wanted to drill down a little more on data and where we are on ECE credentials. Are there particular groups facing higher barriers to obtaining credentials? Or are there any discernible trends in credentials between wards, between types of ECE programs, between programs that serve subsidy seats versus privately funded programs or otherwise?
So right now we're seeing assistant teachers are the lowest. That's why we are kind of leveraging resources and scholarships fund for them. That's the general trend on that question.
And are there any particular degrees that teachers are struggling to attain, sort of, and so how are you looking to address this beyond, I guess, extending the deadline? Is OSSI promoting early childhood credential training programs at UDC and Trinity, or any scholarship opportunities that might be available, and sort of what specific outreach is being done to targeting educators and targeting program directors as messengers?
So to the front end of your question, yes, individuals are seeking to get credentials as CDAs. They're seeking to earn associates and bachelors in a range of programs through Dell. The way we're making investments are wide reaching. We are launching DC Lead in the summer of 2022. It's a program that would allow for funds to be leveraged to what you spoke to. Scholars can participate in associates and bachelor's programs in early childhood, specifically at UDC. And we are leveraging funds to ensure that individuals can get access to the credentials that they need. And so it's a wide range of offerings, but we are working with UDC to make sure that DC Lead is the title of the program that is allowing for these investments in credentials to be made and earned.
Okay. The Birth to 3 law is originally passed and envisioned OSSI standing up 2 additional home visiting programs to support new parents in immigrant communities and those families with infants and toddlers experiencing homelessness. That was put on pause when COVID broke out. However, I just want to know, when do you expect OSSI to have the capacity to roll out these 2 critical home visiting programs, assuming funding is provided again?
Assuming funding is provided again, we'd be working to engage in that work in the summer and have it launched in the fall. We are just starting to get back, like in our Strong Start programming, we are just starting to get individuals back in homes, and providers now have an opportunity to be supported virtually or hybrid or in person. And so we do hope that we can move forward with these types of offerings as we find ourselves coming out of the pandemic. But we wanted to ensure that we would have individuals who could go into a home and feel comfortable doing so.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Can you provide an update on
Council member.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at the clock, so I apologize. It was. Can I get 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
1 minute.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Provide an update on OSSI's efforts to improve its student longitudinal education database. The main issue here is in the past, particularly for students in the care of DC, meaning foster care or juvenile justice involved, They had trouble getting their credits to transfer if they change LEAs during high school. So I just want to know, is this new data system going to help alleviate these issues? And any update you all sort of have on the efforts to get that launched in the education database? Thank you, Chair.
So we are continuing to make investments in redesigning on our data infrastructure. We do collect longitudinal data on all students, enrollment, attendance, demographics, assessment, discipline, and we want to do more. Your specific question, because I've run facilities for students who are in the care, as it's called here, playing a critical role of making sure that those transcripts get sent between LEAs so that students can be served is top of mind here. And we want to do more. I know the chair will love to hear that we are finishing the ink on our information on course code collection. We want to thank all of our schools for going on that journey with us. We will be releasing a report shortly. And we're going to collect more info on grades, course enrollments, et cetera, to build out the robust set of data that we have on our students. And then to your question, Councilwoman, make sure that as our students find themselves in different positions of learning, that we're able to get their transcripts aligned in a timely fashion to ensure that their education is not interrupted.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White.
Chairman, while we are waiting for council member, I just wanted you to know that the funds were reprogrammed from lapsing local to non-lapsing local per the legislation. Just wanted to close that loop for you.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The funds were reprogrammed from lapsing local to non-lapsing local per the legislation.
Okay. Okay. Now, of course, the hope is that all the dollars will go, but in any event, they won't get lost.
That is the hope.
I don't think Robert White is here at the moment, so we will go to Councilmember Pinto, who I think also is not here. Councilmember Henderson, do you have a second round of questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I'm not going to say I'll be brief. I'm going to take my full 10 minutes. Superintendent, I want to follow up really quickly on something as it pertains to Strong Start. So I think you noted, now we're starting to see more families who are starting to receive their services in person. But I know for this age group, there are some families who would have received their services on site at a childcare center. How are we sort of marrying this two together if we still have some childcare centers who are, I guess, following the OSCE guidance around not allowing visitors into the facility?
So with this specific to Strong Start, we are starting to allow individuals into facilities to receive services. I can't speak more broadly just yet to all facilities, but okay. in our Strong Start facilities, we are at a place where families can choose to receive services in person via telehealth or a combination of the two, depending on the comfort and desire of the family.
Okay. This is sort of a website-y, but still early learning question. Where would parents find out information about which CBOs have PKEEP programs? And so the reason I'm asking this is because we have lottery results for My School DC that will drop on April 1st. And it's possible that a parent will be unsuccessful in getting a spot at DCPS or a public charter school, but many families may not know that they have another, I would say, third option, if you will, in terms of a CBO who might have PKEEP seats available. Is that publicly available somewhere?
My understanding is on My School DC, but I can follow up to ensure that the specific question around PKEEP availability, I can let you know where it should be published.
Okay, because I think that's just, it would be helpful for families to know if there is a CBO in their neighborhood that is offering pre-K 3 and they have seats available, but they weren't able to get one at their local school, that this is an option for them as well.
Got it.
I want to turn to talk about post-secondary really quickly, because I like to show that team some love. They do some great work. I understand that this school year, the SAT school day resumed normal operations. But I'm curious what you all are thinking about what this looks like now that the College Board has moved the test largely online.
We're thinking about how we align that to the operation of our processes.
We've been giving.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be able to accommodate the shift in SAT to what takes place in our school system. It's
okay.
We will align as society aligns.
I'm just sort of thinking about something that Councilmember Allen mentioned earlier in terms of devices, right? So like,
yeah, I mean, that's a one-off. That is a one-off for me, that as we are preparing our students take the PARC assessment using technology. As we shift to this posture with the SATs, we're going to make sure schools have what they need so that students can participate. That technology won't be a barrier to SAT completion.
Well, I want to talk, I guess, a little bit more broadly, because what I'm concerned about, I used to have concerns about the scores. I'll put that to the side for right now. I'm concerned about the number of students who are even taking the exam. So we went from having overall test takers, not just on SAT day, but from having about 6,200, 6,300 students in the district who took the SAT. And last year, that number was 2,300. Now, that could happen for a variety of different reasons. But I'm just curious what this means in terms of setting up some of this existing cohort of juniors and seniors, setting them up for post-secondary success, since we had I think that was a large drop in the number of young people who decided to take the SAT last year.
I mean, I think coming into the conversation, we also saw declines in individuals who attended college and made that next step. And I think a lot of that was connected to the pandemic. To your question, to your wondering, we are going to ensure that students who need and want to sit for the exam have the resources and opportunity to do so. And we will have to work collectively across all of our LEAs to stress the importance of taking the SAT. And so that is a part of our recovery work coming out of the pandemic, is acknowledging that for a lot of students, they may have not sat, and we actually have to increase the participation in the SAT so that individuals understand what is possible for them having taken the exam. It's the same work that we're doing around the FAFSA and getting individuals to understand that you need to submit your forms for financial aid so that you can take the next step. Post-secondary, thanks for acknowledging the team, an amazing team of individuals. And part of recovery is recovering this part of the work, getting our high schoolers back on track to sitting for these critical exams to be ready to enroll in university and attend college. And we are going to make a very big deal about college signing day this year so that students understand that next step and how much we want to support them in taking that next step.
Right. And I appreciate you guys talking about that. I mean, I feel like there was a large period of time where we were in what's called triage mode when it comes to education around operations, right? Just getting the doors open, getting kids in the building, and now having to reset. As I also noticed that our dual enrollment numbers were down for this year as well. So again, having these conversations around, what does the future look like? And while there are lots of universities and colleges who are making decisions to say we are not going to require the SAT in terms of enrollment, and there are certainly jobs that are available to individuals without having a college credential. When we look at the landscape of what is coming in the district, right? If we want a job here that can fully support your family, for many, it's almost as like the bachelor's is the new high school diploma, right? It's like expectation that you're just going to have a bachelor's now. And so I just want to make sure that we're preparing our young people for that.
I mean, that's why we're making seismic investments in dual enrollment, middle school CTE exploration, DC Futures. I mean, I don't know of another jurisdiction that is literally going to pay the full tuition of individuals, not just to go to college, but to go to college and major in majors that produce high income wage earning careers. And so it is clear that post-secondary is a focus, not just of OSSI, but of our mayoral administration, in that it is the key to not just the middle class, but being able to be a viable citizen in Washington, D.C. And as you stated, and as I said, in my testimony, a high school degree, a high school diploma, we know is insufficient to some of the career earning paths we want our children to explore. It's top of mind for us. And that is why you're actually going to see a full press on DC Tag, DC Futures, making sure people understand these are historic investments, really, really meant to accelerate post-secondary options and readiness. And we want all of our children and our residents to participate in it.
Great. And, I'm just gonna say this as an aside, I was gonna save this for the budget in terms of DC Futures, right? Like, I appreciate that we are wanting people to go into certain particular career fields. But it feels like we treat the humanities like the redheaded stepchild. What if I want to major in English? Should I not be able to get funding to pay for my education? What if I want to major in history? That doesn't make me any less qualified to do the work. It actually might make me a better thinker, but that's okay.
We would encourage you to use your DC Tag funds to leverage all of the liberal arts as a
then we can have a whole conversation about
as
how
a political science, African American studies major. Those resources are not designed for me, but they are designed for our people. Like let's be real about the conversation. We need nurses, so we are paying
I understand
for people.
that, but
we
I
are
also
paying
need
for people to become nurses. We need IT technology. We are paying for people to come. Come on, we got to be honest with our children. It does not serve a first-generation college graduate to go to school and major in something that is not going to allow them to sustain themselves. They can minor in English and history.
But
come on, you can't have it both ways.
No, I think we can have an argument about whether or not education in the humanities. I think you were. Look at you, get me off track.
The clock is running, so.
I know. There's one other thing I wanted to ask about.
I just want to be really clear that we're very intentional about the degree offerings, and that we did a lot of research to make sure that the degree offerings matched up with jobs and careers that we know we need in Washington, D.C. We have no, as the chair said, no shade against the humanities, but we also have scholarship opportunities for those students as well.
Just took all my little time here.
Sorry.
Councilmember
Lewis
George asked for an additional minute and then took a minute and a half. So I assume you made the same request.
Yep. Here we go. We could just have a full argument about this at another time offline. I would just say that, yes, we need nurses, we need IT professionals, et cetera, but I also need people who can think, and I also need people who can write and communicate as well. Anyway, my last question I wanted to ask, so I know you guys are, Councilmember Lewis George, I think, asked some questions about SLED and the money that is going there. I also noticed amongst some of your future capital projects that My School DC was listed. Do you all plan to work with Octo on this or issue an RFP?
We're trying to figure out the best pathway on that.
Okay,
forward.
let me just say, love the folks over at Octo, but of late, their projects have had some struggles. And I feel like this is one area where parents will most certainly lose it if the system breaks. So I just want us to be really thoughtful about where we go from there. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look at that.
Thank you, Council Member.
With time to spare, I think that's going to complete our questions. We'd love to spend a whole day with you, Dr. Grant.
I would love to spend the whole day with you all. Council Member, we can talk about majors all day long. But thank you all. The support the council has shown to OSCE since I've started has been tremendous. Thank you for your thought partnership and for all the hearings. We look forward to seeing you at the attendance hearing next Friday.
Yes, and anytime that you want to experience firsthand an electric vehicle, Lewis George or I would be happy to drive you around the city. My staff would be happy to drive you around the city. There are electric vehicles all over the place.
I'm pretty sure that that's not allowed to happen, but I do look forward to working with you all on how we revitalize our fleet and all the learnings that will come out of it. Again, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grant. So you're excused. We're going to turn now to the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine. And we are also going to hear testimony from Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board. So we will hear testimony from each of them, and then we will have a round of questions. Are you okay, Dr. Walker Davis, if the deputy mayor goes first, or would you rather go first?
Yes, Chairman. He can go
You
first.
said-
Yes, he can go first. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kine, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I'm honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on priorities and accomplishments of the DME at this performance oversight hearing. The DME team, under the leadership of Mayor Bowser, works tirelessly to create a city where all children, youth, and adults thrive, where every child knows joy, feels safe, and is ready to learn, where every student attends a high-quality school, and where every youth and adult has opportunities for strong continuing education and family-sustaining jobs. Our public education system at every level has worked hard through an extremely difficult set of circumstances to reopen safely and meet the needs of students and staff as we collectively navigate the COVID-19 recovery. DME is proud to shepherd the vision for our recovery under the leadership of Mayor Bowser and, in partnership with our sister agencies, deliver services for residents and build a system that emerges more resilient, innovative, and effective. This work is challenging and does not happen overnight, and we are incredibly grateful to the educators, civil servants, policymakers, partners, and community members who make our work possible. I want to use the time today to share more about the DME's vision for our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and the accomplishments we have made in fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 to date. Since the onset of COVID-19 and during the recovery period, the DME has worked alongside our education cluster agency partners with a focus on 3 priority areas, developed as a result of agency input and feedback from parents, students, teachers, community members, practitioners, and advocates from all 8 wards. The 3 priority areas are 1, strengthening and stabilizing early childhood education, 2, accelerating learning for all our students, K through 12, and 3, driving an inclusive jobs recovery. We center equity and racial justice throughout this work in our decision-making and our investments. I will walk through each of these priority areas and the key investments and accomplishments this year. Within the category of stabilizing and strengthening early childhood education, Mayor Bowser has made critical investments in early childhood. Under her leadership, we are working toward an early childhood sector at full strength across all 8 wards. Critical to this effort is expanding access to affordable childcare to meet growing demand and supporting the development and retention of early childhood educators. Mayor Bowser has committed $110 million over 3 years towards these goals, including grants to help licensed providers cover costs during the pandemic, updated subsidy payments to support the costs of quality care, facilities grants to increase the supply of infant and toddler care in shortage areas, a scholarship fund for early childhood educators to earn CDA credentials and associate's and bachelor's degrees, and retention bonuses for teachers at early childhood centers. The DME works in close partnership with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the lead agency overseeing early childhood education, to support this priority work. We are proud that our substantial investments in childcare will allow the District of Columbia to preserve and maintain 27,000 licensed childcare slots through fiscal 22 and 23, with support from approximately 4,000 childcare employees, and to add 1,000 new seats by the end of fiscal year 23. OSSI is also supporting the Council's Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force and is looking forward to implementing the task force's fiscal 22 recommendation to distribute supplemental payments to early childhood educators as quickly as possible. In the category of accelerating K-12 learning, recovery efforts within our public schools continue to focus on learning acceleration to ensure that all students regain any lost instructional time and get back on track to long-term success in their educational journeys. Mayor Bowser has committed $182 million over 3 years towards this work, primarily implemented by DME and our education cluster agency partners. These initiatives include our Back to School campaign and Everyday Counts attendance and engagement initiatives, expanded after-school programs and summer opportunities for students, school-based mental health expansion, high-impact tutoring, and work to reimagine high school through increased access to authentic college and work-based learning opportunities. This body of work also includes our support for teachers. We work with urgency to meet the needs of the moment. Recognizing the lost instructional time for students in school year 2021, we worked hard to expand opportunities for students this past summer. This included Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program opportunities for 13,000 students, out of school time summer enrichment for 2,000 students through our community-based partners, new Department of Parks and Rec boost camps, combining traditional camp and academic activities for approximately 700 students, DCPS summer learning programs such as Acceleration Academies, serving 9,000 students, in addition to summer programs at 122 charter schools, and AI-based literacy tutoring through a unique philanthropic partnership. This summer programming demonstrates how we pivoted quickly to set up more expansive and diverse offerings to help students engage and get on track. This year, we are ramping up our high-impact tutoring work to meet the needs of students. This includes tutoring grants through the OST office to community-based providers serving over 1,600 students across more than 30 schools this year. Thanks to the Federal American Rescue Plan funds, we have already awarded $1.7 million to school year 2021 after-school providers and $1.9 million to high-impact tutoring providers, with funds remaining for the summer. We are also increasing mental health supports for students to address their needs beyond academics. Right now, 155 schools have a school-based behavioral health clinician, and we plan to reach 96 additional schools in fiscal year 2022. We know we have more work to do to make education engaging and effective for all students. To that end, we are reimagining our high schools to be more relevant and focused on preparing students for post-secondary success, including by adding 250 dual enrollment, that's free college seats over 2 years, standing up a first of its kind advanced technical center in the district starting next school year, where high school students can gain work experience and credits toward careers in healthcare and cybersecurity, and expanding opportunities for paid school year internships. Given the critical importance of attracting and retaining high quality teachers, my office is working closely with OSSI and LEAs on new strategies to identify, keep, and grow local talent in particular. We are proud that 38 paraprofessionals have enrolled this spring in a pilot cohort of the new DC Futures program, which allows DC residents to earn free associate's and bachelor's degrees at select DC universities with coaching and support. The recruitment of paraprofessionals was a direct result of input educators shared with my office about their needs in focus groups during the fall of 2021. DC continues to leverage strategies, including dual enrollment and scholarships at local institutions of higher education, to support DC students who are on the path to becoming future educators. We have also worked to support youth health and safety. We know that youth safety is a critical precondition for learning. A key focus of the DME this year has been on supporting a safe return to in-person learning, given the significant benefits for students and families. Our schools are safe, with a COVID positivity rate now of 0.2% for a recent week. We have focused on strategic coordination and investments across our cluster and partner agencies, including funds for testing through our weekly asymptomatic testing program, test to return from school breaks and holidays, and weekly testing of pre-K and kindergarten students. PPE, including KN95 masks for DCPS staff and non-surgical masks for students, outdoor learning equipment, and facility upgrades. Furthermore, immunization is critical to our recovery and to safe in-person learning. Mayor Bowser has prioritized outreach and access to the COVID-19 vaccine, including through multiple vaccine distribution sites in every ward, pop-up sites in schools, the vaccine exchange, incentive programs, community outreach, and vaccine mandates for staff and student athletes. The DME has coordinated our school safety protocols across agencies through regular COVID-19 health and wellness calls, working in close partnership with OSSI and DC Health, and has worked with OSSI on guidance to LEAs. Our schools remain safe and open thanks to the tremendous efforts of our educators and agency staff and the trust and partnership of our students and families, for which we are deeply grateful. To combat the increased violence across the city, Mayor Bowser has made significant investments also in youth safety. We are especially proud of the $4.3 million invested in our new Safe Blocks program this year, which is deploying over 200 individuals hired by community-based organizations to support safe routes to school and prevent violence. We are also piloting a new microtransit shuttle program, DC School Connect, in partnership with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, which is currently providing transit for more than 125 students at 23 schools in Wards 7 and 8 in safe passage priority areas. Finally, we are supporting citywide violence prevention efforts through a commitment of $22 million across 3 years to enhance access to DPR recreation facilities for at-risk populations, to certify violence interrupters, and to expand and strengthen the Project Empowerment Program. We know these challenges are entrenched and complex, and we are committed to doing everything we can to support our students. In the third category of driving inclusive jobs recovery, the DME is proud to oversee our critical workforce agencies and build a continuum of education and training from pre-K through careers, working in close partnership with the Workforce Investment Council and the Department of Employment Services and the University of the District of Columbia and other institutions of higher education and employer partners. We are working hard to respond to the immediate needs of residents and connect them to family-sustaining jobs, while simultaneously reimagining workforce development to improve training quality and access aligned with employer demand. Mayor Bowser has committed $292 million to invest in 5 key strategies. 1, strengthening job seeker and employer connections. 2, driving a surge in credentialing in high-demand, high-wage industries. 3, expanding paid opportunities to learn at work. 4, prioritizing employer-driven trainings. And 5, reimagining youth pathways to post-secondary success. Highlights include our new Career Coaches Initiative, DC Futures, which is a new free college program, IT and nursing training grants, an expansion of project empowerment and apprenticeships, employer-led training grants, and the Reimagine High School work I discussed earlier. While we are laser focused on our recovery priority areas, we are proud to continue our core ongoing citywide partnership and coordination work. The DME has continued to run several citywide working groups on priority topics, including the Everyday Counts Attendance Task Force and the Safe Passage Working Group, composed of government and community stakeholders. The EDC Task Force develops, evaluates, and coordinates attendance interventions, including the Back to School campaign and tech-based communication platforms. The Safe Passage Working Group develops and coordinates safe passage initiatives across the district, including the new Safe Blocks and DC School Connect programs, and ongoing initiatives such as Safe Spots and Safe Passage priority areas. The DME is proud to house the Out of School Time Office and the Students in the Care of DC office, which provide critical support to youth. The OST office provides grants to community-based organizations to provide youth development and after-school programs, high-impact tutoring, and safe passage work. In fiscal year 21, OST grantees served 10,639 youth. SCDC provides supports for students in the district's child welfare and justice systems. SCDC is convening a working group focused on how the district can address educational continuity challenges for those students and has created a new grant opportunity targeting the recovery needs of SCDC populations. We continue our multifaceted citywide planning efforts to support a strong future for our city. This includes our office's enrollment analysis and projection work, facilities planning, and ongoing data analysis, publicized through EdSites and Edscapes to highlight and share best practices in the field. We also support citywide data and research initiatives, including the Research Practice Partnership and the Common Financial Reporting Standards. I am incredibly proud of the hard work and accomplishments of the DME and the education and workforce agencies this year. I am grateful to Mayor Bowser for her steadfast leadership through the public health emergency and in looking forward to a brighter future for the district and a fair shot for all residents across all 8 wards. The work has not been easy, yet we have delivered for our residents on many, many fronts. However, there is much more work to be done. Setting up new programs and expanding capacity in and outside of government takes time. Now that we have put much of the infrastructure in place, I look forward to getting more resources out the door so we can serve more residents in the rest of fiscal year 22 and in fiscal year 23 in the impactful programs I have described today and new ones that we will develop together. We will continue our relentless focus on our recovery priorities to meet the needs of our students and deliver on the promise of a joyful and rich educational experience that truly prepares students to thrive in life. I look forward to working with the council, our partners, our educators, our students, and members of the community as we continue on our road to recovery. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this year's performance oversight hearing. I am Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. The past 2 years have tested educators and our students in many ways, and they continue to demonstrate resilience and creativity. The pandemic response has required flexibility and determination among our schools. School staff worked on a long list of priorities to safely reopen buildings, mitigate COVID spread, and accelerate learning. I want to recognize all that work because it shows just how far staff will go for students. While educating during the pandemic has been so difficult, I can say from my observations visiting schools this fall and as a parent, our students continue to learn and adapt. One of the best parts of my second year in this role has been the opportunities I have to see students learning and creating genuine connections with their peers and observing teachers hard at work. I am reminded of all that it takes to make the magic that is learning happen for our children. When I first started in this role, I recognized that it had been some time since DCPCSB had revisited its mission, vision, and priorities. After soliciting feedback from families, community members, policymakers, and other partners, we finalized our strategic roadmap in June 2021. We have committed to focusing on equity and on the district students we serve. And while our work has always put students first, naming that in our new mission and vision marks an important evolution in the role, function, and purpose of our agency. Also, in service of our mission and vision, we have included our race, equity, diversity, and inclusion statement about the way we commit to doing our work. And in this world where racism and inequity continue to impact our students, we will work to eliminate that impact. To this end, the strategic roadmap will prioritize our work in 3 areas: excellent schools, enduring partnerships, and effective organization. To achieve excellent schools, we will implement a new accountability framework. The new accountability framework will build on parts of our performance management framework and focus more on equitable outcomes. We hope to pilot the framework this coming school year before implementing it in the fall of 2023. As we consider the best way to evolve our school oversight work, we also need to reimagine our other authorizing functions. which is why we will revisit our charter application and grade expansion evaluation this year. We want our authorizing to focus more acutely on equity, access, and need for specific programming. And we will ask ourselves and stakeholders important questions like, what are the grades or program models where we need to see more opportunity? What are the programs families want but do not currently have access to? Public charter school authorizing is still relatively new as a field and practice. As we move into a new era and new information becomes available, we want to see smarter and more responsible and targeted sector growth. As you know, schools cannot do it all. Students face challenges every day with housing, transportation, safety, and receiving quality healthcare. Students need us to collectively ensure that the city is serving them and providing the necessary resources. That is why our agency is prioritizing partnerships with other agencies across government and organizations throughout the district. This is critical as we rebuild and reimagine life after the pandemic. Our work with a variety of agencies and nonprofits, not just the ones focused on education, will support schools more holistically and enhance the speed of recovery. We are very proud of how our health consultants partnered with schools, the DME, OSSI, and DC Health this past year to ensure a safe reopening of school buildings. Their work was critical to seeing that goal through. While our strategic roadmap and reopening efforts gives us reasons to be hopeful about this school year's efforts, I think many would agree that this year has been more challenging than any of us expected. I hoped that we had seen the worst of the pandemic and its disruptions when I testified at last year's hearing. At that point, a vaccine had been developed and case levels were decreasing. However, this school year, both COVID-19 variants led to many abandoned or altered school plans. Worse yet, the new strains stretched educators thinner than at any other point during the pandemic. Concerns about in-person learning reignited after months of working to build confidence in the safety of classrooms. And it emphasized the need to continue to focus on vaccinating and boosting everyone eligible. Despite these challenges, schools have been dedicated to mitigating COVID and its impacts since the first day of the school year. Many schools participated in OSSI's COVID testing program, and some public charter LEAs went above and beyond to test all staff and students weekly, regardless of vaccination status. Dozens of campuses held vaccine clinics. Schools realized that they needed to do even more following the winter break to create safe in-person learning environments, and many of them delayed their reopening to test all students and staff and distribute higher quality masks. On that note, DCPCSB and public charter schools appreciated the support that Mayor Bowser and OSSI provided, especially around ensuring access to rapid tests for all LEAs. All of this with winter storms hitting the East Coast and coming back from winter break. In our authorizer role, we adjusted and adapted as well. As you know, we will not tier schools on our school quality report this year, given the lack of data. And we are pleased the city will administer PARC this spring after a 2-year pause. While I acknowledge that not everyone is a fan of testing, it is so important that we have data on where students are academically, and statewide testing is the best tool we have available to comparably measure progress of students across the district. We need the data to understand the baseline from which recovery begins. With the results, we can better plan to address students' knowledge and skills gaps. I want to caution that the baseline will likely show less academic progress than pre-pandemic. National studies show that early elementary students are much farther behind in reading. Moreover, these same elementary students have little experience taking a statewide assessment. In addition, school staff at all levels have shared stories of the differences in students' maturity and academic skills after distance learning. These are reasons it is critical for us to use the data from this spring's assessment to plan for future learning thoughtfully and intentionally. A key piece for recovery for our families is funding. We must invest in the whole family, alleviate stressors outside of the school building, and allow schools to better target the services and supports students need after the last 2 years. The mayor's announcement to increase the funding formula by 5.9%, add an additional 36 million recovery fund, and further invest in mental health services are big steps to meeting their needs. DCPCSB and public charter schools appreciate this increase. And while we know there are always budgetary trade-offs, we hope to see a similar commitment to youth services across the board. With the latest COVID wave appearing to be ebbing, park on the horizon, and these investments, it is time for DC to plan for next school year and accelerating learning. Because the next variant could always be around the corner, we need to focus on getting all students fully vaccinated by the fall. This is true of non-COVID vaccines too. The work of educating students cannot happen without healthy students. Next year, DC plans to enforce the COVID vaccine mandate and no shots, no schools for routine immunizations. Agencies must share this effort with schools as principals and teachers increase their focus on teaching and learning. It will take trusted voices in the city, such as you council members, the mayor, AMCs, clergy, and neighbors to reach 100% compliance. My hope for next year is that schools can focus more on their core functions than they've had the capacity to do this year. We know that learning is happening in classrooms right now, but school staff are worn out from all the additional responsibilities that have fallen on them. There are so many priorities schools need to balance. We've asked our principals to contact trace, our teachers to substitute teach, our teachers' aides to assist with COVID testing, and our health professionals to serve thousands of students at once. Educators are dedicated to accelerating learning and improving social emotional health. If the city agencies and nonprofit groups could provide more robust supports to schools or share some of the additional responsibilities, it would relieve some of these pressures. After all they have done, the best way to show our appreciation for educators is to let them focus on what they do best. I know DC is up to the challenge, and public charter schools are ready to help our students not just survive, but thrive. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the rest of the council for your commitment to equity and education. I'm happy to address any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. So we'll have a round, possibly 2 rounds of 10-minute questions for council members. And I get to start. Mr. Deputy Mayor, yesterday we received testimony concerning your office. One of the witnesses said, "We urge the DME to provide greater transparency of federal investments by publishing online a detailed accounting of funding that is being used for academic recovery. Students, families, and school communities deserve to know where these funds are being invested, which organizations are receiving them to do work, the number of students who are being helped, and the outcome." Why not, or what's your response?
Thanks, Chairman. I agree entirely with the need for that kind of transparency, and we have already embarked on that path. And I'll thank the witness for offering those suggestions. We take very, very seriously our obligation to share information about how we're spending money, what the status of that spend is, and of course, what the outcomes are. And we started that by putting on the DME's website our recovery roadmap, which lists the specific projects that are being funded by the recovery dollars. So residents can see that. We're working on a way to identify in one place what the dollar amounts are that are attached to those projects. Those, of course, are available in the budget that we submitted to council last year. In addition to that, we are required, as you know, Chairman, to submit to Treasury on a quarterly basis our expenditures against each of those projects. So we work hard to ensure our agencies are complying with data collection by our budget office. And the report I know that was submitted last fall went to Treasury has at least the initial expenditure data that I believe that witness is looking for. And of course, we are getting ready to submit work to submit the next round of that. So I understand that this information is available. It's not necessarily accessible in a one-stop location, and we're working to correct that.
So if you're working to correct that, how long does this take?
Well, in the first instance, we are working with the Office of Budget, as you know, to provide that expenditure detail to Treasury, which is available publicly. So that's a system that is in place. And I know that we've submitted one of those reports in the fall, and there'll be another one submitted in the next several weeks.
Yes, but I'm picking up on your comment about working to get this all in one place to make it easier for people to get it rather than it being piecemeal. My follow-up question was following up your comment. We're working to get that in place.
Yeah, so in terms of just the specific investments that are within my cluster at the Deputy Mayor for Education's office, we, as I said, have posted our recovery roadmap. We are going to put an update in the next few weeks, which includes the dollar amounts that we're intending to invest over the next several years in those areas. And that, of course, is information that's already publicly available, but we will be centralizing it.
Another recommendation was we urge the DME to conduct an adequacy study every 5 years to determine the appropriate UPSFF increases for all students in each student group. The UPSFF is the district's single best tool for achieving funding equity. To get a picture of how to achieve funding equity, the DME commissioned the 2020 Uniform Purpose Student Funding Formula Study and subsequently held a 2020-21 UPSFF working group. But we have not had an updated adequacy study of the UPSFF since 2014. Why can't we have an updated adequacy study, and why can't we have an adequacy study every 5 years?
It's a good question. Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to the witness who offered that. This is something that we do consider every 2 years as we conduct our UPSFF audit or oversight. And this past year, we did, of course, look at the at-risk funding amounts and allotments. We looked at the at-risk definition. We did a detailed analysis with our partner about where we thought the at-risk funding was inadequate based on the specific category our student criteria, and we recommended and actually had implemented increases in the at-risk funding for students who are over age.
Sure, but not to cut you off, but the clock is ticking. My question was conducting an adequacy study, the last one having been done in 2014, and conducting an adequacy study every 5 years. Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can, Chairman. Thank you. I would say up to this point, we have felt like doing this kind of detailed analysis around student categories is actually more productive than doing an adequacy study. We've certainly looked at the one that was conducted, I think you're saying in 2014. That was back when there was actually a different definition of at-risk. And we have just felt as though it's more productive for us to do this kind of detailed analysis that we're doing every 2 years than this comprehensive review, which we think doesn't necessarily yield the kind of outcome that we want. This allows us to update specific weights, like, for example, the ELL weights and the overage weight. And of course, we remain open to looking at other topic areas as we develop this, this biannual review of the UPSFF.
Well, I feel like the biennial review and the adequacy study, although related, are two different things. So for example, there was this testimony as well: increased the facilities allowance by at least 3.1% in FY23 for charter schools. What is the administration's view on that?
Can you rephrase your question, Chairman? I don't quite understand.
There was this testimony yesterday as well: increased facilities allowance by at least 3.1%. in FY23.
So in terms of an increase, any kind of detail that will be provided in the mayor's budget, we'll of course be able to talk about and announce in the coming weeks when the mayor submits her budget.
Okay, so I'm not going to get an answer on that, but then there was this testimony as well: increase the at-risk weight to the level recommended by the adequacy study. What about that?
So this is something, of course, that we hear often, and we absolutely support ensuring that at-risk students or students who are identified at risk receive the necessary funding. At the same time, we also want to support all of our schools. This year, as you know, we announced a historic increase in the UPSFF foundation weight to 5.9%. That has a direct effect on our at-risk funding because the at-risk funding, as you know, is a multiplier off the foundation weight. So in effect, the at-risk funding has gone up dramatically along with the 5.9%, which means more dollars are flowing to all of our students and more dollars are flowing to our at-risk.
Yes, and
so
this.
So that's the better approach.
Yes, okay, so the testimony was increase the at-risk weight to the level recommended by the adequacy study. That's the 2013 or 2014 adequacy study, which hasn't been done since then. We are grateful to the mayor for including a 5.9% increase in the per pupil funding in her proposed budget, but this is a COLA increase in today's high inflation environment. This increase doesn't actually allow us to have more staff or more purchasing power. Only an increase in the at-risk weight will allow the additional positions and non-personnel items needed. Inflation didn't overlook at-risk expenditures. All right, so I'm not going to get an answer on whether there'll be an increase in the at-risk weight, but it comes back to the DME should conduct an adequacy study every 5 years. And you're saying, well, it's just as good that you are doing what do you call it? A UPSFF study. But that is short of the adequacy study. And in fact, there are witnesses who are saying after that study done last year, that you still need to adhere to the adequacy study. I feel spun around here.
Well, I would also, Chairman, spin around a little bit more and just take slight issue with the assertion that you just read out loud into the record that the increase of what amounted to more than 10% in year-over-year funding into public school budgets is simply a COLA increase. Inflation is at less than 3%. The cost of personnel increases hovers somewhere around there. So in general, our public schools have seen dramatically increased funding over what would be caused by inflation. So I just want to correct the record there.
Well, I know you were glued to the television yesterday watching all 9.5 hours of testimony, but what I said was what I heard from witness after witness with regard to that. I'm almost out of time. There was testimony yesterday that there ought to be a $300,000 study to determine the true cost of expanding school-based behavioral health program now and the future. What do you say to that?
That's the first that I'm hearing about the idea, or at least coming out of yesterday. And I would say at the current moment, I believe that we have a very good sense of the Department of Behavioral Health, their needs across our schools to expand and improve upon our mental health service provision. And so I would need to understand what the specific insights would be that would be generated by that kind of expensive report, which may be necessary, but I'm not sure what it is exactly. And so I just need to understand more fully what's being requested there. You know, we know what we think it will take to get more clinicians into schools. We understand what will take to do more of our dedicated wraparound support services with Fidelities that DBH and others are working on. We understand from OSSI what the kind of crisis intervention work looks like and what that costs. So, you know, we have a plan and a path to expand our mental health services. So depending on what would be in that study, I'd be interested to know.
I'm over my time, but I want to finish this thread. I've heard yesterday, I must have heard from a half a dozen different groups that the council needs to fund a $300,000 study. So this isn't going to go away. I'll read this from one of the witnesses. Provide at least $300,000 to fund a cost study to determine the true cost of expanding the school-based behavioral health program now and in the future. Currently, provider compensation is based on 2016 rates. We must update our systems to reflect inflation and the increased needs of our caregivers and communities. So sooner or later, I'm going to need an answer from you on why this study is a good idea or a bad idea and how much it would cost.
I think the question for me there, Chairman, is one that I would need to confer with my colleagues at the Department of Behavioral Health on, which is, are we indeed, as we work with our community-based organizations, providing adequate funding so they can achieve market rates of compensation for clinicians? I suspect our colleagues at Department of Behavioral Health have a good answer to that and maybe don't need to do that kind of study if that's what the focus is. But if they don't, I would agree that we do need a study like that. But I think in the first instance, we should ask what they already know, given that they're the experts.
So you will ask, because this issue isn't going to go away. I'm telling you, a half dozen groups have brought this up. There's going to be testimony about this at the budget hearing in 3 weeks. So you will bring it up?
I'll bring it up where, Chairman?
You just said that this was something you should talk to the Department of Behavioral Health about because they're the experts. That's what you said.
Yes, I believe I said we should talk to them about it, but if you would like me, and you're asking directly if I will confer with Dr. Bazran and her team about whether they understand the market-based cost of clinicians, I will be very happy to do that.
I think you just invited me to join you. Do you want me to be part of that meeting?
You're very welcome, Chairman, as you are in all of these discussions.
Okay, well, please either have the conversation or let me know when it is and I'll join you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I'm going to start on an issue that I do know you are aware of and know about because your office in December released the Master Facilities Plan Supplement. And this year you identified 13 DC public schools with the utilization greater than 95%, including Lafayette Elementary, located in Ward 4, and Roosevelt High School, Roosevelt Stay, located in Ward 4. The committee asked for more detail on the plans to reduce overcrowding in our pre-hearing questions, but again, the answer lacks specificity. This is a real issue, as you heard testimony yesterday, as the chairman said, when you were glued to the TV, hearing testimony. And I'm worried DCPS and DME are ignoring what's getting to a crisis point for some schools. Roosevelt is projected to be at 130% utilization next year. That's over 300 kids more than the building is designed to hold. And so I'm still not hearing a plan to address this. The pre-hearing answers that you gave lack specificity or real answer. So particularly amidst COVID, we know we can't just keep cramming kids into schools and expecting it to be okay. So my question is, what is the plan? We have the Master Facilities Plan Supplement released by your office. We know utilization is greater than 90% at Lafayette, 130% at Roosevelt Stay. What is the plan? What can I say to the administrations of these schools, to the students, to the teachers, to the parents of these schools who are asking a very real question about what we're going to do while they're at this crisis point?
Thanks so much, Council Member, for that question. Yes, we do feel the urgency for school communities that are experiencing this kind of overcrowding. I'm going to defer slightly in answer to your question to the moment at which we release the mayor's budget and we look at in particular, the CIP, which is the appropriate moment for us because that's where we can actually share the specifics around moves that we're planning on making. In those specific instances, I can share further that at Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay, they're currently sharing a building, and DCPS is very actively looking at the kinds of arrangements that it might be able to make to alleviate that overcrowding. At Lafayette, we've been working on that, as you know, for a long time. We purchased the Military Road building as one way to alleviate the pre-K. We cleared out the basement space in that building just 1.5 years or 2 years ago to provide 4 additional classrooms, as you know. And certainly in the Ward 3 and in the Wilson feeder pattern in particular, we have provided a number of very significant moves that we plan on making to alleviate crowding across that pattern, including Foxhall and the purchase of the Georgetown Day School building on MacArthur Boulevard. So all of those are very real actions that DCPS has been making in order to resolve the problem. We understand that it's not yet resolved at Lafayette, so DCBS continues to look at other potential alternatives, in particular for early childhood, as it does in all locations where we actually need more space for that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would ask if you could include my staff or me or the Ward 4 Education Alliance in the conversations relating to addressing the overcrowding, so that when the plan does roll out, it's something that the community is amenable to. But I want to move on to out of school time. Do you have a permanent new hire for the Office of Out of School Time Grants? And what's the timeline for getting a new person on board? My hope is that you all are expecting this to happen before summer, but I'm just going to ask it, do you expect it to happen before this summer?
You're talking about the executive director position, council member?
Correct.
Yes, thanks for the question. We do indeed expect it to happen before summer. We are very, very pleased that we have on an interim basis a very strong and experienced member of the team there who has been serving as the kind of steadfast interim executive director. So we currently do not feel that any gap in service. We do not feel any concerns about the work of the office. I meet with our interim executive director weekly. She's a part of our senior leadership team here in DME. So, and that team, as you know, is such a strong and extraordinary team that I don't think there's been any slowdown in the work. At the same time, we're very eager to have a new executive director sort of permanently in place. We are working hard to expand out the pool of potential applicants, and we do anticipate having someone in place before the summer.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to hear that. We heard from parents concerned that DME primarily measures the quality of out-of-school time programs through the size of their wait list and students' attendance, which I think is a very limited sort of evaluation of out-of-school time programs. And as a huge supporter of out-of-school time programs and the benefit that they have on us, on our community and our children, I would like to know how DME is evaluating programmatic quality amongst out-of-school time providers. There are clearly some providers who have been, in the game for a long time, who have, who collect data and do a lot of work. And we want to make sure we're getting, the most bang for our buck. So I'm hoping that you're going to say size and size of wait lists and student attendance aren't the only factors you're considering. But I have to ask you just flat out, how are you all evaluating programmatic quality outside of those just two factors?
It is such a good question, council member, and one that I, of course, began asking when I took over this role. It is true that for out-of-school time providers and after-school providers, I think the historic ways of understanding whether they're good has basically been popularity, but also importantly, attendance. And I would say of those two, I do think attendance is actually a very good marker of engagement and should be one way that we look at quality. At the same time, the out-of-school time office, as you probably know, has actually been very focused on how to strengthen its review, its programmatic review of out-of-school time providers and specifically what their quality is like. And they have done quite a lot of work in developing a self-assessment tool that is used by out-of-school time providers and their participants to in order for us to be able to rate their quality. We run trainings out of our office in UDC. We have a dedicated staff person who works on this. There's a best practice evidence-based scale that we've been promoting and rolling out across the district. I think last year, the year before, we had some relatively small number of providers participate. I think it was like 25 or so in this pilot of this overall approach to quality, but it's one that we have a lot of excitement about.
Okay, I want to, I appreciate that. I would like to ask if you can share that self-assessment tool with the committee, and I'm sure, and they can share it with us. It would be great to see what that self-assessment tool looks like and the factors that are included there, to be able to, see if we're assessing on the level we should be. I want to ask about Safe Passage and the Safe Blocks program. Can you say more about how many staff or organizations are currently being deployed in the Columbia Heights Safe Passage priority area, particularly around getting students to and from the Petworth Metro Station safely? And I also, in addition to that, I also have to ask about the School Connect program your office is doing in partnership with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. And I know they were in the process of evaluating. Last year, I brought this up to you all about sort of transportation needs in our community with LaSalle Bacchus and Ida B. Wells and that particular track. And I noticed that Coolidge and Wells are included in the Columbia Heights Safety Passage Priority, and so therefore might be eligible for participating in this program. And so I wanted to make sure that was fair to say as well. So could you speak to the Columbia Heights Safe Passage Priority Area, Petworth Metro Station, and then sort of whether Woodford, Coolidge, Wells pipeline is truly being considered in the School Connect program with the Department of For-Hire Vehicles?
Yes, thanks, Council Member. Obviously, safe passage and the safety of students is a real priority for me and for my office and for my team. On the Safe Blocks program more generally, we have successfully, with the support of the Out of School Time Office, provided this year's funding to 6 community-based organizations across the city to provide services to 47 schools in 7 safe passage areas. And of those organizations, we've already seen them hiring more than 120 adults. So we've got 120 safe passage workers now on the street at dismissal time and working in our schools to provide safe passage supports. It's a tremendous effort and something we're really, really enthusiastic about. In terms of specific to the part of the city you're referring to, we have 2 organizations that are deployed to work with the schools in that neighborhood, and we've got about 30 staff members who've already been hired to basically do that support. Petworth, I believe, is not in our safe passage areas or safe passage zones, so we'll have to look there, and I can ask the team to look to see what the proximity is like and whether we actually are indeed providing support there, although I do know that it's technically outside of the safe passage area.
Yeah.
On the School Connect program, we know that you've raised in the past, and you're interested in the possibility of providing this shuttle service in additional parts of the city. Right now, as you know, it's only provided in wards 7 and 8 in the safe passage areas there for 24 schools. And we continue to look to see what the possibilities will be for us to expand it to other parts of the city. And in particular, we do have a couple of schools in those areas that are not taking full advantage of the program for various reasons. And so we're looking at the kind of redeployment. We haven't made any decisions about that, but we're happy to take your feedback and input that you would like us to consider the schools in Columbia Heights to be one possibility.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank
So,
you.
second round, Council Member Allen, followed by Council Member Henderson. Councilmember Allen. Then we'll go to Councilmember Henderson and see if he appears. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would happily go before Councilmember Allen. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Dr. Walker Davis. Dr. Walker Davis, I actually wanted to start with you because I've been waiting to have this conversation about what is going on with the Public Charter School Board. I think I know there was a lot of surprise, I would say, from individuals around the announcement that you all would not be taking applications for another year. And my understanding is that over the course of this period of time, you all are going to be doing some reflection and strategic planning in terms of where you want to move going forward. And I'm just curious how those conversations are going.
Yes, good afternoon, Council Member, and thank you for the question. So yes, I did share in my testimony that we took some time to actually develop a strategic roadmap. And part of that process was to look at our excellent schools priority area. And 2 of the big pieces of that is revising our accountability framework and also being thoughtful about charter expansion and growth. And so we did pause our application process to reevaluate what would be the factors that we would consider in future applications, both for new schools as well as existing schools expanding. So
Okay.
what that process will look like is new guidance to applicants, again, both new as well as existing schools, about what would be the factors that we would consider when looking at those expansions. Another key part of that is sharpening our assessment of demand. As you know, we look at demand as a high factor in our application process. Are there families who are interested in the program? And so part of our demand analysis are, what are those high demand programs that we currently have? What are the ones that we're hearing parents continue to want? And so that notion of, will you be able to fulfill your seats if you open a school? Is this a program that communities are asking for? All of those being factors in the long-term success of the school. And I would say the most important factor in aligning our application process is that it is following our new accountability framework. And when we expand schools or open new schools, it will be aligned with the way that we are assessing quality moving forward. So that's the top line, but I could answer more questions if you have.
Yep. Have you guys released already what your new framework is going to be?
No, so we are in the process now. We identified the measures that we are going to likely include in our process. This spring, we will give guidance to our schools about those specific measures and what we will be collecting. Next fall is actually when we're going to pilot the framework. And so no schools will be tiered or scored against the framework until the following school year.
Okay, so are we tiering this year? Because I know we didn't tier last year. So
no, we will not be assessing ratings on schools for this school year.
Okay, so how are we assessing whether or not schools are, if you're not going to do the tiered, and I understand why, right, given everything that has occurred. But if we didn't do it this year, and we didn't do it last year, and technically next year is going to be a pilot, that's 3 years of us not assessing whether or not a school has issues, I would say, or not.
I appreciate the question and I understand the question. So I want to name that it's not that we're not paying attention to outcomes in schools. So there are still factors that are not test-based that we are looking at. And I can send more details around that. But specifically, we passed a COVID-19 impact policy that outlined all the ways that we would assess schools during the years of not having our statewide assessment. And so it outlines the types of academic indicators that we're going to be looking at and other school indicators. In addition to those sort of quantitative measures, we continue to assess schools qualitatively. So we have a process called qualitative site reviews that we do for our schools, and we are continuing those cycles. That involves members of our team going into schools, both virtually when we were in remote learning, and now that we are back in person, going in person and looking at teaching and learning in those sites. So those are two ways that we are still continuing to assess schools. With respect to the specific ways that schools that are coming up for review and renewal will be held accountable, our COVID impact policy lists the actual goals and measures that would be considered and sort of what are the percentages of performance that they would need to meet to be able to be approved by our board going forward. And I can send that to the committee, the actual policy that outlines that.
Okay. I mean, I just, I think one of the things some criticize the PSCSB for in the past, but one of the things that I saw was a strong suit was that when there was an issue in terms of a sustained issue, you all had no trouble closing a school. And so now we're going to go through this period where nobody's getting closed. And so I just want to make sure that we're still keeping track of what is happening in the buildings so that, we don't have I don't call them a generation, but we don't have a cohort of young people, who are still in a bad situation.
Yeah, it is absolutely a legitimate concern, council member. And as I outlined before, there are ways that we are still monitoring the progress. We will not be able to score. We have chosen not to score schools this year because our framework does include the assessment, but we will have that capability going forward. And that is why I wanted to lift up that we do have a sense of what's going on in schools from our qualitative reviews. We are still paying attention to any flags, if you will, that we see in data that we do have access to, and employing all of our usual oversight responsibilities like audits, like notices if we find that it is really egregious. And so I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're not paying attention, but it is true that we do not have some of the same tools that we had in the past at our disposal. And that is a reality of the pandemic.
So in terms of the new framework going forward, to what extent both the framework and the strategic roadmap, as you described, to what extent have you had public engagement on these conversations? Because at the end of the day, I would say families are your customer.
Yes. Yes, appreciate that. So with regard to our strategic planning process, which ultimately led to our roadmap, we did do engagement with a variety of stakeholders. So we spoke to, of course, our education leader partners. We spoke to our school leaders. We spoke to families. And at the PCSB, we do enjoy a parent and alumni leadership council. And they were instrumental both in lending their voice, but also finding other parents to share their perspectives and concerns. And then we also met with our sort of nonprofit and other education-related organizations to talk about both our board's desires in terms of where we wanted to go, but get feedback from them on where we needed to go. So all of that led to our strategic roadmap. With respect to the performance management framework and ultimately newly named, perhaps, advised accountability framework, we primarily spoke to our school leaders, both about the measures that we were looking to see and also to hear their concerns about the ways that our current framework serve them and opportunities for moving forward. And so we have advisory groups for the pre-K to 12 grade levels and specific advisory groups for our adult and alternative education. And they have been very instrumental over the last, I would say, 8 to 9 months in helping us to think about how to roll out the performance management framework.
Okay. I want to ask you about special education.
Sure.
And so, we had a hearing on special education a few weeks ago, and it definitely is something that came up yesterday in terms of the public testimony. And hearing, just in terms of LEAs, I'm not going to call it struggling, but LEAs having a real difficulty meeting the requirements of the law in terms of both evaluation, assessment, et cetera. And I know that or at least the perception is on the DCPS side, there's more of a due process situation or pathway, if you will, for a family who wants to raise a concern because they've asked for their child to be evaluated. Like we've heard from people, I asked for my child to be evaluated, and the school said we can't do it right now. That's not the process. But as a parent, where do I go with that? That doesn't require me to have an attorney. Does that make sense?
I think I understand your question. I will take a stab at answering as best I can because, as you know, OSSI monitors and enforces special ed compliance. What our role is in this process is certainly to keep abreast and in contact with OSSI should there be any concern that we need to be paying attention to. And we use their findings in our authorizing decisions. In terms of parents' ability to navigate the system is what I understood from your question.
Right.
Very often we do get parents who reach out to us asking for assistance and help. And our role is, one, to understand what they're asking about, and two, to connect them to the appropriate resource. And typically our first step is to follow up at the school to better understand what's going on. But should there be an issue around special ed, we work in strong partnership with OSSI to make sure that they are applying the enforcement mechanisms for any violations or short of that concerns around special ed. So I don't think I can answer the question directly the way you want, but I can say that we do work closely around special ed compliance issues because all charter schools are expected to follow applicable local and federal law.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon and welcome to Deputy Mayor Kine and Dr. Walker Davis. Appreciate you all being with us and all the work that you and your teams are doing. So I want to start mental health has been a significant issue throughout the pandemic. As you both know, we've had conversations about this. One of the things that we've heard from teachers is that most of the wellness activities that they do are ones that they seek out themselves rather than initiatives that are integrated into their regular workflow. There seems to me to be sort of an increased need and request for wellness programs. Hearing that both from educators, but also from students, is DCPS and our charter schools investing financially to allow schools to hire educator wellness partner organizations?
Good afternoon, Council Member. Thank you for the question, which I think could not be more important. Dr. Walker Davis, I'm sure will chime in on this. I mean, both she and I are now regularly back visiting schools. And one of the most striking observations that I know I have in those schools is the amount of energy that schools are now trying to put into ensuring educator wellness. In fact, I was in a school yesterday that has established an entire wellness room that is a place for educators to go and be and unwind and get access to the kinds of self-care resources that are, I think, required in these very, very stressful environments as we continue to try to recover from the pandemic. There are schools indeed in the charter sector and across DCPS that are hiring additional people. There are lots of schools that are partnering with organizations like the Wendt Center, which you'll be familiar with. As I'm sure you're aware, DBH this year has invested in providing additional services that are specific for educators to get access to mental health supports. This is counseling for educators that are interested in that. These are communities where educators can come together to talk about their work and their experiences. And then, of course, a number of basically self-help resources for teachers to take advantage of. I think there is quite a lot more that we can and should be doing in this regard, which is why I appreciate your question. But schools certainly are responding in lots of different ways to this challenge. I don't know, Dr. Walker Davis, if you want to add.
Yeah, Councilmember White, thank you for the question. I would echo the statements of the Deputy Mayor and would add that many of our charter schools participate in the school-based mental health program, which is specifically focused on students. But as Deputy Mayor Kine said, as I'm visiting schools, I am hearing directly from LEA leaders about the emphasis on staff. It is one of the areas that I'm actually looking to charter schools to share some very creative and innovative ideas in terms of how they're approaching it. What I could say is it's absolutely not a one size fits all. It definitely is contextualized by the school community. And one thing that I heard as a consistent theme, it's not just creating the time and space for wellness in general, but how do you actually rethink the teacher's time, both with students and without students, so that it is more balanced and can focus on wellness. And so, and if we create opportunities that make it seem like going to get those wellness activities is extra work, that we're sort of defeating the purpose. And so I would just share that as a consistent theme that I heard throughout, but to the Deputy Mayor's point, it is top of mind for almost every educator that I've encountered.
I appreciate it. I hope you will consider sort of surveying schools, both in the DCPS and the charter school, to see who has programs that seem to be working both for students and for teachers. Dr. Walker Davis, I was going to go there next with respect to teachers. You know, they've been under an incredible amount of stress, and I think, you know, need wellness programs and maybe wellness rooms for themselves. You know, this is going to be a need for a while, and for reasons we understand. And so I hope you'll consider, you know, surveying folks to see what's working and what we can support in those realms. I want to move to out of school time programs. We have heard a lot from parents. I'm a DCPS parent myself, so, you know, understandably so, about the need for more out of school time programming. And one of the things I noticed in the DME's FY21 performance plan is that the 21 performance plan, 10,038 youth were directly impacted by programming funded by the out of school time grants and youth outcomes in FY21. In FY19, it was 12,567 youth directly impacted. So, sort of a gulf of 2,500 students. Is this because there are fewer programs, fewer students? Why are we seeing this sort of decline in the number of young people in out of school time programs?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Council Member. It's a number that I was also curious about. I can share that unfortunately, many of our out of school time programs were directly affected by the pandemic. Some were closed. Some were offering virtual programming that was less attractive to families, and so that decline is neither due to a decline in funding nor due to a decline in our ability to make grants, but was due directly to the circumstances of the pandemic and people just being at home.
Okay. Some of the grassroots organizations that are doing effective community work with young people, but are not funded by the out of school time grant program. What I've heard from them is that these organizations often have trouble with grants because the grants reporting requirements don't accurately assess the impact of their work. And I understand that you have to assess them. We can't just kind of give everybody money with no assessments. But I'm wondering how does the DME assess the outcomes of the OST programs?
I think there are two very, very important parts to your question, Councilmember. The first is, how do organizations get access to the grant programs, and what are the kind of eligibility requirements, if you will, to get access? And there, we have a very straightforward, but I would say strong set of standards as good stewards of public dollars to ensure that we are giving these publicly funded grants to organizations with some kind of proven track record. And we have a long history of working with small community-based organizations. We've got a set of very specialized, deeply caring grants specialists and grants managers now in-house at the out of school time office that does a lot of support and help of organizations seeking to apply, to help understand what those requirements are, but also to help shepherd them through the process. At the end of the day, of course, grant applicants go through a review process where their applications are rated, and then we determine where we think the best use of the funding will be. So in that instance, there is a requirement that you've got some track record of success. I'd be happy to confer with or talk to any specific organizations that you feel as though they were not able to meet that, or they think that standard is somehow unfair or inappropriate. Be really happy to have those conversations as we continue to work to refine our processes. So that's what I would share.
I would appreciate that. That's, I think, the best possible offer. And I will encourage them. I don't want to name them today, but I will talk to them about talking to you, because it may be that they need to assess, they need to look at changing their model, but it also may be that we need to, be flexible on our assessment. So I appreciate that. Final thing, and I'll raise this because I had a couple interesting conversations with charter leaders just within the past few weeks who were not happy about sort of some like look, we're not against transparency, but FOIA requires resources, and and I get it. We've had this conversation many times. As we sort of are coming up to the budget, do you think that the charter school board can look at ways to assist charters with FOIA so that the individual LEAs are not maybe bearing too much of the brunt of that? Is that something that you all can help with and work toward in your budget?
I suppose that question is directed to me,
yes.
Member White. I would say this about our budget. It is clearly focused on our ability to provide oversight to schools, primarily for their academic and social and emotional activities on behalf of students. I would charter LEA leaders are the voices that you need to speak to directly around the types of support that they need. We are not really a direct service organization for charter schools because we do have that sort of monitoring and compliance function, but we have had a practice of bringing together best practices communities on a number of things. And I would definitely see that within the scope of our role, not specific to any issue that you're talking about. But I do think charter schools have spoken pretty clearly on where they land on FOIA. And as you pointed out, there are a variety of logistical issues in both implementing FOIA for charter schools, but specifically for us in our ability to support in that way.
Okay, well, I mean, this is something that we can do, right? And I'm suggesting that I've heard from charter leaders, and they're saying we have no problem with FOIA. It's the burden. You all are the only central entity that that is there to support charter schools, and so I want to make sure we're not saying, we always say, oh, we can't do that because we only do this thing. This is a place where we can help, and we I think want to be sensitive to the possible burden. I think you all are in the position as this coordinating entity to play that leadership role here. And, I guess I wonder why it seems like you don't want to play that role. And I'm not really clear on why.
I appreciate the question. And I just want to clarify, we don't play a coordinating role for charter schools. We play an oversight role for charter schools. And I think that is where the logistical challenge comes in.
FOIA is clearly oversight, right?
I think we should have a longer conversation about the types of things that we do on behalf of schools and, quite frankly, on behalf of the city in terms of assuring both fiscal stewardship as well as academic outcomes for our schools.
All right, then we'll have more conversations on it. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to second round. Deputy Mayor, I'd asked you in the last round about school-based mental health. You said the Department of Behavioral Health. School nurses. So we're now providing funding to ensure that every school has a nurse. We're not quite there, but we're working our way toward there. Does your office oversee that?
We do not oversee nurses. That's a DC Health function.
Okay, but surely as the deputy mayor, you can have some involvement with that. And the reason why I ask is because I don't understand why it is that we have nurses in schools, but they can't do anything with regard to COVID. Somebody negotiated that.
Yeah, again, Chairman, I would simply share with you that DC Health has direct oversight and management of that school nurse program. They also directly negotiate the contract with Children's. And yes, of course, I and my office can have input and offer advice to DC Health, but ultimately they make determinations based on a very complex set of factors. So I would encourage you to talk with DC Health about that specific concern.
Well, that's a little frustrating to me because let me see, we have the vaccine mandate that's going to come to a head with the fall when students have to be vaccinated, COVID as well as other viruses, and or they are not enrolled. So that's very much a school function. The Department of Health doesn't come under this committee. And I'm not sure that the Department of Health necessarily gets the education aspects of this. So how do we deal with this cross sector?
Well, in the first instance, I would share, I think the DC Department of Health actually does indeed think deeply about schools and does get the educational aspects of lots of these decisions. They run the school nurse program. You're asking a specific question about a very specific duty and responsibility of a set of important workers in the schools and a contract that's negotiated by a government agency that I do not oversee. In that instance, I'm simply suggesting that if you would like to understand what they've done there, you should ask them. We certainly are involved in lots and lots and lots of coordination and collaboration.
Well, have you had discussions with the Department of Health? You are the deputy mayor. Have you had discussions with the Department of Health to broaden what nurses can do in the schools?
I think nurses actually do a lot in schools. They're accountable for all kinds of health paperwork. They do lots of wellness work with students. They do education. I think
how about administering COVID vaccines?
So that's something that it sounds like you're interested in having nurses do. I'm certainly happy to raise the DC Health that as a recommendation.
Excellent answer. And you can get back to us maybe at the next hearing with regard to what Department of Health what's going on. I mean, I don't understand why we require a vaccine. And, but then when we have a medical person that we pay for in the schools, they can't administer it. I don't know about the other vaccines. And if they can't administer the other vaccines, then why can't they administer COVID? But if they can't administer the other vaccines, why do we have a nurse in the school? Not that there aren't other functions, so I didn't quite mean it literally, but I'm just not getting this. And school kids, 20% of kids are going to get kicked out of school next year. But we have a nurse program that we're spending millions of dollars on, and I have to go talk to the Department of Health.
Well, Chairman, I would say, first of all, I share your sense of urgency about ensuring young people are vaccinated. Secondly, we have a very broad, comprehensive, and collaborative and coordinated vaccine program across the city, which includes DC Health. They have specific school clinics in a number of schools across the city that have provided and do provide vaccines. We have provided lots of pop-up sites across tens and tens of schools across the city.
Sure, 20%. I'm interrupting you because this is the final round and the clock is ticking. 20% of kids are not vaccinated, might even be high. In fact, I know it's higher in some schools. That's a lot of kids we're going to throw out next year. Well, at any rate, I appreciate that you will talk to the director. To what extent were you involved in the development of the DCPS model for budgeting local schools this year?
You're asking whether I was involved in the development of the model?
And the decision-making around the model.
So I certainly have been kept apprised of it. I have been an advisor to the chancellor on this. You'll need to be more specific, Chairman, in your question, please.
I think the question is, to what extent do you have a decision-making role with the budget? There was a lot of the budgeting of the local schools, the model that the DCPS supposedly is using to budget the local schools. There was a lot of testimony yesterday regarding unhappiness with the results. I want to know to what extent you're responsible for that.
So I would say that I am very aware of what the transition to the new model is. I'm very supportive of the DCPS way that it budgets its schools. I don't know if that's helpful.
Not entirely. If I have questions about the budgeting, do I direct them to you or to the chancellor?
If you have specific questions about DCPS's internal allocations from its UPSFF allocation to its schools, you're likely to get more specific answers from the chancellor. I'm certainly happy to try to provide responses to questions that you've got about the model and its rationale.
To what extent are you or your office involved with the challenge that DCPS is having? I don't know if the charters are as well, with background checks. So we got a lot of testimony yesterday about like mentors who are 3 months to get through the background check process. There was testimony, I think, from the chancellor about the shortage of substitute teachers and bringing new teachers on, and the slowness of background checks. To what extent is your office involved with that?
We have been involved in an interagency working group to try to resolve some of the bottlenecks in background checks.
And do any of those bottlenecks involve legislative changes?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that part of the challenge we're currently experiencing is the transition, according to the Student Safety Omnibus Act, to include the Child Protection Registry check, which is a new check required by that act, which we are supportive of. But the transition into incorporating that in the background checks has actually been a cause of many of the delays that we're experiencing. That's the part of this that has to go through CFSA, That's the part of this that DCPS sought to get help from a new vendor early this year that it itself caused some transitional challenges. And so the logistics around incorporating that, I believe, have been the driving force behind a number of the delays. So I don't think a legislative fix is required, meaning I don't think anyone would support trying to take that down. But on the other hand, it was the legislation that has actually created the need for this new component of the checks that has caused some of the slowdown that we are working very hard to resolve.
Because of the time, I'm going to move on. We are hearing an increasing number of complaints about facilities maintenance, that DGS is not being responsive. To what extent is your office involved with that?
We certainly receive communication from schools often when they feel like they have issues that are not being resolved. We pass them along to DGS. We work with leadership there. We try to provide oversight and guidance to DGS in specific instances where we think there are issues that should be addressed.
Well, DGS doesn't come within your cluster, but you are a deputy mayor. DGS, I mean, we've just got testimony from witness after witness yesterday about problems with maintenance. What can you do about that?
Well, we are involved with DCPS and helping them to understand the scope and depth of this problem. I'm in regular communication with the chancellor on this. We've worked as part of a collaborative group with DGS to ensure that they are tracking and accounting for various tickets in a more robust manner. And we are working to help support the fixes that they are putting in place to take care of these challenges more timely.
So what has changed? Other than the problem getting worse, what has changed? Because I don't getting better.
I'm not sure that I would say the problem is getting worse, Chairman. I know that we are working to ensure much more seamless communications between the schools and DGS and internal services. So I know that many of the challenges and ticketed items actually have been addressed in a more timely fashion, particularly as concerns HVAC. So I think we've seen a lot of progress over the past year as we work to resolve some of these issues. I don't think they're getting worse. I think they're getting better.
Well, I'm over my time, but I'm not going to let this go for a moment. So there were dozens of schools that did not have, that opened in September or August with HVAC problems. There are still schools that have HVAC problems. This was something that not only was a critical issue, given the reopening in the pandemic, but also DGS had all of last year to address. And so they said in September that they had supply chain problems. This is now February. Yesterday, there was testimony about half dozen Ward 4 schools with HVAC problems. So I don't see how it's getting better.
Well, so when you say problems, I think I would be very, I'd be very conservative in the sense that there may be some instances where there has not been a permanent fix to a challenge that has been identified, where there are indeed temporary fixes in place. We have a lot of oversight and view into what's going on in schools. We often hear there are specific challenges. They get resolved very, very quickly. The rapid response time has improved enormously. And there are schools that have temporary solutions in place that have been working through the winter to provide heat and other things, where we still, through DGS, continue to work on what might be a permanent solution.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, or so I say, but I can tell you that's not my experience. I visit schools and they've got lists and lists of work orders. And I meet with DGS every 2 months, and I think they're over their head. I'll give you this example. A school calls up and they say the classroom door, the lock doesn't work. So there's a work ticket. And then the school calls up and says the lock to the office door doesn't work. So there's a work ticket. And then there's another, I don't know, the janitor says the boiler room lock doesn't work. So there's another work ticket. So locksmith comes out. Does he fix all three? No, he fixes one. Closes the work order. Doesn't tell anybody. Goes back, I don't know where he goes. Maybe it's not even fixed properly. The principal doesn't even know that it's been fixed. Meanwhile, the other two locks haven't been fixed. It's a complete mess. And I think what I'm trying to convey here is that I think that the Deputy Mayor for Education should be more involved in leaning on DGS or the mayor. I mean, this all comes under the mayor with mayoral control to change this and get ahead of this. The facilities are getting worse. And in fact, as we go through the next round of questions, please, any of my colleagues, disagree with me if you do. I'm over my time. Councilmember Lewis George, do you disagree with me, Councilmember?
No, you will get no disagreement from me. I toured all of our public schools before the start of the school year, and they were not prepared for back to school. The HVAC systems issues continue to persist. So that's just a fact. I want to move from there though, but thank you. I 100% agree. And I want to, I'll start with Dr. Davis. Dr. Davis, I want to appreciate you and your staff for the approach you've taken to realigning your accountability framework to be more equitable. I think, the PMF had notable problems, and I'm excited to partner with you in identifying a new way to hold charter schools accountable that supports schools eager to serve students identified as at risk and students with special needs. So I really do appreciate that. I'm also interested to hear your response to the Ombudsman's recommendation that schools provide a more robust virtual option for students that would do well with that option. We know enrollment at Friendship Online Academy went up this past year, but I'm also interested in whether other LEAs might have the opportunity to open up more robust virtual options for kids. I know last year a few additional charters had the virtual option. So could you just talk to me about sort of whether you all are opening up that opportunity for more virtual learning options as we sort of hopefully land the pandemic plane?
I hope so as well, Council Member. So thank you for acknowledging the hard work that we've been engaged in around our accountability framework. It's definitely exciting to be following through on things that we heard our community speak to, and the desires of our board to have an even more rigorous accountability framework. And as I mentioned, more to come on that next school year and the following. With respect to virtual programming, you are correct. We did have an amendment process last year that allowed schools to apply for, and I want to underscore this, long-term substantive virtual programming, and we did have schools that we approved for that. Our approach this year is to really think back on what we've learned from the pandemic and to align with the desire and direction of our other education stakeholders like the Deputy Mayor and like OSSI. And we are going to look to the guidance that Dr. Grant mentioned earlier about virtual programming overall, and to think about where that fits into our sort of authorizing function. We do not now have an amendment process open for schools to seek virtual programming going forward, but the schools that we do have who we approved last year, we in our approval process said that we wanted to see how this year has gone before making further decisions to expand. I will say I've heard from both those schools and others about their interest in continuing to have a virtual option, and we are now currently exploring what are the key questions that we would ask about how that programming has gone, what would be the factors that we would consider in terms of success of programming, and do we know now more based on the students who've used virtual as an option for quarantining, et cetera, about sort of the student profile that can be successful during virtual programming. So I don't have any specific answers on what we will do right now, but those are the factors that we are considering.
Well, that's the data I would love for you all, for you to share across as sort of a collective, to the Deputy Mayor of Education, to Dr. Grant, about sort of the profile of students who did excel, who did succeed during that time. And I know you all really held a robust process during the pandemic. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned that we could potentially build out sort of a substantive system there around virtual options. So I guess this is just a request to whatever data you have collected or are collecting or are analyzing to share across the board so that we can really serve all DC students who and explore, other options of learning.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, I do think that does need to be in partnership with our deputy mayor and our state superintendent so that we can have some sort of consistent guidelines across the district. So I want to be clear that we won't be doing that in isolation.
Absolutely. And their deputy mayor's here. So I'm saying it to him at the same time, seek that information and let's be collaborative. I think there's a lot of lessons to learn and implement across the board. I want to ask you this because I think you deserve an opportunity to sort of respond to this and provide sort of your input on it. Last September, a former member of the board wrote a, critical op-ed of DC's charter sector. And he said there are some charter schools that are doing amazing work, but the system in itself is ineffective. And, this experiment, it's not working as it should. I want to give you the opportunity. What was your reaction to Mr. Bomba's essay? He made a lot of sort of, I guess, suggestions, considerations, and I just wanted to get your response to that, to your response to his essay and some of the assertions he made.
Sure. So as I sit in this role, I want to underscore that I believe charter schools are a vibrant and vital part of our public education landscape in the District of Columbia. Former board member Steve Bamba raised a lot of issues during his time on the board, and we appreciate his dedication and service. Specifically, he raised questions about our accountability measures, how families get access to equitable quality programs, and as you mentioned, the role of charter schools in the city. And I want to say that these were the topics that our board heard when hiring me for the role, and some of the same issues that I heard when I visited community meetings and talked to stakeholders. And that's all of those factors together are part of what we looked at when I came in and said, I want to launch this ambitious process to develop a strategic plan. So I won't go through all of the elements of our strategic plan, but I named that we are looking at excellent schools. And that's about making sure that we continue to lead into our nationally recognized and longstanding record of holding schools accountable for academic success. We want to lean into enduring partnerships, and that's just not partnering differently and better with our LEA leaders, but also the community to hear what are the things that are important to them. And then lastly, effective organization, meaning that we want to make sure that we have the right processes and protocols in place to better support schools. And so Mr. Bombal is one board member, one former board member. I think that everyone has a contribution and a voice to share. I think we have a lot of pieces in place to ensure that we are going to continue to improve our sector going forward. Many of the issues that he raised were past practices, and I am really excited to be working with this group of charter leaders on the future direction of our schools. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to those.
No, I thought you should have the opportunity. And I think one thing he said was something about the charter school should be more integrated, and the board shouldn't give top tier ratings to schools, I guess, with only a handful of students considered at risk. And that schools shouldn't be penalized for enrolling more at-risk students. Is that something you agree with?
Well, I will say that one of the things that is going to be a key factor in our performance management framework going forward is disaggregating data, so we do have a better picture of how every student group is performing at a school, right? And so you mentioned that there were some parts of our performance framework that could be improved, and that was one thing loud and clear that our board asked us to do. We value being able to serve all students in our public charter schools. And I think we'll have a better picture of what that looks like and how that informs the ultimate ratings for a school going forward in our revised framework.
Okay. And I don't know much about this, but he said that no excuses schools should be banned outright. I don't know what that is, but I had to ask you, like, what is that? Do you agree with that? Is that something?
Yeah, so I will just say across the nation, we are seeing a significant shift in the education community to what was called no excuses schools. And so I don't know that that's really a fundamental factor or flavor of our charter school portfolio right now. I want to just lean into what we've outlined in our strategic roadmap, which is that we value education excellence and equity, that a school cannot be excellent unless it is also equitable. And so that is where I would respond to that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I want to take a moment. I'm going to move on, actually, because I have only 20 seconds left, Charles. Deputy Mayor Khan, I just want to follow on one piece of what the follow-up was regarding what Chairman Mendelson already asked about regarding the $300,000 to fund the cost study to determine the actual cost needs of school-based mental health. Because I know that request was sent by like 56 organizations to you all specifically. And so I just want to understand, and Dr. Bazaran during the oversight hearing spoke to this being a crisis as well. And so I just want to understand what the official position is regarding that $300,000, whether it's going to happen or not happen, or what the plans are moving forward, because that was unclear. And I just need to get some follow-up on that, because I guess the answer just was unclear at this moment.
Yeah, thanks, council member. And I'm sure that's due to the fact that right now I don't have an official position on that because it's just coming across. And what I've committed to doing is talking with the Department of Behavioral Health about what they already know. Because again, it sounds like this is the request for a study to understand what the costs are that should be provided to community-based organizations, if I understood the initial question correctly. And there, I do believe, based on conversations, that the DBH does have a good sense of that. And so I would just want to make sure that such a study wasn't duplicative. But as I said, I'm happy to engage with them to ask the question and provide responses on that. I mean, right now we're very, very interested in ensuring we are able to staff our mental health services and clinicians well. So we want to make sure we're providing the appropriate amount of funding to those organizations. So that's all ongoing and very, very real and a very real concern. So this can be part of those conversations, and I appreciate the follow-up.
Okay, I just want to say there's a school-based mental health crisis in the city. The pipeline is short. We're not servicing students in a great way, and we're also not treating the current school-based mental health providers the way they should. They are burnt out because you have one provider, and sometimes schools with a 300 school population. So this has to be a crisis for the Deputy Mayor of Education. Especially the impact and the effects of the pandemic is just only going to worsen this. But that's my time. Thank you so much. And sorry to my colleague, Charles.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I had to be out in the community, so I missed much of your testimony. So I apologize, and I will make sure I catch up on all of that. And I wasn't even going to jump in for a round of questions until I heard the completely farcical statement that things with building maintenance has gotten better in the last. That would not be anything that any parent, teacher, PTO, that runs so counter to the reality that's experienced in every school. I just felt like I got to jump in on that. I've got schools where the air filters can't get changed unless they can get the council member to come walk through, take a picture, and contact DGS. I've got schools that have an HVAC system that leaked. Nobody would get that fixed. And so an entire gymnasium floor was entirely destroyed, had to be completely rebuilt, and an entire school lost access to their entire gym for the entire fall. It's not getting better. But what I don't understand, Deputy Mayor, is like, what is your role in this? I listened to your comments earlier. It reminds me of when we were back earlier in the pandemic and we talked about many Ward 6 schools, for example, are adjacent to National Park Service parks, so big outdoor spaces that we could use. And I asked what your role was, and your solution was that every principal should have to contact the federal government and the National Park Service on their own to see if they can get access to that park space. I don't understand why this isn't a bigger issue for the Deputy Mayor's office as a coordination role, as a place to bring these places together, because right now nobody owns it. Nobody owns it. Nobody drives it. And so nobody's making it. I'll go walk through the schools. I'll go find the filters. I'll go take the picture. I'll go contact the DGS director. He's incredibly responsive when I reach out to him, and I appreciate that, but that's not a system, and that's not how it's getting any better. So Deputy Mayor, tell me more about what you're doing, not an interagency working group that doesn't sound like it's not driving anything. How can you use your seat of power and voice to drive this for the schools?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. I really appreciate the question, and I appreciate your constant presence in schools and all the support you provide to your school communities. I know we hear from you a lot, and I know I am, and we are always grateful for that support. And this harkens back to some of the questions the chairman was asking me, which is in these instances where we have within the deputy mayor's cluster public schools that get services from other agencies like DC Health or DGS, what should the appropriate role of the deputy mayor for education be? And I can share with you that the role is actually very considerable and quite aggressive. And so in the instances of school maintenance, I sit with the city administrator and DGS and DCPS on a regular basis as we review the maintenance issues of school, particularly around HVAC. I mean, we held constant meetings, we looked at dashboards, we followed up on the status of repairs and fixes, and this is something that we did at a certain point daily and then weekly. So I've been very, very actively involved in ensuring that the most critical fixes, for example, for HVAC systems were made in a timely way by DGS. We've also been involved in conversations with them on what the solution is for the longer term to ensure that we've got the appropriate staffing, the contracting staff that we need, and in particular, the expertise required to service all different kinds of systems in schools. So yes, I do convene teams. I actually do ad hoc problem solving. But I am also sitting at the table with the city administrator and others as we work to ensure that the schools get the services that they need in order to be successful.
Okay. I won't diminish that you feel that that's, there are aggressive actions being taken and that from where you're sitting and at that table, that's what you're seeing. I want to make sure that you hear clearly the school communities don't feel that that is happening. That aggressiveness doesn't feel like it is translating out into the individual schools and the maintenance in which they see. And I'll just reflect that for myself, walking through the schools regularly, I'm not seeing that either. It is just a routine. It feels like it's just every day. Every school's got this massive list of problems, and they can't get it fixed unless they can get some, they get a political person, they get a council member to kind of walk through and then make some noise, and we'll do it, right? But we both know that's not the right way to have the system run. We'll tackle it as a problem solving exercise, but it's not actually fixing it. And I wasn't going to jump into this round. I am troubled if the perception that you're seeing is it's gotten better in the last year, because it's not. It's not. I can't think of a single school you could walk into and say, guys, it's gotten better over last year, right? I can't think of a single school that would agree with you. Now, if you can take this level of frustration you're hearing from me and from others, and then try to think about how can we work together, and I will 1,000% partner with you and others to help think through how we can be more aggressive in that. But I just couldn't let that rest, that it has somehow gotten better in the last year, because that's not the experience on the ground. And I really think we've got to do a heck of a lot better. I have pounded the table before. When DGS, you would never set up something like this if you had to get work done at your house, in your home. Nobody ever owns it or drives it. So no one is the client. That's a problem. And so it's all sister agencies and interagency task forces and working, but somebody at the end of the day has got to make a decision and somebody's got to drive it. And that does not happen right now. And that's why we see it play out in the schools the way it does. So I don't have any further questions. I just want to make sure you hear me loud and clear that what you describe is absolutely not the reality that's playing out in the schools in Ward 6. And I think, as heard from colleagues in other wards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just spent the last 10 minutes going through the testimony from yesterday, and I wasn't able to get through all of it, but There was this from the Vice President of the Teachers Union. DCPS and DGS need to maintain the school buildings. The chairman of the city council shouldn't have to visit a school in order for repairs to be made. The fact that this even needs to be said is beyond the pale. From the Ward 4 elected representative to the State Board of Education. There's no logical reason for any student in our city to have to be in a classroom that is not warm in the winter or cool in the summer. No student should be in a classroom that has leaks in the ceiling. No student should be in a building that is not secure because the security doors malfunction. None of this would accept this in our own house. Why is it acceptable in our schools? In Ward 4, Whittier, Truesdale, Powell, LaSalle, Bacchus, and Roosevelt still have HVAC issues. I'll repeat that. This was said yesterday. In Ward 4, Whittier, Truesdale, Powell, LaSalle, Bacchus, and Roosevelt still have HVAC issues. Roosevelt has had to use portable space heaters since December. We need a distinct space in Northeast that can accommodate. That goes beyond the issue of the maintenance. There was testimony, I don't have it in front of me, about how apparently there's a hose to redirect leaks from the roof at Roosevelt. Even though Roosevelt was just modernized a couple of years ago. There was this testimony. One thing that families are appalled by is the condition of the school building. This concerns Langley. Our teachers have moved mountains to make the classrooms cheerful and safe, but communal spaces in the school, particularly the bathrooms, are unacceptable. The hallways need repainting. Ceiling tiles are missing in some bathrooms. Children spot rodents and roaches in the building. And worst of all, children have no place to wash their hands or use restrooms on the floor with the cafeteria and gym. They have to walk up 2 flights of stairs to find a working bathroom. I visited a Ward 6 school a couple of weeks ago, and the classroom 203 floods every time there's a significant rain. I don't mean a torrential rain, I just mean a significant rain. Now, DGS has been out to fix it. Every time it rains, the classroom floods. The kids have to get up, they have to leave the classroom. The water just comes across the floor. That's just what I could pull out from a few minutes going through yesterday's testimony. That's what we're referring to, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Chairman.
So
yes, Councilmember Henders.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to help out our colleagues on the Labor Committee. I need to get to a markup, but I want to get one last little bit in here. I don't know if that was a rhetorical pause or if you were expecting a.
I've lost track of the order. So please, if you have 10 minutes, did I not give you a second round?
No, you didn't. That's.
Go for it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, not to pile on, but I just want to mention this one thing, because I'm going to talk to Deputy Mayor Babers about this as well, because I learned this yesterday myself. Do you know who's responsible for picking up the trash at DC Public Schools?
I believe it would be DPW, wouldn't it?
Nope. It's actually 2 agencies. DPW picks up trash and then DGS picks up the recycling. And it kills me. Oh, because there's something, DPR can also be involved depending on where the trash receptacle is, if you share property amongst the 2 schools, which is one that always got me in terms of just efficiencies, how 4 different agencies are involved in just like waste collection for schools. That's something we need to get a handle on. I wanted to ask you really quickly about out of school time. And in terms of what you all's thinking is around doing a new needs assessment or an updated needs assessment. The last time we did a needs assessment around out of school time, I think it was like 2017, 2018. I'm curious if we are planning one in the future.
Yes, we're actually going to finish one this fiscal year.
Oh, we are.
We're starting at the spring, yeah.
Okay. And what takes into account, is that a survey or what builds into that, I guess, is a question.
Yeah, it's a survey, but it's also a set of interviews across the landscape with providers. I believe we talk to users of the system, so participants and families to understand, and then we do a landscape analysis of all of the current providers. We look at it geographically and also by type of provider.
Okay. When do you expect that to be done by?
I know that when I've talked to the out of school time office, they expect it'll be done this fiscal year. So I'm guessing sometime in the summer, but I'll be happy to get with them to get a firmer date if that's helpful.
Okay. I'm just curious in terms of how that can inform our conversation about out of school time going forward. Obviously timing is everything, but it sounds like this isn't going to be able to be available for this budget conversation.
It won't be, but the out of school time office's current strategic plan actually sunsets in 22. This is the last year of the current plan. And so the needs assessment is actually going to go into the re-up of their next phase of their strategic plan, which will help us, I think, dramatically in terms of our targeting and work across the city.
Okay. And to what extent, I know obviously you have engagement or understanding in terms of out of school time as it pertains to during the school year. To what extent are you part of the conversations around what happens on breaks and then in the summer?
So it's all, if it's work that's provided by the out of school time office in the form of grants, particularly the summers, it's the same set of conversations and oversight of the grant programs and the awardees. The breaks out of school time, often that's out of school time, providers that basically in their course of their normal services, if they're doing after school, they'll provide supplemental school breaks. DPR, as you know, also does break camps now. So that's also something else we look at.
Okay. And I guess, does DPR technically fall under your cluster? Remind me.
It does, yes.
Okay, great. So let's talk about the website and the issues in terms of just families having the ability and access to out of school time. I'm not sure if you were, so this week on Tuesday, DPR opened up their spring programming signups for spring. So not just stuff that you do on the weekends, but also for like, if you need to sign up for spring break camp because you need childcare for your young person, or care for your young person while you're working during spring break or something to that effect. It is kind of bewildering that we do signups for this kind of important thing in the middle of the day. Tuesday at noon, first come, first serve on an intranet site. I feel like there's more we can be doing here to help ensure that families who really need a slot can get a slot and not have this sort of mad dash. Like it gives me flashbacks to the time when they talked about if you were trying to get a slot for out of boundary school, you had to go stand in line in DC. That used to be a thing at one point. Or if you were trying to get a slot at an out of boundary school, the list started at midnight. So you had families who would stay up just to be able to click send so you can be at first in line. Are we exploring some conversations about how we do this differently? I've heard some feedback from families that Montgomery County and PG County seem to be able to do this bit better. And I'm raising this with you now only because the performance oversight hearing for DPR already happened, but this is fresh in my mind, especially as we think about summer camp signups. If you miss that window, what are you supposed to do with your young person in terms of the most affordable options we offer here in the district?
Yeah, Councilmember, thanks for the question. And absolutely, we are involved in conversations with the agency. Currently, they do use a portal that is considered, I am assured, best in class in the sort of parks and recreation industry. That's the provider for their signups. But we also know that there are challenges with it. Not just around timing, but also just around the way that it works and the fact that you actually are basically getting in line, as you're saying, to get a slot.
Right.
So I've asked the agency to look at alternatives to actually getting access to summer camps, including things like, might we be able to do a lottery at some point in the future? Or are there other ways to kind of access the programming? And so DPR has undertaken to consider some of these alternative options, and we're going to be talking about those because
Okay.
we also hear from families that are not satisfied with the sign up experience. Let's call it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a legislative meeting on Tuesday, and I was off on the side. So the legislative meeting is supposed to start at noon. Sign up start at noon. So what was I doing? On my laptop trying to get a little spot. And then the website crashed. So when you said first in class, that's why I was like, oh, I don't know if people would agree with you on that, because the website, we had an experience.
Yes.
But I want to say, in terms of summer camp, I think the equity question is incredibly important, especially given the cost of private camps in the district. If you are not available on that one day, or if you lose that spot on that one day, I don't want young people just having to sit at home for 6 weeks because the system didn't work for them in terms of their family being able to access an option there. So I'd love to talk to you more and work with you on that.
Yes, we'd be very, very happy to. This is an important topic. Thank you.
Okay. Last thing really quickly, I wanted to ask you about was safe passage. Excuse me. And the program, the name is escaping me. The new one, where we pick up some kids and we drop them off, some kids.
DC School Connect.
Yes. Are there any plans to expand that program, considering we're not using all the seats available?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, you're right. We actually have capacity for hundreds of students on that. And currently, I think we're seeing a daily ridership of about 125 or 130.
Right.
We also have the ability to run that at, I think, 24 or 25 schools. And there are a couple of schools that are not taking advantage of it for various reasons. And so we're currently in the process of considering alternative locations for that capacity.
Okay.
Ensure that we've got school communities that will take really good advantage of it. We've seen a number of specific challenges as we've stood it up as a pilot program.
Right.
Mostly, which include a very, very understandable kind of parent or family distrust of this new, kind of shuttle service, particularly because initially it was taking place in sedans. As opposed to a sort of clearly marked kind of bus service. So all of those things we're working on very actively, and we're seeing ridership tick up. The folks that are taking it are really, really happy with it as a program.
Okay.
So we are looking to make sure that we're taking best advantage of the capacity we've got. So yes.
Okay, because I'm like, if we're paying for it, and we had this conversation with Director Joe, I don't know when his performance oversight hearing was, before yours. We've talked about this, but the expansion thing was not something that he could talk about, so I wanted to bring it to you. Last question for Dr. Walker-Davis. As you guys are thinking and retooling in terms of the application, I know you talked about a shift in terms of what does demand mean, or what does demand look like? Like, I've actually spent a lot of time looking at waitlist data of late because I'm entered my kid into the lottery. So I'm just trying to have a better understanding of things. But also, I'm curious where location will fit in that conversation. So obviously, not obviously, some people may not know this, but in other jurisdictions who have charter schools, they are very specific. Some of them are prescriptive. They'll say, I know you want to be in Harlem, but we're not taking any more charter schools in Harlem, right? Is that the type of thing that we are looking to at least be a little bit more specialized in how we approach demand, need, and then also what does charter growth look like or not going forward?
I appreciate the question, Council Member, and I understand where that concern is coming from. We actually don't have a role in the final site selection of schools, but we do ask schools in the application process to demonstrate which wards they want to be in. And typically they may say 1 or possibly 2 wards that they would be looking to locate. The way that we think that we can influence that process is part of the application process will include I'll just call it a supplement, if you will, that outlines the academic achievement data that we have, the waitlist data that we know about, as well as the location of schools and sort of what that looks like. And we will ask in the application process for schools to demonstrate why they believe an additional school with this grade span in this particular geographic area would serve the community. And so we're trying to sort of front load that process and ask in the application process for folks to demonstrate how that particular factor, both not just the programming, but the location of the school, will speak to what we've heard the community say that they want. So that's the way that we're trying to get at that issue.
All right. Thank you. Overtime. Gotta go. Markup.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe that completes this round of questions from council members. Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, please forgive me that I didn't ask any questions of you, but my colleagues.
You're quite forgiven, and I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to continue to talk.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you as well. So you both are excused, and we're going to turn to the last agency and witness, and that's DCPS. Thank you again. So now if Dr. Lewis Fairby could come forward as the Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
I am happy to yield some time back to Dr. Walker-Davis if you would like me to do so, sir.
I appreciate the sentiment. That's very collaborative on your part. No, I think we've reserved the hot seat for you for the next couple hours.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. I am Dr. Lewis D. Fairby, Chancellor for the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, discuss DCPS progress, adaptability, and achievements over the past year. I would like to start by thanking our entire DCPS community and acknowledging their incredible efforts this year. Despite unprecedented circumstances, our students have continued to learn and grow. Our staff have welcomed students back for in-person learning and ensured critical safety protocols are in place. Our teachers have adapted to their instruction to address the time students spent out of traditional classroom environment, and our school leaders have worked tirelessly to create safe and welcoming school environments filled with rigorous and joyful learning. Our families have trusted us with their children, and they have let us know that we can do better and how we can do better. And there's no greater honor than to lead this school system. Despite the pandemic, we focused our students' experiences on ensure that their positive outcome trajectories continue, including an increase in the district graduation rate of more than 70%. Under the COVID-19 public health crisis, we've been committed to our unwavering pursuit of rigorous and joyful learning experiences for all of our students, which has been more daunting than before. This year, we're proud that we welcome back more than our rate of enrollment previously and close to nearly 50,000 students. Every moment I spend in our schools, I am struck by the joyful and supportive learning that is happening. I'm inspired by the warmth of our educators and the curiosity of our students. Reflecting back on last summer, I like to recognize the work of our schools that prepared for the full return to in-person learning this school year. All DCPS schools work with their families and over 50 partner organizations to design unique summer acceleration academies that were designed to serve more than 5,000 students who benefited from this focused support and peer interactions and academic opportunities. After a year of limited in-person instruction, the summer was a moment to restart through robust hands-on learning activities such as math skills to build roller coasters and applying science by working in school gardens. As the school year started in the fall, the entire nation was grappling with the concerns about what students may have missed while they were learning remotely. Through our research, DCPS focused on acceleration that has been prioritized with important standards in front of our teachers to provide the space to deepen learning. This strategy supports delivering grade level content while providing targeted supports if our students' prior needs need more support. An example of this is in mathematics. If a sixth grader is working on ratios but needs more support in division, Our dedicated educators work thoughtfully and intentionally to teach division alongside ratios to enrich students' understanding of both concepts concurrently. In addition, we have expanded access to high-impact tutoring in schools in partnership with our community-based partners to help strengthen the skills and to get our students on track in their classes. New this year, every DCPS school is focusing on consistent acceleration and individualized student support. We're utilizing a system-wide approach that helps teachers and school teams target learning experiences based on each student's unique needs. The DCPS multi-tier system of support, also known as MTSS, is a strengths-based approach to organizing supports for students into 3 tiers. First is Tier 1. Tier 1 practices are consistent foundations for all students to experience success in rigorous grade level content, including arts, building strong peer interactions, and also teacher relationships, and providing consistent trauma response practices to all students. If a student would benefit from more tailored support, Tier 2 and Tier 3 success plans are implemented and monitored every 6 to 8 weeks. For example, 4.3% of DCPS students are receiving Tier 3 supports through our high impact tutoring, a research-based strategy for improving student achievement. MTSS is more critical now than ever before and is the foundation of our acceleration and support strategy and our work to increase attendance and engagement. It provides systems and structures for the understanding of strengths and the needs within our schools and providing aligned support. The MTSS work is also complemented by our increases in social emotional learning and mental health supports to schools, both through increase in the number of DCPS social workers and psychologists, and through the full expansion of the school-based mental health program. This year, DCPS also launched the Mental Health Ambassador Program at all of our high schools to remove the stigma associated with seeking help. We've also worked to make our schools more engaging, relevant, and effective in preparing students for success after graduation. We've continued to invest in our NAF academies and our career and technical education opportunities, as well as early college programs, and have expanded career exposure starting in our middle school level. More of our high schools are able to participate in meaningful post-secondary programming, including our advanced internship program and expanded dual enrollment through OSSE. Our support for students continues after graduation with DCPS persists, and our data shows that coaching is working to increase college retention rates, and we're excited to build on our work to reimagine our high schools in the years to come. As we adapt in this ongoing pandemic, technology funding continues to be a priority for ensuring equity and excellence for every student. This school year, we invested $13 million in new devices. We've also achieved our goal of ensuring 1-to-1 ratio of students in grades 3 through 12, while also prioritizing a device for all students. We've also prioritized capital investments in technology, including installing outdoor Wi-Fi at every DCPS school. Finally, we know that our educators are the foundation of our schools. We're working hard to support our teachers in this challenging time. This includes the expansion of our mental health supports for teachers, additional staffing joining the schools this semester to support COVID-19 response to relieve the burden on our educators and administrators, and increase incentives and funding for our substitute teachers. We've also expanded our investments in career ladders for aspiring teachers, including free college education for paraprofessionals and high school students pursuing careers in education through the DC Futures partnership with OSSE. We know that our students learn best in their classrooms, which is why DCPS has made tremendous investments to reopen and operate our facilities safely. We know that safety remains paramount for our students and our staff. With the support of Mayor Bowser, DCPS has invested more than $24 million to improve filterization and ventilation in every DCPS building. Mobile units with medical-grade HEPA filters clean the air in our classrooms, and we've installed UV lights in key areas to keep germs from replicating. MERV 13 filters and building-wide systems remove small particles, including viruses, from the air. And DCPS buildings are also equipped with indoor air quality sensors that continuously monitor air quality in our schools. We know that the vaccines are the most effective tool in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. It's been a little over a year since DCPS stood up its first vaccine clinic at Dunbar High School for DCPS staff. Since then, proudly, over 35 schools have hosted vaccine clinics and nearly 6,000 members of our DCPS community have been vaccinated. We have expanded our COVID surveillance testing program to include required testing for students when returning from extended breaks. We're proud that more than 40,000 families and staff submitted their rapid test results before returning from instructional breaks this year. We've also launched our weekly testing program for our youngest students who are not yet eligible for the vaccine, and proud that more than 4,000 of our youngest learners are testing every week as a part of our Test to Stay program. Additionally, we provided a sign-up link for students to receive, staff to receive, I should say, our weekly PCR tests that are mailed home. Students can also receive mail kits when they are close contacts as well. We've worked to expedite this process for identifying and notifying close contacts, and we're very proud that our positivity rates for every day at the school level are on our website as a level of transparency that helps our community stay informed. We also know that students rely on school for more than just learning. This year, DCPS proudly resumed in-person meals while continuing to provide grab-and-go style meals for virtual learning, operating our continuous meal sites, and also providing multiple day meal kits throughout the city. Finally, despite the pandemic, DCPS continues to innovate and improve our practices with a focus on equity. This year, DCPS is proud to launch our Equitable Access Designated Seats. A national leader in early childhood education for our youngest learners, this program is designed to expand pre-K seats for 9 DCPS schools for students furthest from opportunity. We also launched a Safe and Positive School pilot, which allowed our schools to redirect funding from their school security for additional social emotional support. We look forward to continuing to reimagine school security and everything we do to promote safety, belonging, relationships, and a supportive environment that we know drives social, emotional, and academic learning. We look forward to next school year, and we're proud to roll out a more equitable and transparent funding model for our schools earlier this month that increases funding to schools with greatest needs. At the same time, this evidence-based model developed over several years with stakeholder input and expert input as well, and enormous engagement coupled with historic increases in the UPSFF citywide announcement by the mayor in February ensures that our schools have the stability during this challenging time to put our students and schools on a strong path to recovery. The district has been presented with a unique opportunity to reimagine systems to be more equitable, resilient, vibrant than ever before. I am proud of the entire DCPS team for their work to support our talented students this year. I am grateful for our community's resilience as we think through this dynamic nature of this pandemic. Only by working together have we maintained and had opportunity to grow our culture of excellence that provides an equitable education for all of our students. I look forward to this continued partnership with the DC Council to achieve our shared goal with every student to ensure that they feel loved, challenged, and prepared to positively influence society and to thrive in life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you, Chancellor. So we will have at least 2 rounds of questions from members. I actually think what I'm going to do is the first round will be 15 minutes. And I will start. Chancellor, if you were listening to the hearing before you came on, I got a little worked up with the deputy mayor with regard to DGS and school maintenance. And while that is specifically involves DCPS because it's your schools, I don't think I'm going to ask you questions about it because I sort of view like this is about DCPS getting services that it is not getting from DGS. And that's DGS's responsibility. And I see a role for the deputy mayor to step in because he's a deputy mayor. But I do want to ask you a couple other questions that I had asked him. One has to do with school nurses. So we have, the council's put money in the budget to fund school nurses at every school. I'm not sure that every DCPS school at this point has a full-time nurse, but we're getting close. But those school nurses are unable to provide COVID vaccines or do COVID testing. And I don't know if they can do other testing, provide other vaccines. Do you support that?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your questions around the role of nurses and also the services that are provided by our health services team. As you can imagine, there are many opportunities to support in the area of health services this school year. And it could be very frustrating for a school community when individuals are not readily available. We certainly recognize that we've had some shortages with staffing in a number of areas throughout the school year, including our nurses. However, we do have a nurse assigned to every school. But in addition to that, we have been leveraging our dollars from the ESSER fund to provide additional health staff in all of our schools. So we do rely on our contracted health staff to provide vaccine support. We also rely on that staff to provide testing when we do on-site testing. And then
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt because my
Sure.
question had to do with nurses.
Yeah, so the nurses do provide support in managing the data for vaccines, and most recently have been supporting schools with accessing data as relates to student vaccines.
Can the nurses administer the COVID vaccine?
So at this time, they do not administer.
Okay, can the
vaccines.
nurses administer the COVID tests?
They can, but that is not a part of their current responsibility.
Okay, what about the other vaccines that are required? Can the nurses administer those vaccines?
Nurses do not administer other vaccines on sites.
Okay, has DCPS begun planning for the no shots, no schools that will be implemented in the fall?
We have. As I mentioned earlier, we're proudly leading and championing the vaccine effort through our vaccine clinics. As I also mentioned earlier, we're collaborating with our school nurses that are also providing data on who's vaccinated as relates to our students and their vaccine compliance. And then we're also regularly communicating with our school communities on its expectations to ensure that it's very clear of what's expected for those students that are eligible for the vaccine and those students that will be required to be vaccinated against COVID-19.
Sorry to interrupt, but you testified that every school has a nurse. Is that a full-time nurse?
Yes, every school has a full-time nurse, but as I mentioned earlier, we have had staff shortages this school year. So there have been areas in which there's coverage across schools, or a nurse may be remote, but covering a school that has particular health services needs.
I'm confused. How does every school have a full-time nurse, but there may be staff shortages, so a nurse may be covering more than one school?
That is correct.
That's contradictory.
Well, we would do that in any case where we have a vacancy or an outage, but the goal is to ensure that every school has access to a nurse. Sometimes that nurse may be remote.
Okay, so then not every school has a full-time nurse. Some schools are sharing nurses.
If there is a vacancy, correct.
Do you know how many vacancies there are?
I don't have the exact number of vacancies to share today, but we can certainly follow up with that information.
Okay, please do follow up with the number of vacancies. And these nurses are through Children's Hospital. They're not on your payroll. Is that correct?
Correct. So currently the DC Health team manages the contract with Children's Hospital that provides the nurses services, which includes RNs, LPNs, and other health technicians.
Yeah, I'm going to use up my time, so let me push along here. According to your website, DCPS's website, only 25 of the 116 schools have been assigned a full-time substitute, and only 34 COVID strategy and logistics coordinator. Is that roughly correct? I mean, it might change from day to day, but is that correct?
Yeah, that's roughly correct. And one of the points here that I want to highlight is we certainly recognize the challenge that schools has had this year in terms of their response to COVID and the additional responsibilities for staff. We currently have deployed 31 substitutes in schools, and we're currently also exploring options to provide additional staff outside of the avenues that we currently have for the COVID facilitators and for the substitutes. This is something that we'll continue to work on because we've recognized that there are additional responsibilities for our staff, and we appreciate the work of our schools that have been working diligently through all of our COVID response.
In August, a contract was awarded, I guess DCPS awarded the contract to Maxim Healthcare. What is their responsibility?
Great question. Thank you, Chairman. So I want to be really clear. Maxim is a separate vendor. Maxim provides the technicians that are in our schools that support our daily screening protocols, and then they also support us in our isolation rooms. And then finally, they also support on-site testing as well.
Okay.
And to be clear, that is a separate contract from the facilitators and substitutes.
I think actually I'll probably follow up with this one. I want to ask you about teacher recruitment, but let me do that instead of in my 7 minutes that's left. But just to prepare you, not only is there the usual need for teachers with the new school year, but there's concern that there'll be a loss of a large number of teachers this year simply because there's so much stress. Now, maybe that speculation will prove false, but I would like a detailed answer from you subsequent to the hearing on what DCPS is doing to recruit what may be double the number of teachers it usually needs to recruit. Let me ask you about food prints. Why has it taken so long for the money the council put in the budget for food prints this year to get out the door? My understanding is it's still not out the door. There's an MOU that may be signed this week or next week. Why has that taken so long? And why is it that DCPS is unwilling to accept this program?
Thank you, Chairman. Again, another opportunity to provide clarity on DCPS position. So DCPS is a proud partner with Food Prints. There's, as I mentioned earlier, lots of value to school gardening, and I've seen firsthand the ability for students to not only grow food on the campus, but also to utilize it as a learning experience.
Okay, don't use up all my time here.
Yeah, so to be clear, where we were having a backlog in the Food Prints funding was with the OAG, and it's my understanding is that Food Prints is now with the council for final approval. And then we, again, are very supportive of Food Prints, and we worked diligently to execute on the contract when the funds were available. But we also are very concerned that the Food Prints funding model, much different than many of our other partners, relies heavily on DCPS funding. And that is a structure that unfortunately that we don't believe that we could support. There are significant personnel costs, inflationary costs that are associated with their request to DCPS. And it's our belief that Food Prints should take a greater share of responsibility in their funding in regards to how they move forward and potentially expand in our schools.
The funding from DCPS is from the school itself, not from Central.
Correct. We have funded Food Prints centrally in the past. We do also provide funding to schools, and schools then
Yeah.
partner with food.
Well, but the
banks.
council loads the money in the budget for DCPS to fund it because the council is supportive of this. And let me move on because I have 4 minutes left. So we received quite a bit of testimony yesterday critical of the new DCPS budget model. And I'm just going to read a little bit. The basic budget model generally has aided high schools and been least favorable to elementary schools. The budget model also applies considerable volatility between similarly situated schools. For example, looking at some of the highest at-risk schools, Ballou High School's per pupil expenditure grows significantly, while Anacostia High School's does not. Among elementary schools, some, like Patterson, LaSalle, Bacchus, and Ross, drop, while other schools with similar levels of at-risk, such as Garfield, Whittier, Murch, do not. It's clear that transparency was not achieved at all this year. The new model has what may be a simpler formula, but then most of the effects of the formula are covered up with opaque one-time stabilization funds. Sustainability is not boosted either in the short or long term. Some, but not all schools see a temporary sustainability through the one-time funds, but face a starkly unsustainable future. And schools will be greatly exposed to swings in projected enrollment, always a difficult forecasting task, affecting their budgets. When DCPS says no school is losing money next year, this year's base number includes their own one-time only funds, but excludes COVID funds and librarians added by the DC Council. No COVID funds appear in next year's budgets, and regular funds do not make up the difference for many schools. 61 of 116 schools are currently budgeted for less next year than what they actually have this year. The typical loss is about $250,000 per school, or enough money for 2 teachers plus supplies. That is without inflation. When this year's budgets are updated to next year's prices, 76 of 116 schools have budgets insufficient to maintain existing staff and other resources. The typical shortfall is about $300,000. When my analysis looks at schools of the same size, it finds difference of up to $5,000 per pupil in general education funding. Can you speak to this or defend your model in light of those?
So there's several points made here, so I'll hit some high points to be responsive to some of the topics that you raised. First, I want to go back and just respond on food prints. And just remind you our commitment since 2016, our team has provided more than $1 million in funding and programming for food prints, which is a very significant number if you look at our other partnerships. We certainly have more work to do in helping our community understand our budget model, and we will continue to do that to ensure that there's a clear understanding. I think we should be very proud. I know one of the questions we get often each year is, where is the at-risk funding? And in terms of elements of transparency, it is very clear in this budget process how schools are receiving their at-risk funding. But more importantly, I think in this budget, what we want families to know are 3 things. One, the mayor's investments in our budget is to ensure that no schools have less than what was submitted as a part of the mayor's budget to council. And again, I want to be clear on that. No school received less than what's submitted as a part of the mayor's budget to council last year. The second point is, on average, our schools grew by 7% in their budget year over year, which is very significant, especially in this time we wanted to ensure stability. And then the final point I want to make on our budget is that we will continue to use our ESSER funding to support our health and safety measures, some of which I mentioned today, but also to continue our acceleration efforts and our social and emotional supports that we know our students need right now. So those are just some of the quick points that come to mind as relates to our budget, but we will certainly continue to communicate and ensure that everyone understands all the elements of our budget model.
So Mary Levy is incorrect when I'm reading her testimony when she says 61 of 116 schools are currently budgeted for less next year than what they actually have this year.
Yeah, we don't understand all of the numbers and how Mary Levy has done her math. So our team has scheduled a meeting with Mary Levy to digest her numbers and to ensure that we're calibrated and we're speaking from the same sheet of music. So we look forward to having that conversation. She's been a great community resource for years as it relates to the DCPS budget, and we look forward to having that conversation with her, and I can respond better once we've had that opportunity to have that meeting.
My time has expired and I'm going to try to hold other folks to the clock. So there'll be a second round. I don't know that it'll be 15 minutes. We will see. Councilmember Lewis George.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon, Chancellor Fairby.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis George.
Chancellor, I'm going to start with some Ward 4 specific questions. Up first, we have 3 Ward 4 schools coming up for modernization in the near future: Truesdale, Whittier, and LaSalle Bacchus. As you know, several of these schools have significant current maintenance issues, including HVAC issues and leaky roofs. Parents are pleading with us for support in getting their schools fixed. And the work that DGS is currently doing has been Band-Aid fixed to a comprehensive modernization that those schools are awaiting. Last year in May of 2021, I sent you a letter outlining potential options for swing space as one of the issues sort of hindering us from getting those schools modernized is the swing space issue we have in Ward 4. I understand now that some of those options I provided in May 2021 aren't available anymore. The families of Truesdale, Whittier, and LaSalle Bacchus are asking for help in getting a modular space as a result. And what we were told by DCPS is that in order for a modular space to be there, we need at least 100,000 square feet. So I did some looking around of our ward and found there's a large DPR field across the street from Whittier at 3rd and Sheridan. It's multiple fields really. And so I know those are rented out frequently to third-party groups, but the field is so large that it still can accommodate those third-party groups, as the Bryce Harper field is there and multiple baseball and soccer fields are there within the Bryce Harper portion. And so these are neighborhood elementary schools with enrollment drawing overwhelmingly from within walking distance of each building. The Garnett-Patterson campus is a bad option because it has no green space. 2, it's never been used for an elementary school. Sharp isn't a great option for Whittier and LaSalle Bacchus either because of the distance of how far it is away. We know from Raymond Elementary's experience this year that schools swinging far away from home can lose a significant amount of enrollment and teachers and funding. So this is a major issue for these communities, for these school communities. So my question is basically, can we agree to work together on identifying an alternative swing space for these schools? What say you to the families and children who are trying to work with you on this? And what's your response to their concerns? And will you work with us to identify a space that works for them and allows them to drive? The mitigations in terms of providing transportation is not enough. The buildings are not in good shape and has no place, no play space for an elementary school. So we know those are not good options. So my question to you, I've gone around personally, driven around, found the space that would be available for a modular space in the ward. And I'm asking you to let me know what can you say to the families of LaSalle Bacchus, Truesdale, and Whittier about providing a modular swing space so that we can get these modernizations on and so that we don't hurt their school's enrollment or the ability for students to walk to and from school and stay within the ward to get their education.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. What I would say to families is we will continue to be responsive to their concerns that they've raised. To you directly, Councilmember, we will continue to collaborate with your office. You've done great work with helping us identify potential spaces. We have been in contact with DPR and we'll continue to explore that option. We also worry though about the green spaces. So I just want to call out, it's never a popular to utilize green spaces in a way that a community can potentially not enjoy. And then the other concern that I would just raise up that we want to be mindful of is when we found the most beneficial space in our portfolio for modernizations and swing space is we have greater success with vacant buildings. They are often the most cost effective, but they also provide us with more options for students in terms of having appropriate learning space. But we will continue to be responsive to our school communities. We certainly recognize that families want to be close to their neighborhoods, and we'll do everything possible to try to make that happen.
Great. I appreciate that. And you know, I've searched for vacant buildings as well. We landed at modular space because I've tried to search for as many vacant possibilities as possible, but I look forward to continuing that work to make sure that our schools and our communities can have a place for their students during their modernization. The other question I have regarding our workforce schools is, what is the plan? I've asked the Deputy Mayor of Education this. What's the plan to relieve overcrowding at Roosevelt? Staff from both the high school and the state program testified to this problem yesterday. Their combined projected enrollment for this fall exceeds 1,400 kids in a building built for about 1,100. It's untenable at this point. What is your plan to address the Roosevelt and Roosevelt State issue?
Yeah, we've heard from both school communities, and quite honestly, it's a great problem to have, right? So we have schools that are growing. Roosevelt and Roosevelt State have attracted more schools to their school model. And we certainly, as a value, want students to have a comfortable learning space. So we're actively evaluating the capacity and enrollment trends at both schools to identify a strategic path forward. In terms of all of our facility and capital needs, I would call out that we have not yet released the capital budget for schools. We'll continue to have conversations around that with the mayor and the budget team. And as a part of the mayor's budget, we'll have more to share, hopefully, as it relates to our capital investments. But DCPS has proudly made significant capital investments over the years that provided our students with exceptional learning environments. And there are a couple that I know that you're aware of directly in Ward 4.
Yeah. I was wondering if you can commit to organizing a working group around this issue and other overcrowding issues outside of the Wilson feeder pattern. DCPS did do one for them, and I'm essentially asking why we can't have one here for us in Ward 4.
Let me get back to you on that, because I think we have enough information at this point to make a strategic decision for the path forward. We'll certainly include some engagement in that, but I don't want to stretch out a process that could be potentially easily resolved in the foreseeable future.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to get to some workforce burnout issues, right? I'm concerned about how we're going to keep and recruit new people to work at DC public schools. Our teachers and school staff are crying out for help, and I'm not seeing this sense of urgency from central office around supporting them. For example, can you say more about why it's taking so long to fill the COVID coordinator and full-time substitute positions the mayor announced in October? The most recent update still had over 2/3 of schools without either position. And at this point, I'm particularly worried about retention of our principals. They do way too much. I mean, we have phenomenal principals, let me say, in our ward, I know specifically, but I'm sure across the city, it speaks volumes. So can you also say more about DCPS efforts to support principals as they take on so many extra duties beyond an instructional leader?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Lewis George. And as I said in my testimony, I am extremely grateful for the learning that's happening in our school, the service and the leadership from our school-based staff. And while I know your question was specifically around teachers and principals, I want to shout out everybody. We've had custodians who have stepped up.
The foremans and custodians, yes, 100%. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Food service, counselors, the entire workforce has been phenomenal. And our central service team, it's been a demanding year, and we recognize that. And one strategy that is at the forefront is to continue to listening ear and be responsive to concerns that our teachers and our school leaders and our staff raise. For example, we have a teacher workday scheduled for next week. One of the suggestions for our teachers is to give an option for teachers to remote work on those days, and we've given teachers that ability to do that. I could give you other examples, but you specifically called out the COVID facilitators and the substitutes, and we just have not had the success that we anticipated with that. And we will continue to explore other options. And this semester, we've done a much better job with ensuring that we're deploying central services staff in schools to close gaps. We've also incentivized substitutes to help us close gaps as well. And we'll continue that work. We will continue to listen to our teachers and our school leaders to be responsive to their needs. And more importantly, I think in this year, more so than ever, we focused on their mental health and provided supports there as well.
All right, I appreciate some of the flexibility you're saying. I know we got some reports from school leaders concerned that, they wouldn't be able to retain staff as more and more jobs in the region were going partially remote. And so I appreciate hearing about that. We have to stay competitive with other school systems or jobs that offer more flexibility around scheduling. And that's everybody, that's not just you, but that's something that particularly came up. Let me ask you, is there still a backlog for volunteer and new hire clearances? That was an issue early on in the school year. And I've also seen, DCPS blame a council mandated process as the root of these delays. And so I want to understand more exactly about what exactly is making the onboarding process take so long.
Yeah, thank you again for that question. And again, we certainly don't want to play the blame game and take full responsibility for our duties and our roles and background check. We did call out when the legislation was being passed that it was going to require more time. And we're seeing that in the work that we're doing. However, we developed strategies to streamline it. In January, we established a new partnership with a vendor that will expedite the processing and give us an eye into where people are in the process and also give candidates a view to where they are in the process. But we'll continue to work through the applications. We'll continue to work through the infrastructure to continue to ensure that we improve in this process. And what we're hearing is we do see an expedited process occurring in our volunteers and our hires. And we look forward to continue to get better as we go into the hire season for next school year.
Okay. I appreciate that. And the backlog earlier in the year, it was a huge issue. So what I'm hearing is that the onboarding process, we're getting more efficient and that the backlog is delays are shorter today than they were in the beginning of the school year. That's what I'm hearing.
So I call it the pizza delivery process. So if you order pizza from Papa John's, they'll tell you when it's in the oven. They'll tell you when it's being prepared. They'll tell you when it's ready.
Yeah.
The technology and the infrastructure we have now allows for that type of tracking of where people are in the process. And that allows us to have a better understanding if it's something outstanding on the candidate side, is there something outstanding with our work to allow us to troubleshoot and work people through the process as quickly as possible.
Okay. Speaking of technology, you led me right there. What's the status of DCPS updated technology plan? In the hearing on my bill related to this last fall, DCPS said one would be ready by fall 2022. Are you on pace for that goal? And are you planning to send computers home with students again this summer?
Yes, we are on pace with all of our commitments. We're actually launching the next phase of the planning process early next month. We do provide students access to devices over the summer as needed. We did do a good bit of that with our students that are participating with the Summer Youth Employment Program, as many of the roles last summer were remote, and there will likely be some remote options this year. So if students taking dual enrollment courses, they need technology, we also loan in those scenarios as well. So as we move closer into the summer, we will ensure that students have what they need as it relates to technology.
Great. I appreciate that. And I know, so you all will make a decision later on about whether we're sending students home again this summer with the
Yeah, to be clear, we don't send every student home with a device over the summer. We allocate devices on an as needed basis for the summer.
Okay. I want to ask you about one more ward issue, if I could. I know Tacoma Elementary School, for example, I believe their assistant principal position is no longer funded from what I understand. And there's no longer an internal DCPS appeals process. And in addition to school, I think it's continuing to struggle with staffing. And they have neither the COVID coordinator or the permanent substitute. I think that was promised to them by DCPS. And really, I've witnessed their repeated appeals for parent volunteers to cover recesses and lunches. And
Councilmember.
Oh, I'm over. But frankly, for me, this situation is unacceptable. So I just wanted to ask you sort of about how we are adequately staffing for this year and next. If we're resorting to volunteers, that they are going to be actually cleared in a timely fashion to support that. So just want to see if you can respond to that.
Yeah, we're happy to follow up with your office. I know we're short on time at this moment, so I want to be respectful, but we're happy to follow up with your office directly as relates to the concerns you're raising around staffing at Tacoma.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chancellor. I'm going to jump into a couple of quick questions. You and I have connected one-on-one about this, but I want to talk about it a little bit in the hearing, and that has to do with the special education realignment. In the areas where the two schools that I have heard the most impacted, but I know there's going to be other schools, is both Bowen Elementary School in Southwest, where there's additional classrooms being added, which the school welcomes, but their concern is around being adequately funded and supported. And then the proposed changes, which would be a reduction at Ludlow Taylor Elementary School, where the school community does not want to see the reduction. Could you provide an update about, as I'm sure you probably have, as I know you've had conversations directly with Ludlow Taylor families, some of the adjustments that you're making to the overall realignment plan as you get feedback from the schools?
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. Thank you for that question, the opportunity to speak more broadly to our families about where we are in our realignment plan. I first want to start by recognizing that we know that any transition for our family, we do not take lightly. And we understand that schools are places where people build lasting and very impactful relationships. But to ensure that there's a stronger path of predictability from pre-K to graduation, we wanted to realign our special education services. We often do that based on the changes in students' IEP as they transition from one grade to the next. But specifically for Ludlow Taylor, we met with families prior to the February break to hear their concerns. And to be responsive to those concerns, we made some adjustments to our plan to ensure that many of the upper grade students that are on campus have the opportunity to continue with their learning at Ludlow Taylor, and then some options to maintain some stability for our students in the lower grades. But I do want to reiterate, it is important that we do continue with our realignment plan, because again, it allows us to give families more predictability, which is something that I know is important to families in thinking about the entire body of the school experience for their young people.
Let me jump on Bowen for a moment, though. I had sent a letter in outlining some of the questions, concerns that I was getting from the school community. And I mean, just specifically, as we talk about the new classrooms being added at Bowen, the concern is about, are they going to be funded in a way that allow them to be successful? Bowen already has a significant at-risk population, and so the school community is concerned about making sure they're resourced the right way. Almost every answer to the questions I got back was principals are in the process of formulating their FY23 budget. That finalized budget will be coming in March. Talking about dedicated funding for behavioral analysts, other supportive services, responses back, Bowen's principals in the process of formulating the school's budget. The school community, I get it. They don't feel like that's a commitment to the type of funding that's needed to make these classrooms be successful, because it feels like it's pushing it back on the principal to just try to figure out how to make it work. Why is there not a greater, I mean, this is a significant investment, a significant increase in these classrooms, which are welcomed by the Ombudsman community, but why are we not having a more specific and dedicated funding that will help support them to make them be successful and have the resources and staffing they need?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And we commend Ombudsman Bowen for their opening and welcoming spirit to all of their students in their school community. And they've done an amazing job with growing the learnings on their campus. We did review all of our special education services as part of the initial budget review process. We did allocate additional resources where we saw gaps in supports for schools. I will say that what's available to Ombudsman Bowen in terms of their staffing is on par with all the other schools across the district that serve students with IEPs. We've also added additional paraprofessionals to each of the classrooms there to provide additional supports. And then we also have our central service team that also provides supports directly as well for students receiving special education services. So from our view, we're providing the appropriate level of supports, but we'll continue to collaborate with the principals. And if we identify additional needs at Ombudsman Bowen, we will respond accordingly.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know we're not going to resolve that in the middle of a hearing, but I want to flag that as I'm not convinced yet that we have the right level of resources going in to make sure that we're supporting these classrooms and students and families. And we can certainly follow up after the hearing with you and your team to keep pressing and working on that. But I appreciate that I'm hearing you say there's an open door to continue looking to make sure the schools got what they need. Let me turn to a different issue. There's a conversation earlier about the food prints programs. Let me just touch on that very briefly. I heard you say you think that food prints needs to take on more of its costs. Well, the council believes that we want to help with those costs. So we've allocated in the budget funding specifically for food prints. We think there's value in the schools, so much so we put the funding in. I guess, I mean, the process probably had a pit stop at OAG, but you had said that the delays were caused by it being at OAG. I don't think that tracks. We funded it as the other branch of government. It needs to get done. Any other delays? Why would it take so long to get this in? Because what ends up happening is it puts the program in jeopardy from the staffing and the resource needs that they have.
Yes, so it took longer because the additional funding increase was above the 1 million requiring council approval. So there were additional steps in the process that we had to execute on to deliver on those funds directly to food prints.
All right.
Again,
we're in this space frequently of kind of having to fight for these programs that I think are highly valued. And I know that, the kids and the families and the teachers all just continuously talk about how important they are.
And we value the program. I guess my concern is that their request is for $1.5 million, and their request is that it be reoccurring and increase based on inflationary needs. And that's a heavy request. That's a heavy lift for us, given our obligations to schools and under other funding needs we've had. So that's a challenge.
That's why the council, no, I hear you. But I think it's also why the council's trying to step in and dedicate the funding so that it's not, when we're adding to it, that's no longer DCPS deciding to fund it, that's the council funding it. So it's more at that point as the branch that's controlling the purse strings to say, let's just get it done. So we'll keep putting the resources in. I think we hear over and over again, these are highly valued programs. And I appreciate you're saying you value them as well. I think we got to make sure that we're actually getting the dollars out so they can be there, be strong, and continue expanding. Let me talk about another program or related, and that is our OST programming. We've talked, I think it was last year, maybe even 2 years ago at this point. I'm concerned that one of the things that happens when we have a Title I school that tips and is no longer Title I is that we see a lot of that funding or we see the ability to support those programs really switches to those families that have the means. The burden falls on them. Well, let's be honest, most of them can handle it. But for the 39% of those families that are still lower income, it's really hard. Now, we tried a pilot, I believe, where we were trying to give kind of a voucher for OST programming to those families, but it still doesn't work as well as it could, or because sometimes those programming, it's something where they don't have the access to those funds right away. What can we be doing, or is there anything innovative you are doing to be able to put more resources so those families and that other 39% are able to have a solid aftercare option? I think it's critical for working families. I think it's critical for our students. In what ways, when we look specifically at those schools that tip from a Title I to a no longer Title I, do we have the resources there to help them?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And, we always want to be in alignment with all of our federal requirements of how we utilize dollars and dollars that we can utilize for partnerships to provide grants for after-school program. And specifically in Title I, only those grant dollars can be utilized to support students as you've outlined. We're exploring some options, but right now there isn't a funding stream directly to support partners that are serving students in non-Title I schools. But I think that's not only a DCPS challenge. I think it's a challenge that we should share collectively with our out-of-school time partners. One option is always to subsidize in the profit or the cost of the expenditures for students that have families that can afford such. And we utilize similar options for field trips and other expenses that students have across the district. But we've had a lot of conversations throughout the year with our out-of-school time partners, and we'll continue to work collaboratively to address this issue.
I think in the world of public policy, we're all familiar with the cliff. So at some point, there's going to be an eligibility cutoff. I think we've got to figure out a better way to smooth that cliff so that when a school goes from Title I to no longer Title I, it's not just an abrupt drop. And the families that are on the losing end of that stick are the ones that we're not helping enough. And I would be more than happy to work with you to try to think about ways in which we have kind of some dedicated or strategic funding that goes straight at that niche right there, because I think that's important. Not every PTO can flip a switch and raise tens of thousands of dollars and be able to go subsidize that aftercare. Again, it falls heaviest on those lower income and working families.
Thank you for your leadership. I mean, because we serve over 6,000 students now in our OT, and we'd be happy to think about how we serve more. There's lots of value to having a structured experience for students after school to support their academic, social, and emotional well-being.
It's absolutely crucial. And it's not only good for the kid, it's good for the working family. I'm not sure that many jobs that end at 3:00. So it's a really important part of making working families work as well. A couple other quick questions before my time runs out. This will be a quick yes or no. Is every school going to have a full-time librarian in the budget this year?
Yes.
Excellent. Let me turn to probably not a yes or no. And that is one of the schools that I've heard from the in Ward 6 is Maury Elementary School regarding its budget. And as I have understood from communication that's come back from DCPS, some of the challenges that from a budgeting standpoint, Maury's share of at-risk population is a smaller share than some other schools. And while they may be technically held harmless, they also have a growth of about 40 students next year. And from what I'm hearing from the principal and from the school community leadership, the budget will not support an additional classroom. It will not support additional hiring of teachers. So I think it's true that they may be held harmless from the previous year, but with a growth of 40, they're not able to actually make those dollars translate into additional teachers, additional classrooms. I know this is a little bit, this is kind of the first year of some changes in the budgeting, but it feels like this may be one example where there are good decisions being made around how do we help support at-risk students. But we may also be running a situation where here's a school that has growth that's not being compensated in a way that they need for their classrooms. But let me give you a chance to respond.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we're proud that our model allows us to prioritize resources where we know students need more, whether that be in students that are eligible for at-risk dollars, students receiving special education services, language learners, it's the like. So we're really proud of that. Specifically with this budget, though, as I mentioned earlier, we did provide a level of stability through the whole harmless approach that we apply and then the recovery dollars. So as a result, Maury budget is increasing by 4% year over year, which is not too far off of the average of 7%. But Maury also is impacted by changes in other areas of their student population. So for example, they're receiving one less special education position due to having less students with IEPs or in self-contained classrooms. They're also expected to have less ELL support and 0.8 of a position due to declining enrollment for English language learners. So those are also other impacts that are part of their budget that is being driven by their student population. But I think it's important to call out that their overall budget is on par with how we budgeted and supported other schools across the district.
And I can wrap my head around when they've had of certain populations of students has decreased, as that's going to impact other staffing. But with an increase of 40 overall, the feedback I'm getting from the school community, from the principal, is they're not going to be able to expand classroom. They're not going to be able to expand teachers to meet the needs of 40 additional students. So I know my time is up, so I won't be able to continue this thread. And obviously council can't put money in specific for one school. But I do want to flag this as something I'm concerned about, Chancellor, and I'm happy to continue working with you after the hearing to think about how we're making sure we meet the needs there for Maury Elementary and that student body and their growth, which is of course something we're excited about, that more and more families are choosing one of our great schools.
Agreed. Excited about the growth in our school and happy to follow up.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chancellor Fairby.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Henderson.
I want to start talking about workforce. I noticed that last fiscal year, we had 196 teachers and school-based staff terminated due to licensure. That seemed fairly high. What's going on there?
Yeah, so you may be aware, Councilman Henderson, that we have had a number of years where we've had waivers for teacher licensure, where we've had the ability to give more flexibility for licensure. Over time, I see as they should have asked us to be more diligent with ensuring that teachers are making steps towards being fully licensed. So we did see a spike because of the licensure work that we're doing in an effort to align with the OSCE licensure requirements.
Okay. Are you concerned there? I don't know. I am very familiar with the supports that we provide to childcare workers to try to get their credentials in place. Are we doing something similar? Are you concerned that this is going to impede your ability?
Always concerned about our workforce. Our teachers and our staff has been amazing this school year. I can't say enough about our labor and the way that they've been resilient. But we do have expectations of us, and a lot of the OSCE requirements are based on federal requirements.
Right.
So what we do support teachers with praxis, we do support teachers with courses, but we do need them to take the necessary steps and to collaborate with us.
Right.
We do support teachers, like I said, in a number of different ways if they're actively working towards licensure. The challenge we have is they're not actively working towards licensure. We're continuing to working with OSCE on flexibilities that we may be able to leverage.
Okay.
And we continue to recruit, and we do that early on in the year to ensure that we're able to start the school year with all of our vacancies filled, and we had over 95% of our positions filled at the start of the school year. So we're in the thick of that right now.
Okay.
And we're doing strategic recruitment to ensure that we're able to hire staff that are licensed or licensable.
Okay, so let's talk about strategic recruitment. I saw the announcement earlier, I'm going to just say this year because days and weeks run together, about increasing the wages for substitute teachers. Now, what about educational aides? Educational aides, as my understanding in terms of the starting salary, we're talking $15, $16 an hour for individuals who provide critical functions. And now substitute teachers will be making more.
Yeah, so one of the points I want to call out about our aides is, they have really been tremendous with helping us with some gaps that we've had this year, especially when people have had to be out. To recognize that we have added additional compensation this school year, so individuals that have served in that capacity can earn about $3,000 more this school year, which is, significant. We love to do more, but we do want to express the gratitude in that way. But they are a part of ASME, and we are doing negotiations on a regular schedule with all of our bargaining units and looking at their compensation, salary analysis of where we are in the region and nationally. So we'll keep looking at their salaries as a part of our conversation with the ASME leadership team.
Okay, when is that CBA up? I don't know if you know.
I don't know exactly offhand when that CBA is up. I know that we're in conversations with several other our labor groups right now. If you're interested, we're happy to follow up and give you this.
That would be great, because I'm just looking at the situation, right? Like, educational aides, such a critical function, whether it be in our ECE classrooms or special education classrooms, or whatever function that they're filling into school. From a morale standpoint, the idea that substitute teachers are making more than they are just from a starting point, I think we could probably do something there. When we looked at who has the highest amount of overtime in the agency, the fact is custodial staff certainly stands out. I think Councilmember Lewis George talked a little bit about this. I know you all provide some discretion to principals in terms of how many individuals they have on their custodial teams, but how are we ensuring that the staffing ratios make sense so that custodial foremans and the one additional FTE is not responsible for like 2 people cleaning an entire high school?
Yes, so I appreciate that question. I do want to go back quickly, if I can, and just say one more time that our ASME members have been great this year as a part of the entire COVID response and have really stepped up to the call of duty. So again, I just want to ensure that I say that again. As a part of that, we also value the work of our custodians. They have been tremendous as we've had more deep cleaning this year. And so as a part of our staffing model, schools must have a minimum of 3 custodians.
Okay.
And oftentimes throughout the year, if a custodian has been out for various reasons or the school's been impacted by COVID, we do provide floating custodian support as well that are detailed over to the schools as needs arise.
Okay, so a minimum of 3, regardless of whatever additional things that they do in the building.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's see. So I guess speaking of facility type concerns, I'm only going to touch on this very briefly. You all have listed 35 capital projects that you consider to be major, flooring replacements, roof replacements, et cetera. Are you aware that DGS has moved away from doing summer blitzes?
Yeah, so we continue to work with DGS on being more proactive. We share the belief that the more we can do with preventative maintenance, the way that we structure our small caps projects should be done in a way to ensure that we're getting in front of our small capital needs. So we have not finalized, as I said earlier today, our capital budget to
Great.
date. And we look forward to sharing more once that's been finalized. But we do work with DGS collaboratively in the planning for all of our small cap needs.
Okay. I'm just curious in terms of any type of level of concern around buildings being ready. Because, the summer blitzes were an incredible amount of time in terms of buildings being empty, and you can just like do whatever needs to be done and happen there. And that is not to say that we shouldn't be handling work orders throughout the year, but I just want to make sure that we aren't necessarily putting off what we feel like the standards should be for the start of school because we're like, oh, we can get to it in October. It's no big deal, right? Like, so I just wanted to put that out there.
No, I appreciate you putting that out there. And, we think that the summer blitz model is, one that has been effective, but there are other ways to more actively address work orders throughout the year. So I don't know that solely relying on that is the best solution. And we're constantly thinking about what I would call a year-round blitz. To ensure that we are staying on top of all of our facility needs.
Okay. Last year, you all launched the Summer Acceleration Academy for pre-K through 12th grade. Are you planning to do this again, or will you be returning to a traditional summer school model?
Thank you for asking that question. I heard your rich conversation earlier about summer experiences. So we have already proactively reached out to families for targeted support over the summer as a part of our multi-tier system of support that I mentioned earlier. So the short answer is yes, we intend to take a similar approach. What we learned from last year, though, is that the time period that we have with students need to be longer. So we anticipate not only the efforts being targeted, but students having an extended number of days with us over the summer. We also learned that the ability to couple the academic support with enrichment activities was also important. So you didn't want to have a student working on math or literacy all day. And so many schools incorporated dance or the arts. And so we anticipate that being a part of our efforts as well. We proudly served over 5,000 students last year in those targeted efforts, and we've already have 350 students enrolled today, and we'll continue outreach. And then when we do outreach to all families, we'll continue to ensure that people are well informed in advance of what all the options are for the summer.
Okay, so you've started the process. Some families have been informed, but it's certainly not everyone yet.
Yeah, and specifically, again, I want to be clear, we specifically targeted families based on data where we see additional need. So it is an equity play at this moment. So what I would say to families today, if you haven't gotten outreach, that's because we are reaching out directly to students who we think need the most services over the summer. And proudly, I had to pat our teams on the back. This is probably the earliest that we've done outreach for summer academy. So we're excited about that. But more information will come for other students to get seats as well.
Okay. See, I'm entering this whole new world of having to figure out stuff about summer. And it is very interesting to me. Like, summer camps start registration like in January. So when you guys say we're early, there are a lot of families who've already booked and planned their summers because they feel like they can't wait on the city. And even if you think about it, like for the families that you've already gotten to, that's great. DPR moved back summer camp registration to April. Can you imagine, like, it's April and you have no idea what you're going to do with your child for the rest of the summer? And then, I won't go into the DPR issues because that's not you. But I'm just saying, like, I think we have to sort of think about as proactively as we can. And so that's just a thought there. Can we just talk really quickly about academic expectations and rigor? I've gotten some comments about the DCPS grading policy, Chancellor, and frankly, I thought this can't possibly be right, and then I pulled it up. So let me just, I'm reading from your website, okay?
Okay.
Teachers must assign a minimum grade of F, calculated at 63%, to assignments in which a student began an assignment and submitted original work. If a student did no work on the assignment or did not turn it in, the assignment should be graded as WS, calculated at 50%. To receive an F rather than a WS, the submitted assignment must include evidence of student input, response, effort, or an attempt at the task, however minimal it may be. All assignments graded as F should be viewed as incomplete so that the student can revise and submit the assignment. That's the grading policy for secondary. So we're talking about high schools at this point. How is it that I could turn in nothing and still get 50% of the credit?
Well, I don't know that you're so let's go back. I'll make sure I'm giving you the right information here. And I do want to say, in terms of summer, all of the city agencies are working to be proactive, and we recognize we need activities for students over the summer. One of the reasons we changed our grading policies is we got lots of feedback from students and parents around what we were doing during the public health emergency, and it really shed light on equity in our approach of grading. So I wanted to be clear and start the conversation and let you know that what we're doing is heavily rooted in the feedback that we've gotten from our families. One of the challenges that we're also addressing is the zero. The zero has not been an effective tool in motivating students or improving performance, and oftentimes is a difficult hole to climb out of. So to be clear, we're setting a floor of 50% as a way to achieve equity and ensure that students have an opportunity to recover. And because they don't get a zero, we think that that is a way that students can, again, cover ground throughout the year. And this is
these are high school students. When you get to college and you don't turn something in, you don't get a 50. You get a zero.
But we're not talking about college right now.
We're not, but we're talking about setting up students for success. And I'm just curious, like, if I knew now, when I was in college, there were some classes, I knew I was taking it pass fail. So I knew that my effort didn't have to be 100% because at the end of the day, it's either a P or an F. So how are we ensuring that students aren't approaching it in the same manner in terms of effort?
Yeah, I don't see evidence that has impacted effort. What we do see is the reverse, that students, because they know there's still an opportunity to get a passing grade or their ability to improve their grade, they're actually been more engaged. What we saw previously in places where you get the zero is students get discouraged. I got a zero, I'm tanked for the semester, or I'm tanked for the year. Why do any other work? And that's a reality for a lot of our students. And so I hear you on accountability. I hear you, it may not be what happens at, some colleges or universities, but in our goal and our mission to prepare students for career in college, we believe that this is a way in which we can provide a way to better grades and also motivation in our students. And there's a big drop between 0 and 50%. And we think that drop oftentimes leads to system of early failure and disengagement and ultimately truancy. And we have seen much less of that with our grading policies. And I think at the end of the day, that's what we want from our students. Now, we also hold them accountable in ways that are different from higher education, but developmentally, a 14-year-old is not in the same space as a college student. A 15-year-old is not in the same space as a college student. And we want to ensure that schools are not setting students up for failure by giving them multiple zeros or zeros throughout the year.
Okay. Over my time.
I get it. That's not the grading policy I had when I was in high school. I get it. But we want to ensure that we're setting our students up for success. Especially ninth grade.
I don't want to give you a lot more time since you're over your time, but do you have a bit of a follow-up here? You want to let it rest?
I think we just have a fundamental difference. I mean, even if it's not a college preparedness, but also a career preparedness too, right? If you don't show up for work, you don't get 50% of your pay. And so I think when we're having this conversation, I get what you're saying, right? Around wanting to ensure that students believe that they can reach, right? Even if you messed up once, it doesn't tank you for the entire semester or those types of things. But there are some families who feel like this is padding grades, essentially. The grading policy of DCPS is one that is inflating a sense of success. So I wanted to raise that, that's all.
Yeah, and I would point those families to the research. That there's lots of research around how grading practices can impact a student's experience, especially at high school. And I think the research would point to the types of strategies that we are implementing. But certainly look forward to continuing the conversation after today. And again, we don't want to penalize students in a way that they shut down for the year.
Understood.
Chancellor, perhaps you could share one of the better pieces of research with me and Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, happy to.
Okay. And did I hear you say that attendance is up since you went to this grading policy?
Well, for our students that we've seen disengage, we've seen this as an effective tool for students to continue to come to school, to continue to be engaged. Overall attendance for this year, there are other factors impacting attendance. So I don't know that you would see a one-to-one in attendance for DCPS and grading because of the challenges that we've had, especially around the health crisis this year.
Okay, so then maybe there's not a cause effect here. Just, I thought I'd heard you say that.
Yeah, I think if you were to look directly at the students that have had failing grades, we do see bright spots that we can point to, especially again, like I said, in our 9th grade, where we see students struggle the most. We see greater retention, greater course completion at our 9th grade, which sets students up for success in their entire high school experience. And there's, again, lots of research about how critical that 9th grade year is. As a high school parent, I can tell you this with firsthand experience. If they don't get that year right at 14 and 15, they're likely going to struggle throughout their high school experience. And so because we're having greater success in 9th grade, we believe that we made the right decisions about not only grading, but other practices that we've changed.
Councilmember Pinto?
Mr. Chairman, really quickly, is there going to be another round or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The second round may only be 10 minutes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Hi, Chancellor Farabee.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto.
Good afternoon. I want to start with Hyde-Addison. There was an announcement pretty recently that there will not be a PK3 class at Hyde-Addison next year. And a lot of parents and families were really counting on having a seat in the PK3 class. How can we ensure that we're not losing other PK3 slots as our schools continue to expand?
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for that question. We're a national leader, as you know, in early childhood education, and something that we do proudly. We also have prioritized seats for students further for opportunity for pre-K as well as we've expanded. And we are in a good space again with our Head Start classrooms. So as we expanded early childhood seats across the city, we certainly look at ways in which we can expand at sites where we don't have a pre-K3 classroom or expand pre-K4. We're currently looking at Hyde-Addison and making some determination as a part of our planning for next year and our facilities and the possibility of expanding pre-K there. I can't make any commitments today of what that will look like. Could be adding additional pre-K4 classroom. It could be adding pre-K3. So once those decisions are made, we'll happily communicate back to the community. But that is something that we're looking at.
Okay. In the meantime, can parents who have children at Hyde Addison, so we're depending on the sibling preference to have a placement there, be considered to have that same preference recognized at Stevens Early Learning Center?
Can you give me that question again, please?
So there are some families who have kids at Hyde Addison, and so they are expecting and hoping their PK3 child would be able to get a space because of the sibling preference. Now that there's no PK3 at Hyde Addison, those families who are counting on that closer commute for where one of their children goes, can we give those families who have a sibling preference at Hyde Addison that same sibling preference for Stevens Early Learning Center?
Got it. I understand now. So you're asking if a family was relying on a seat for the pre-K3 classroom potentially at Hyde Addison, if that pre-K3 classroom doesn't exist, could we add a sibling preference at Stevens?
For those same Hyde Addison families?
Yeah, that's a new request. That's something that we will have to look at. We haven't explored that option.
Okay. Well, I'd really appreciate it if you could take a look at that.
And we recognize that this is a very important issue for families at Hyde Addison. I know that there's a desire to have pre-K seats, so we'll continue to look at options and follow up and communicate with the community accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll look forward to a follow-up on that. Now, regarding Hardy Middle School, Hardy is over capacity, as you know, which on one hand is a good sign that parents are gaining confidence in their neighborhood school and choosing to send their children to Hardy. But what is DCPS's plan to address the overcrowding?
Yeah, I agree. What you're speaking to as it relates to Hardy, we have another good problem. The administrative team there has done a phenomenal job. The staff has done a great job with growing the enrollment, and we see more families that are interested in it. We're keeping our eye closely on the facility needs in line with the growth that is being experienced there. We are aware that there may be some challenges with the current cafeteria size that we are putting together some plans and exploring some options for, but we will continue to look at their long-term needs, especially around field use. We know that that's a priority. It's something that we'll consider as a part of our capital projects. And again, we'll continue to monitor their space and enrollment to make any determinations as it relates to upcoming fiscal projects for capital at Hardy.
Okay, so there's not currently a plan in place to address the overcrowding.
Well, we have not finalized our capital budget for fiscal year 23. So I can speak more definitively once we finalize that. And then if it's not a part of the plan, we'll speak to that, but we'll certainly continue to monitor it in the years to come as we've seen growth there at Hardy.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'll just ask, as is the case with all schools, if that plan can be communicated actively with parents as we proceed.
Absolutely, we will communicate with families.
Thank you. So I want to ask about Thompson Elementary, which is still in need of additional supports. And last year we put in the budget funding to renovate their playground, which is on their rooftop, and like many other city schools, is kind of their only area to play outside. What is the status of this project?
Yeah, thank you for raising this question up. We always want to ensure that our schools have appropriate play space. We think this is an important aspect of the experience to ensure that students have opportunity to get outside, move around, and ensure that there's development physically and academically. We're currently in the planning phase with DGS, so we don't have any other details to share, but we are planning to make some modifications.
Is there a timeline for that planning phase?
I am happy to follow up with your office on the timeline for the project.
Okay, thank you so much. We will certainly follow up with you there.
Thank you.
In terms of school budgets for next year, several schools have notified our office that even with the additional one-time ESSER 3 funding, the budget proposal for next year, staff positions at their schools will still have cuts. What are you doing and what is your plan to ensure that the school budget proposal is holding schools harmless next year?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 points that I think is important for our school communities to hear as it relates to budgets. One is no school is receiving less than what was submitted as a part of the budget submitted to council for schools last year. Secondly, on average, our schools are realizing a 7% increase compared to last year. And then we'll continue to utilize our ESSER dollars for health and safety and academic acceleration, along with social and emotional supports. We also, as a part of this budget, to go a level deeper, provided in the whole harmless the dollars for schools to be whole, what was submitted to council. In addition to that, the recovery dollars were added on to support schools with the inflationary increases to costs for personnel. So we believe that would support schools' needs. We certainly continue to look at school needs. So I don't know if there are specific schools that you want us to take another look at, but we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. So I raised this with Dr. Grant, but the period products access bill that passed this year to ensure that period products are provided in all of our schools. There's a component that we included in the bill for OSSI to develop new health curriculum standards for teaching students starting in grade 4 about their health and about periods. But another piece of the bill is to ensure that period products are provided in every school. Do you know what the status of implementation is on these products?
Yes, I do. And I do want to call out the advocacy that came directly from students. I think this is an important highlight of our ability to hear directly from students and to be responsive. But we have begun the implementation process of the period products placement in our schools, and we'll continue to work through that until all schools have what they need. This is a part of an ongoing cycle for us in our budget.
Okay, so is it fair to say that some schools have it and you're still working to get the products in every school?
Yes, it's fair to say that we started the process and some schools may have it, but there may be some schools that may not have it at this time, but we're in the process of cycling through all of our schools.
Great. Do we have an expected timeline that students can expect that these products will be in every school?
I don't have a specific timeline that I can share. We continue to evaluate inventory and the maintenance of inventory across schools. So I would say it's very fluid at this point in terms of what's available. But by the start of next school year, we should have met all of our goals as relates to implementation of the period products legislation that you described.
Thank you. So as you know, there was recently a gas leak at Seton. And I spoke a little bit with Director Anderson about this yesterday with DGS Oversight. But it was a pretty intense gas leak, and 200 students were evacuated, were crammed into a room in a nearby church. Parents were not notified for over an hour after the school was evacuated. Some folks reported that they were told that teachers were instructed not to notify parents until they received specific instruction from DCPS. So curious what DCPS's policy is in providing timely notification to parents when there's an emergency, when you became aware of the gas leak at Seton, and if you were aware of any issues with the gas lines prior to the day of the evacuation.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And we would certainly want our families to know that we take all of our crisis situation very seriously, especially when it comes to health and safety of our students and staff. And we work towards very transparent communications and timely communications. Building concerns specifically are escalated typically through the cluster support model. So each school has a strategic operations specialist, and they liaise directly with DGS, and they raise high priority concerns to us. In this particular situation, and typically gas leaks would fall into this category, it was not raised in that fashion. And the actual school support team that would make a decision or support a school was not involved in the way that they would typically be. In this specific situation, the principal made the decision to close the school. And again, in this particular situation, we don't have all of the protocols followed in a way we would typically handle a gas leak. So we wanted to ensure that students were safe, and I believe that was a priority of the principal. But going forward, we will work with all of our principals to ensure that our protocols are followed in these situations.
Okay, thank you. So I want to spend our last couple of minutes here talking about Duke Ellington. And I know that this is an issue you and I have spoken about, and I spoke with Dr. Grant about this morning, and met with a group of Duke Ellington parents and board last night. But as the ongoing negotiations continue to figure out how to ensure that Duke Ellington teachers are paid sufficiently, and that there's a process in place for maintaining personnel files, and a process in place for additional licensure, while also maintaining the unique nature of Duke Ellington's programming. And as you know, I'd really appreciate if someone on our team could sit in, and our office could sit in on those negotiations going forward. But given those negotiations are ongoing, how is that going to impact their funding model for next year? And how can the LSAT properly review the DCPS budget proposal for next school year without the negotiations being finalized?
Yeah, so we certainly recognize the strong curriculum and arts program at Duke Ellington, and it was our goal as a part of this process in our negotiation to preserve the high-performing arts program that currently exists at Duke Ellington. However, we do believe that there are benefits to greater DCPS oversight and also operations and staffing. We will continue those conversations. I can't say today what the impact will be on their budget because we're still in those conversations, and I don't want to get ahead of those conversations. So as a part of the negotiation process, we have communicated with the board directly what the supplemental funding will look like in the model that we see as the future for Duke Ellington. But we certainly recognize that the future that we see may not be the same view that is held by Duke Ellington. And so further conversation needs to occur. We have a meeting Tuesday, March 8th, and we'll keep meeting. And it's been a very strong conversation thus far, and there's been lots of collaboration across the aisle. And our goal, and I spoke directly with the DESA president today, who's been great to work with, is as our priority is to ensure that there's a smooth transition in their student success. And I'm confident that we'll get there, but we still need to have some more conversations.
Okay, well, I'm out of time, but most of my Duke Ellington questions will probably depend on the status of the negotiation, which is another reason I really hope that we can participate or at least sit in. So thank you very much, Chancellor. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So, Chancellor, did you say yes that Councilmember Pinto could have a representative who sits in on the discussions? I
did not. I have not had an opportunity to discuss that request directly with the president of DESA. I do have some concerns about that, so I'm happy to follow up directly with Councilmember Pinto. We don't have negotiations with council and council staff in this way. But I believe there's a way to be responsive to the request. There is a parent meeting that we're scheduled to have in the coming weeks. So there may be an opportunity to engage in that way. But in terms of direct negotiations, I don't see that as a means right now.
Well, I'd like to know, we're not talking about collective bargaining here. We're talking about discussion between a school organization and the DC public school system. This is not a CBA, but even if it was a CBA, the DC code does have a provision in it that a council member can be designated by the council to sit in on negotiating. Now that's with the CBA. So just saying, but let me ask you this. I'm not trying to duck. I think I've been clear here that I'm supporting Councilmember Pinto and her request, and I'm looking forward to you getting to yes in the response. But we have this testimony from yesterday from the president of it says president of the Duke Ellington School of the Arts. We were outraged, quote, "We were outraged to hear from an NBC4 news reporter that Chancellor Farabee expressed, quote, plans to assume full operation of Duke Ellington School of the Arts and work with the school to create a plan for a smooth transition," unquote. This is an ongoing negotiation. DCPS has yet to respond to the critical questions presented by the DSAP, that's Duke Ellington School of the Arts, I don't know what the P is, DSAP board. So is that true that DCPS hasn't responded to the questions that they presented?
Well, we're in negotiations, so there are topics of interest that are not resolved. But I want to be clear.
No, that wasn't my question. My understanding is they sent you a letter with some questions and you haven't responded.
Yeah, so I received a letter most recently from a parent group. So I know that that's not what you're referencing. We haven't had an opportunity to meet with them, but in terms of
my understanding is that the DSAP board sent after the NBC4, after they learned from the television that you had reached an agreement with them, that is you were taking over the school, they then sent some questions that would not be apparent. I'm going to be generous here and assume that it got lost in your inbox and you will look for it and respond to them.
Yeah, so we're in regular dialogue about all the questions that they pose to us. So there may be questions that we haven't gotten to. I can't say that we responded to every question to date, but we have regular conversations.
This was her testimony.
I do want to go back, Chairman, if I could for a minute, is we were just as surprised by that media reporting. That is not something that DCPS initiated, nor do we agree with. So I'm very concerned that, what was reported in the media as
Chancellor, I received a PowerPoint from your office.
Correct. We shared the PowerPoint with your office.
Yeah, and the PowerPoint gave me the impression that everything had been worked out.
Well, we have some areas that we have agreement, but we don't have a full signed agreement that we can present to the council at this time.
Okay.
Or to the public.
The questions that DSAP has, I have to say, I'm not satisfied with any of this so far. Your answers, none of them have been reassuring. They're specific. I'm looking at the testimony. Specifically, DCPS has not provided concrete information on: one, their commitment to maintaining the integrity of our arts programs; two, a clear pathway for our core and arts academic teachers and teaching artists to return to being full DCPS employees; and three, the continuing role of DSAP in guiding the core mission of the school, select the school principal, and facilitate high quality partnerships, which are critical to our pre-professional programs. So that kind of sounds pretty fundamental. And as of yesterday, they had reached out, they had not gotten a response, and these questions were unresolved. And you're talking about negotiations. As of yesterday, they were unaware that there was going to be a meeting. And in fact, it was after yesterday that you reached out and scheduled a meeting for next week.
Yes, so
not sounding, you know what this is sounding like, just so you get a sense.
It's clear now. May I speak, Chairman?
Yes.
So it's clear now, I think we're talking about two different groups. So the email that you're referring to is a parent group that has not been in the negotiations and have not been a part of the conversation. So their requests are new requests. That's not related to the conversation that we've had and that we've been having regularly. I shared with the group that I'm happy to meet with them, and they sent an email on Monday, February 28th, in which I responded to. And they posed a number of questions. But I want to be clear that that is not the body in which we have been negotiating with. And there's two different entities here that we're referring to.
I was just handed by my Cracker Jack staff a list of emails, January 27th, wanted to provide an update on negotiations, February 1st to February 23rd. Two from February 23rd, and this is somebody who's actually involved in the negotiations. Aren't you negotiating with DSAP?
Yes. So
okay. Well,
we
DSAP's who testified yesterday. So we're not talking about two different groups.
Well, what you just described was in the parent letter. What you just described to me was in the parent letter. Now, we did receive we presented to DSAP, and they came back with additional questions that we agreed to meet and discuss on. And again, our next meeting is on
what I just presented to you was, I'll read it again. We were outraged to hear from an NBC4 news reporter that Chancellor Fairby expressed, quote, plans to assume full operation of Duke Ellington School of the Arts and work with the school, create a plan for smooth transition, unquote. This is an ongoing negotiation. DCPS is yet to respond to the critical questions presented by the DSAP board. Therefore, no agreements can't have or can be made. Specifically, DCPS has not provided concrete information on their commitment, a clear pathway, the continuing role of DSAP. This was testimony yesterday. I know you were glued to the television yesterday listening to all the testimony. This person has a seat on the DSAP board.
May I speak now?
Yes.
Okay, so in response to this letter, and as I said earlier, we were just as surprised when the media report came across because we had not come to an agreement, and what was reported implied that we'd actually agreement.
And it was implied in the PowerPoint that I received.
Right, but no, in the PowerPoint, we were there wasn't anything specific in the PowerPoint that suggests that we had reached an agreement. We were very clear in the PowerPoint that we comply with the legislation and that we were in ongoing planning dialogue with DSAP. Now, since the media reporting occurred, both parties have agreed to continue the conversation, and we'll continue the conversation around the terms in which we've been discussing. There are outstanding questions, there are outstanding points of discussion, and that's what you do in negotiation. You continue to have conversation about those until you're able to reach consensus. Both the DSAP team and I are committed to doing so. And so I am confident in the path that we're on. I think what's confusing is there was reporting that implied that we had reached an agreement, which is not accurate. And our next meeting again with them is on Tuesday, and we will be working through those questions that have been posed to us.
Well, I feel like you're recharacterizing the situation, which I guess you're allowed to do, but I assure you the testimony we received from numerous witnesses yesterday had a less sanguine view of things. If DCPS is seriously and sincerely and with some sense of urgency actually negotiating with the Duke Ellington community, then that's fine. I think you will see that the council wants to see Duke Ellington continue to thrive as a school of the arts, continue to thrive and not be a traditional school, and have a fair amount of artistic freedom around its arts programs, which, as you know, run a broad spectrum. But I don't know that I have to share this, but what comes to mind since yesterday's testimony was Hong Kong, where China was going to assure all that freedom and democracy. And we've seen how that's played out. And so I'm looking for some genuine commitments, which that community is increasingly anxious about not having gotten, that DCPS will value Ellington's unique mission, its artistic freedom, its quality programming. I'm not sure there's more to be belabored here. We'll see how the discussions go. So let me.
Yeah, I don't know. I have much to respond to at this point.
Okay.
Other than we're committed to preserving the integrity of the program, as I said earlier. And also our submission to council was always presented as a proposal. There's nothing that's been finalized in terms of a official agreement between
Well,
DESA
how
and
about
DCPS.
how about if you save your response for next Tuesday's meeting, negotiations with the with that community?
Thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it.
So I want to go back to budget. Here again, I feel like I'm being gaslit. So I read to you some statements from yesterday's hearing regarding the budgeting of schools, and you were very clear that no schools being cut. I noticed that you used some unusual phrasing in how you said, so tell me if I got this wrong. No school is getting a budget for the next year that's below what your request for that school was to the council last year.
Yeah, I'll repeat back to you what I said. No school received a budget that was less than what was submitted to council as a part of the mayor's budget.
Last year.
Last year, that is correct.
Okay, but those aren't the budgets we adopted.
That is correct. I also stated, in addition to that whole harmless approach, DCPS also benefited from the recovery allocation, which also provides additional resources to schools on top of that whole harmless.
This year, in what you're proposing.
That is correct.
Okay. We received testimony from dozens of schools. We have received testimony and comments from dozens of schools regarding cuts. Mary Levy's analysis indicates that with regard to the actual budget, not what was submitted to the council a year ago, 61 schools, 61 of 116 schools are currently budgeted for less next year. She applied an inflation factor. 76 of 116 schools have budgets insufficient to maintain existing staff and resources. We received analysis from the Ward 2 Education Council. The basic budget model generally has aided high schools and been least favorable to elementary schools. We received testimony, some analysis from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Critical of the budgets proposed for the schools and the model and the transparency around the model. I'm glad we cleared that up though, with regard to the base against which you're holding the schools harmless. Let me move to some other. Just a second here. We also received quite a bit of testimony from witnesses, a range of witnesses about too much testing in the schools. I don't fully understand what's going on. I asked the OSSI superintendent about this. She said that the tests that they're requiring add up to 9 hours. 9 hours out of 180-day school year. The teachers union complained, there are individual schools that have complained, other groups, advocacy groups that have complained. I think some of this has to do with the required curricular tests, which I guess are weekly.
Yeah, the required curricular tasks are not actually tests. They are tasks that we ask schools to administer to ensure that we're getting a deeper understanding of student mastery, especially in a year where we need to understand more about where our students are with their understanding of skills. Be clear that these are not done weekly. And again, they're not tests, but they are another layer for us to measure mastery throughout the year, which also drives our supports and interventions. So if we're serious about acceleration, which we are, we believe that this is a critical piece of information and step in the process. And we certainly appreciate the work of our teachers. We know that they're working hard. We know the demands have been great, but it's critical that we have these formative checkpoints and data that we can utilize throughout the year. And we know that this is a great way to ensure that we're accelerating learning.
Oops, I was muted. I'm going to quit here. I'm out of time. Turn to my colleague, Louis George, for questions. Thank you, Chancellor.
Yeah, just following up on what you just said, Chancellor, are you saying RCTs aren't tests?
Correct. They're not tests. So they're tasks, and the tasks can come in many forms and fashion. So they're tasks in which a student would be asked to complete that gives us an idea of their understanding of a particular topic. So for example, a student may be asked to write a short essay on a topic, or a student may be asked to provide a performance, or it could be a short paragraph, or it could be a brief quiz. So there are a number of different ways in which these tasks are presented, but they're not designed to be standardized tests. I just want to be clear what they are.
Educators are seeing these as tests, right? I mean, I'm not sure what a formative checkpoint is besides a test.
I think of formative as an assessment that's much more informal than a standardized test. So for example, you may ask students to draw a bar graph that represents 5 data points. And if they're able to complete that task, that gives us a check for their understanding that they have mastered that grade level content. And we see that very much different than a test where, you know, you're bubbling in A, B, C, D, or something that is a little bit more formal and graded. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think there's going to be a large disagreements because, you know, of what we're hearing. And do teachers make up their own RCTs, or are they provided with them?
So we provided to teachers, so we are able to get a consistent measure of understanding across the district.
So so that's what makes it a test, right? Because it's not something it's not like teachers are creating it on their own. It's something that's given to them as a way like that they have to have their students do or check off. So I think that's where it's going. I don't know that we're gonna, I guess we can agree to disagree that the formative checkpoint is basically a test. But I think what we can agree on, I know, is that we heard from educators about sort of this formative checkpoint as it relates to being a standardized test as a part of the reasons, a lot of frustration for teachers and their ability to sort of do their job and do their curriculum. And it feels like a heavy burden. It's feeling like a heavy burden on them. And I know you all brought in Dr. Kendi, Dr. Love, to speak about sort of educators and sort of all this, anti-racism work. And in both occasions, I think both of them talked about standardized testing as sort of tools that go against sort of, anti-racism work. And so, hearing them come in and say that, and also then hearing from educators that standardized testing has really increased dramatically this past year, particularly through RCTs. I don't know that we're moving in the right direction, and we're not helping with sort of retention either.
Yeah, we start, I mean, at the end of the day, what you're raising, and I hear you loud and clearly, and it's something that we've addressed, and we'll continue to listen to our teachers, is they see this as an extra demand. I think we could, potentially debate about, the tests. I will say Dr. Kendi would argue for consistency as an equity play. So each teacher is not utilizing their own way of checking for understanding, and has also emphasized the point of looking at different data points beyond the traditional standardized test as a way of measuring proficiency. So we see this as a part of our curriculum, just like we ask teachers to use the same text, the same books, the same materials for consistency. We ask them to use the same materials for their RCTs. But again, I want to recognize that we have heard concerns, and we will continue to listen and be responsive.
Okay. I want to ask you, and I'm going to come back to that section in a little bit, but I want to ask about the school security contract. We've heard from multiple principals concerned with the current security contract that it doesn't allow them to manage their own school security staff, including the retention of bilingual guards who are particularly important for schools like Roosevelt. Can you say more about why DCPS continues to contract out its security rather than bringing these positions in-house so that they're part of the school community? And will the new contract allow guards to work beyond the school grounds and also help with safe passage?
Yeah, we recognize the need for diversity. So I want to start there. We want our school security staff, whether they're contracted, they're employed by DCPS, right? We want that diversity to reflect the student population. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're eager to learn more from our Safe Schools pilot, where schools can repurpose school security dollars for other social emotional support. So we're going into our second year of that. And we want to learn more about the benefits and opportunities and challenges of that before we expand it. So to answer your question, I think there is space and room for greater flexibility in the future. But principals do have prescribing authority over the officers that are supporting their school. And in the new contract, we have a clear provision about diversity and the identity groups that would be in our buildings. And we want to ensure, again, that the diversity in our security staff reflects that of our students.
Okay. I appreciate that. Does DCPS have any lessons learned from the pilot school program where schools were able to divert some security funds into other positions like restorative practices coordinators?
I think it's too early. I mean, we're still in the middle of this school year, so I don't want to speak to that just yet, but give us some more time and we're happy to follow up.
Okay. I want to talk about high school schedules. It's my understanding that DCPS high school schedules were standardized last year for most schools. And we heard from a number of parents that the change was very stressful. For some schools, it meant there were no classes that ran for a full year. Others schools struggled with the rigidity of it. And I understand there will be more flexibility this year. Can you speak to it? You know, I went to school at Walls High School for high school, and we had a very different schedule than most students based on our humanities model and being out of the classroom. I'm sure there's a number of other schools who sort of are the same. So can you describe the exact policy and how will it work regarding the DCPS high school schedules, and how this will best support our students and teachers?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Lewis George, for that question, because I think there's been some confusion around this topic. And I want to be clear, we want our students to have the best learning environment possible and a schedule that supports that. And we know that how and when students learn is important to their success. This year, because of the uncertainty around virtual learning the uncertainty around how we would start the school year and the ability for students to go remote at times, we had more consistency in our scheduling this year. And that was important in a year where we were coming off our COVID response. We don't anticipate that need going into next school year, so there will be more flexibility in scheduling for high schools going into the 22-23 school year.
Okay.
And for example, we're not subscribing to a standard 4x4 schedule year long like we did this year, but we're instead supporting high schools in the design of their schedules based on their student data and needs. And this will also be an area that we'll look at as a part of our high school redesign as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to ask, I asked the Deputy Mayor of Education about this. I won't stop saying this. We have a school-based mental health crisis in our school system. And I wanted to ask you more about DCPS efforts to hire and retain staff to support schools' mental health. I'm concerned that, students are on edge. We're not doing enough to make schools sort of, a safe place for them emotionally and mentally. And then in addition to that, we have sort of the ratio right now to school-based mental health professionals and students is wholly inadequate. And you can imagine if I was a school-based mental health professional, which my mother-in-law was a school-based mental health professional for 30 years in the Philadelphia school system, what she said is that you get burnt out very quickly. And these people, obviously they're in school-based mental health, so they have big hearts and wide arms, and they will naturally want to support all of their students, but it's literally impossible given the current ratio we have. And so we're not going to retain them. We're going to burn them out. And in addition to that, our students are not getting the emotional and mental support. I want to hear from you sort of what you all are doing about DCPS efforts to hire and retain staff for students with mental health, but also want to understand how DCPS integrates in its CBO and DBH partners into the work of school-based mental health. And sort of, are you all one team or do you work separately? And what's going to happen moving forward so that we have the best model that works to promote student welfare?
Yeah, lots of great questions there. So let me start with staff. And I want to, again, recognize the great work that they've done throughout this year and the demands and also the trauma and stress. So we believe a lot of this work starts with creating the right environment, nurturing environment for our students, which means our staff need the supports to ensure that their mental health is strong. And one of the reasons why we partnered with WTU to start a wellness staff center and build out the supports for our adults that are serving students. We are in range of national ratios for social workers and psychologists, which is about 1 to 25 for social workers and about 1 to 500 for our school psychologists. And so we'll continue to build out those numbers. And we know that they're a critical piece of the model, but they're not the end all be all. So when I have my advisory meetings with staff, the social workers, psychologists, even counselors, continue to remind me like our response to trauma can't be just those individuals. It's a collective responsibility. And for those reasons, we have spent much time building out our supports and professional development for the entire school team. So again, that's about 1 to 250 for social workers and 1 to 500 for psychologists, but we need everybody. It's an all hands on deck approach to how we support our students. And what's exciting about this year is—
Wait, I got 2 more minutes.
I know, I gotta say this because it's about our students. We established student ambassadors that have championed the conversation around it's okay to talk about your mental health. It's okay to talk to a trusted adult about your mental health, which is paramount to solving some of the challenges. And to answer your questions about the school-based mental health model, I think the heart of that is designed to be flexible, where each school can customize it to the needs of their student population and families.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I think this has to be an area of focus for you, for Deputy Mayor of Education, as well for those in the charter sector. I want to ask about, and speaking of that, I want to sort of ask about what you all are doing explicitly to enhance the recruitment of Black and Brown educators, but I want to do a focus right now on our Latino, Latina, Latinx educators. The most recent estimate says about 20% of DC students identify as Hispanic or Latino, but we only have 7% of teachers. So I want to get a sense of what you're doing to explicitly recruit our Latinx teachers, and also hear what actions you've taken to ensure that our ELL students are also receiving sort of the same individualized support and access to appropriate high impact tutoring in small groups as other students.
Yeah, thank you again. As I said earlier, we recognize that the diversity of our staff and support need to be aligned with diversity of our student population. So one, we do targeted recruitment specifically for providers of Latinx educators. We specifically have had a deep partnership with our Puerto Rico Marketing and Recruitment Initiative. We also have participated in talent and diverse job boards, specifically for hirelatinos.org and other organizations that reach out directly to Latinx candidates. We also have our teacher referral campaign. This is a way where current Latinx teachers can help us recruit and identify others and connect us with those individuals. And then we also partner with universities that have a pipeline of the most diverse candidates to ensure that we continue to grow the number of students that are represented through staff in our Latinx community.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm out of time. I want to just say thank you to you and your staff, Chancellor. I know you all been working hard over this last year through the pandemic and getting us through it. I don't want to make sure I say thank you. And also a shout out for the DCPS Welcome Center, which is housed in Ward 4. They are great and they're doing a phenomenal job. And I would like to say, I would like to meet you at 3rd and Sheridan so we can explore a modular space for Ward 4 schools. You all know I'm not going to let this issue up and I'm going to keep bothering you for the remainder of the budget and season, as you know. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you at 3rd and Sheridan.
Thank you for recognizing the work of our team. I appreciate it sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor, I want to ask about Medicaid reimbursement and billing. Based on the information that you guys provided to the committee in the pre-hearing responses, there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy between what you bill versus what you received. And I think that you all may be waiting on a reimbursement still. Can you shed some light here?
Do you have some more details? I know that we were not in the cadence that we needed to be in as it relates to documentation needed for reimbursement.
Okay.
But it's also important to know that reimbursement can sometimes go across fiscal years.
Yeah.
So that could be some of the lines that you're seeing that are not tightly lined up. But
okay.
If you have more details, I'm happy to put something in writing to you on where we are.
Okay, we could follow up on that.
And just so that you know that we're in the process of reconciling all the claims.
Okay.
So we're happy to give you specifics on that, well, because we have to have documentations associated with those claims to be reimbursed.
Okay. I just want to put in a note, Councilman Lewis George sort of was talking about swing space options. And I looked up the document in terms of what was being planned. And I think there's certainly some years down the road before we get there for some of these schools, but how we got to a place where much of our swing space happens to be clustered in Ward 1, where we're now doing a lot more projects in other areas. I think we have to have a bit more of a creative solution. So for instance, the idea that Amadon Bowen in Southwest and Ward 6 is going to swing to Meyer and Ward 1 and not completely decimate the school's already fragile enrollment is laughable, right? So that's far to go from Amadon Bowen up to Meyer in any circumstance. And I think for a lot of those families, it is an absolutely complete reverse commute. There's several years before we get there, but even if you think about Burroughs Elementary also swinging to Meyer, so going all the way from, Brookland, Woodridge area, all the way over by U Street and Columbia Heights is a hike for families. And so I think as we think about some of these things, and I know space is a constraint, but how can we ensure that we don't have a situation where I think Hyde Addison has 71% of their students who are out of boundary this year? That was not the case 5-6 years ago. It was very much, lots of families that are right there in that Georgetown area. So I just wanted to stand in solidarity with Councilman Lewis George and sort of trying to identify other types of swing space options. I want to follow up about the school renaming process, because I thought y'all's responses, well, the sentence, 2 sentences, it's a little bit salty, but I want to ask for clarification. Okay, so we asked, what's the timeline? And you all said, quote, given the legislative ownership of the council to vote on school namings, DCPS recommends that the council lead the renaming process. DCPS can be available to support certain communication and engagement efforts, period, end quote. What does that mean exactly? DCPS recommends that the council lead on renaming process.
Yes, so thank you for that question. And I want to go back, and we certainly recognize the challenge that you've highlighted about swing space, and we'll keep exploring space. I do want to call out, though, that the transportation model that we have has served us well across the city, but I know families want to be close to their school. Specifically on renaming, what we're communicating is that there has been most recently a practice of DCPS taking on enormous engagement with school communities on renaming, and then submitting a recommendation, and then council's response is to move in a different direction. Given that posture, we don't believe it is in our best interest to dedicate that amount of time and energy to a process that is going to lead to another process. And so it is our belief that our school communities would be best served with one process for renaming. And that process would be one that would be led by the council. Thus, the decision would be a one-time decision-making and engagement process. We spent over 3 to 6 months on several of our efforts around renaming. And that's an enormous time for us, and can be very demanding. And so the concern is, again, if we're going to ultimately end up with a 2-pronged process, we're recommending that we alleviate that, concern and overdue of energy by just having one process. And again, if the council is going to lead that, ultimately, we ask that they lead the entire process. Does that make sense?
It does.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. So we let a
I know your example.
Okay.
I know what you're going to say. I know, because I was here. I remember what happened with Wilson. But you had a whole process to rename West, and I remember voting on that. John Lewis Elementary.
Right. But the uncertainty of not having a clear path, we just can't spend that amount of time. It is an enormous amount of time for engagement.
But the recommendation on our end was that y'all just improve the process. I think I recommended a ranked choice voting system so that you actually get to a majority. But
the reality, we ended up with entire separate engagement process on an entire separate set of recommendations, which is in the purview of the council. And what we're saying is that should be the path going forward. So there isn't unnecessary engagement that is frustrating and duplicate of both DCPS and the council's work.
Okay. I think we should talk a little bit more, maybe not in this forum, in terms of what that means, because I think there was a long list. And correct me if I'm wrong, you guys had already started the process for some other schools, no?
Again, we're happy to follow up. I mean, there is a process that we've laid out. We haven't started any engagements at this point.
Okay.
We do try to do renamings as a part of modernizations. It's the easiest to do when you do it that way, similar
Right.
to what we did with John Lewis. But we're happy to follow up on, a sequence that makes sense, but we're not actively engaged with the school community right now. And most recently, our engagement were with West and Wilson.
Okay. Let me pull up here. All right. DCPS conducts annual panorama survey to measure how students feel. I think you guys call it your Love Challenge Prepared Index.
That is correct. It's part of our strategic goals is to ensure that we measure our progress towards all students feeling loved, challenged, and prepared.
Did you all administer this survey last school year?
We did.
You did?
We did.
Okay. Do you ever share the results publicly?
We do.
Okay, where?
I will have to follow up with you on. We typically do annual report, so I'll have to make sure that you get that information because we do collect that data and we utilize it to inform our planning and strategy.
Okay. Let's talk just a little bit about sort of going forward to next year.
And our team is. You sure you checked our website and it's not there? We'll get it for you.
Okay. Let's talk about a little bit in terms of planning for next year. Do you know how many educators have filed a declaration of intent not to return so far this school year?
I do not.
Okay. I mean, don't you guys have a system where if somebody lets you know by a certain date, I forget, I don't know, it's not a financial bonus, but it's something.
Yeah, we do have we call it a DINR, and
Yep.
I'm blanking on the full context of the acronym right now, but that is not complete until the end of March.
Okay.
And you're right, it is a way for us to ensure that we have an understanding of what the vacancy landscape will be.
Mm-hmm.
And to proactively, get that information from staff. And it's actually coming to me now. It's the declaration of intent to not return. That is it.
Right.
In DINR. But once that's complete, we'll have better numbers on that. I don't have any numbers to share at this moment.
And do you have a similar process as it pertains to school leaders?
Their process is similar, and we do have, as you may know, a 2-year contract process with school leaders as well. So it's a little bit different, but they do participate in the DINR process.
Okay. So I guess, well, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what the schedule is like in terms of your budget hearings, but I imagine by the time you come before us again, you might have a better idea of how many teachers you are going to have to be recruiting over the summer.
I think it's the budget hearing is the end of March, I think on the 30th. So we may have more information to share at that time.
Okay, we'll check in on that then. In the last budget process, the council included language that would require a reduction of MPD officers in the schools.
And to be clear, those are the school resource officers.
School resource, yes, that's correct.
Yes.
And so it's a periodic reduction over time. We don't just go from 0 to 100 to 0 overnight. But the first reduction is supposed to be starting soon. Have you guys had any conversations with MPD in terms of that transition?
Yeah, it's a transition that I'm not happy about. I'm concerned that we have very strong, longstanding relationships with our school resource officers that have worked to cultivate strong relationships with our students. And so one concern that we're working on is how do we fill that gap? Because they can be a resource for us. And then secondly, we're working on just the response because they're so accessible. The concern I have is that we may not have the same response in terms of being able to get involved in situations. So I'm just worried, quite honestly, because our school resource officers have built deep relationships with students and staff, and they're trained to work with students and have the expertise and relationships for this role. So you're probably hearing lots of disappointment from me that we're heading in this direction, but we'll continue to plan accordingly.
Yeah, no, I hear it in your voice, but debated, discussed.
It is. I know decision's been made.
And the decision has been made.
And we will, follow the direction of, the legislation, and our schools that will not have that presence will certainly continue to collaborate with MPD in any law enforcement needs that they may have in their schools.
Okay. And finally, I wanted to follow up on the status of the ECE facility build outs for the Old Randall School, Emmett Bowen, MLK, and Wheatley.
Yeah, I am not aware of any particular updates to share at this point. We have our capital budget that we're still working on, and that will be presented as part of the mayor's budget. So that's another area that we may have to punt until we have our budget session.
Okay. We also have to punt a conversation about Center City Middle School.
Yes, so that's also a part of the capital budget.
Okay.
So I can say that
I saw the assessment that was done. The feasibility study was complete. We just haven't had any follow-up conversation around what happens next.
Yes. So we're happy to have that conversation when we get to capital or of any decisions made there. I can say I know that Old Randall, I think you mentioned, is on track to open in 22-23. And Wheatley CDC is in the design phase.
Okay. Okay. All right, Chancellor. Well, I guess we will see you in a few weeks here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
To the chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to do a couple minutes more of questions, and because I'm doing that, if Councilmember Henderson or Louis George have a couple more minutes, but it really only be a couple more. I wanted to follow up, Chancellor, on the DINR conversation. Scott Goldstein testified to this yesterday, that there's an expectation there'll be a greater reduction of teachers this year, greater turnover of teachers this year. To address this now, before it's too late, the council must compel DCPS to give year-to-date DINR data compared to last year at this point now. Is it premature to ask for that comparison?
It is, because the deadline to report has not expired, so it would be premature to.
And the deadline is March 31st?
It's the end of March, but I can give you the exact date. I'm not sure if it's exactly the 31st.
So can I get you to say now that you will give us the comparison last year to this year, immediately following that deadline?
Yeah, I would have to follow up to make sure that all that data is accessible, but I don't foresee any concerns with providing a comparison.
The other question I had was, we received testimony yesterday from the School Justice Project concerning education in the jail. And many students at the jail are still not receiving a full day of in-person learning. We urge the council to inquire with the agencies as to why they are not in compliance with the federal court and the law. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I think they're referring to IYP. and YSC. And those facilities that provide academic support for students are currently being operated by Maya Angelou, but we do intend and have been working to comply with the recent ruling related to those students that were in care during that particular time period.
Well, I'm a little confused with your answer.
Yeah, so in terms of I can't speak to great detail of the current level of service and the service model because DCPS is not the current provider of those services.
But they contract with you, don't they?
No, they don't. So as of September of this school year, all of that work transitioned to Maya Angelou Public Charter School.
So then who has oversight? The deputy mayor?
I can't speak to the oversight model. I believe it would start with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. And then, of course, the deputy mayor has his oversight over HASI as well. And of course, as a part of the PCSB, there would be oversight from the PCSB as well.
But you're clear that DCPS is not responsible for the education of minors at the jail or at the YSC. I think
That is correct.
Center.
Yes, as of September 30th, 2021, DCPS is no longer the provider.
Okay, that was 4 minutes. Thank you, Chancellor. Council Member Louis George, do you have 4 minutes of questions? Or Council Member Pinto? Councilmember Pinto, why don't you go? We'll see if Councilmember Louis George shows up.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll be brief. I just want to follow up on a couple things that have already been mentioned, Chancellor. So in terms of the declaration of intent not to run, do we have the current number of how many educators have filed that declaration this year?
Yeah, I think it would be premature to do any type of data collection at this point because we don't have a full scope because people obviously have more time, but as we get the data and the deadline expires, we'll commit to providing timely information as a follow-up.
Okay, and at what point in time do you think it would be reasonable to engage in data collection? Or I imagine you're collecting the data, but to share the data.
Yeah, so we would be in the best position to share the data once we've had an opportunity to close the window at the end of March. And I would anticipate sometime early April would be the best time to report back the data.
Okay. I guess just for folks who are trying to engage in stronger retention measures and other recruitment strategies, having those numbers and access to that data and as it relates to last year's data would certainly be helpful to inform those approaches. And so if you can't share it today, just I think as soon as possible, that not to finger wag at anybody, but to make sure we're all on the same page and to trying to get good quality educators back in the classroom.
Yeah, and to be clear, we do lots of recruitment year round, and we've already exceeded the applicant pool that we have this time of year. And we've been supporting principals to stay engaged with their school staff about their decisions as early as January. And we've also have had proactive conversations with principals. So we'll continue to gauge our needs, but more importantly, we're also focusing on staff retention and listening and responding to any concerns or issues that are being raised.
Okay.
Again,
Okay.
we have, in the past, and this has been true last year, have had the ability to retain over 90% of our effective and highly effective teachers and over 90% of our principals. And so we don't have
Thank
any.
you, Chancellor. I'm just going to cut you off there just because I'm mindful of time, and I want to make sure we can close the loop. But thank you for that on Duke Ellington. So, I mean, a lot kind of came to mind with Chairman Mendelson's questions and pointing out. And one thing, I'll kind of frame this as one question because I'm running out of time here. But one thing you said was, we found out about this by the NBC4 report. The issues around inappropriate relationships with students and harassment and oversight are extremely troubling and are also distinct from the current negotiation that has been going on for 6 months with DSAP to figure out how to maintain the arts program. And when Chairman Mendelson was saying the teachers and the board was concerned because in your response letter to me, raising questions and concerns about the sexual harassment, you said it's all taken care of because DCPS is going to assume full operation for Duke Ellington. So I just want to be very clear that news didn't come from NBC4. That news came from a letter that you wrote.
Yeah, when I was speaking to the news, I was referring to the perception that DCPS and DSAP had reached some form of agreement and that it was a formal decision made for DCPS to take over operations, which is what was reported on, and which I think generated lots of questions and concerns. And I wanted to be clear that we did not imply that. It was just a surprise on the reporting of that.
I see. And just as another reason that I think it would be helpful if we could participate, because from many of the board members and parents' perspectives, that had not been determined in the negotiations yet, that it was part of an ongoing negotiation, but that there was not agreement on that. So I think that's
correct. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, that our perception in both the DSAP perception, as I understand it, is that no agreement was made. What was reported was implied that it was a done deal. And I think that created concerns for both DCPS and DSAP. But we're committed to ongoing conversations and negotiations. And I hope that that reporting does not detract from the progress that we made and that we can continue a very collaborative negotiation process. And from my vantage point, the way that we've been negotiating in the spirit of those conversations have been fruitful. And one of the reservations I have is creating structures that are different in a way that would change the format and the structure of the conversation, because I think we need to continue to forge ahead on the path that we're on. So that's our intent at this point, is to continue on the path that we're on. And I believe that it will result in something that we all feel good about.
Well, I say humbly, maybe you've never had me in a negotiation, but I can promise you my number one mission would be to aid you all in forging ahead and not undermine that mission. I know I'm out of time here, so I will stop there, but are you speaking, Chairman?
Yes, grossly out of time by 50%.
Although I didn't get my second 10-minute round, so
let me see if Councilmember Lewis George has any questions.
Okay.
And I'm not sure she's here. And if she doesn't appear, then I will conclude this hearing. So this has been the 5th of 6 oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole has had on agencies under its purview. The 6th and final hearing will be tomorrow, and the agencies will be the University of the District of Columbia and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. On March 16th, the mayor will submit the budget, her proposal for the budget for fiscal year 2023, which begins October 1st of this year. On Monday, March 28th, we will have a hearing with non-government witnesses regarding the proposed budget for the public education agencies, the same agencies as today. And on Wednesday, March 30th, we will hear from the chancellor and the deputy mayor and the state superintendent and the other agency leaders, education agency leaders regarding the mayor's proposed budget. The time is now 5:48 in the afternoon, and this hearing is adjourned.